Imagine if tomorrow, hundreds of thousands of properties all across the United States opened up for sale, and on top of that, they were all dirt cheap. You'd probably be thinking to yourself, this is it! The bubble has popped. It's finally time for my generation to finally own our homes. So you probably go ahead, put down a down payment, your siblings put down a down payment, your high school friends put down a down payment, everybody moves into their own homes. And you finally move in and it seems it's all peachy keen. But then you get into the kitchen, and the window, it doesn't lead to the outside, it leads to a completely different realm, and it seems to be calling your name. Your sibling calls you and says that she sees a weird, creepy dog man hiding inside of her shed. And then your friend calls you and says that every night, this glowing little gnome is just peering at him, watching him sleep. Imagine if in our world, our fairy tales became fairy-reality. First of all, I want to give a huge thank you. A huge shout out to Artman Oil for that wonderful animation that I'll be using in the foreseeable future for my intro. Artman Oil, if you're watching this, it was wonderful working with you, and I highly recommend to all of my viewers, if you do have any animation needs, make your first stop Artman Oil. More information in the description below. And of course, big thank you for getting this channel to 58,000 subscribers. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Thank you so much for your patience and your support. This video came out in a delay because, between my high school reunion and jury duty, it's just been nuts, but everything's settled now, and hopefully we'll get back on schedule. The game I'll be covering today is Home Safety Hotline, a game where you play as a call center employee, sending callers various info packages to help remedy their home safety hazards. For example, if a caller were reporting buzzing noises and maggot larvae in their kitchen, then you would send over a housefly info package. They give you the symptoms, you figure out the problem, and then you send them the remedy. However, what if a caller reports wheezing underneath their bed, glowing red peering eyes, looking into the room at night, with a red conical hat atop its head, a dog man hiding in a shed, a creepy bush with stinky feet poking out from beneath it? Believe it or not, for all of these hazards, there is an info package. I'll stop it right there. If you're interested in this game, I highly recommend purchasing it. It's very affordable, it's an indie game, it's beautifully done, it is a 100% clear labor of love. And I say that all the time. Buy the game, watch the movie, but in reality, if you were to watch my video before watching a movie or playing a game, you could still gather some joy. Spoiling a game mechanic doesn't mean you can't play it yourself and still enjoy it. Spoiling a plot doesn't mean you still can't watch the movie and enjoy it. However, with this game, I don't think that's the case. A huge part of this game's charm is the puzzle solving, the sheer confusion you feel when you first boot up the game, first play your daily shifts. By watching my video, which, let's be real, is basically a glorified Let's Play, you miss out on that first time charm. So, please, if you could only do one of these two things, watch this video or play the game yourself, please play the game. Now, on to the video. When we start up the game, we are greeted to the analog horror old reliable, the VHS aesthetic, being greeted by the developers of this game, Night Signal Entertainment. The name, the font, the whole thing oozes with the local 58 and Gemini Entertainment inspiration. Real quick, keen viewers may notice the images flashing on the screen before the title sequence. We see a creepy figure standing near a staircase. This will be a pest or hazard we'll get familiar with very soon. I have the name right here, but I'd rather just hold it off for a moment. We also see a bald-headed man, either wearing a mask or perhaps a humanoid head with a featureless face. The character doesn't come up again as far as I know. We see another close-up of another pest. I have the name right here, but I'd rather hold off for a moment. We'll get to learn about these little critters very soon. And then a final image. I just can't seem to make out. When entering the main menu, we see our computer's operating system boot up. Our login number is 036, and after the computer boots up the monitor, fans, and security, it also checks the undersoil and confirms our human DNA. Curious. This is an early hint of the overarching, or perhaps underlying motif of things beneath the soil, the concept of DNA, humanity, and overall themes surrounding nature. On boot up, we get a really cozy menu. I really like this main menu. The chunkiness of the noises, the visuals, the low resolution takes me back to playing Kid Pix on my dead-ass computer. Or no, Tonka Construction. That was a fire game. Anyways, you may have noticed that I have some icons censored here. This is because these are additional features I've unlocked because I've already completed the game previously. They don't really spoil anything, but I'll keep them obscured for now. In addition, we also have some additional options from completing the game previously. I'll censor what these options are called because they do spoil the ending. However, full transparency, in the recording of this game's footage, I did use the skip call feature. We can also change the color themes of our computer. In this puzzle-based game, there are naturally going to be right answers and wrong answers. When you see this orange, that means righty is playing. Hi, I'm righty. And when you see this green, wrongy is playing. Hey, what's up? Bitch. We'll be exploring the game as if we're getting all the answers right, however I will showcase the consequences of getting the answers wrong. Don't worry, my means of exploring the puzzles will make sense as we get started. One more thing, here is a list of phobias, might as well fill you all in. Fear of spiders, insects, the dark, tiny clusters of holes, that's trypophobia, fear of being watched, tight spaces, and dogs. I won't be disabling any of these images, so just a heads up if you happen to have one of these phobias. I can at least say, as somebody who gets skeeved out by clusters of holes, or trypophobia, the two instances where they come up, I would compare them to like the seeds on a strawberry, rather than those f***ing gross potpourri flowers. Anyways, just a heads up. I admire the Windows XP style desktop and notice there seems to be shapes in the horizon, and a hole with something peeking its head out. Nonetheless, let's check our email. Home Safety Hotline Corporate Welcome from Home Safety Hotline Corporation. Welcome to the Home Safety Hotline family. We are pleased to have you aboard as our brand new Home Safety Hotline responder. Your supervisor's name is Carol Regina. She will be calling you today to brief you on your duties and will be reviewing your work daily to ensure maximum accuracy. As a reminder, responders with a 90% accuracy rate or more will qualify to receive our daily employee coupons. Work hard and be rewarded with incredible savings. Sincerely, Home Safety Hotline Corporate. We'll be using these coupons to have a better understanding of life in this world of fantasy made reality. Notice, video files on desktop. Attention call team, due to an error with our archival network, some of you may notice video files from our video archive appearing on your desktops. Please disregard these, they will be cleared up in due time. Sincerely, Home Safety Hotline Corporate. This will also be another means to extract lore and world building pieces from. Let's check out this television commercial for our new employees. Every year, thousands of families suffer injuries or even death from common household hazards. Hazards such as house fire, flooding, black mold, metamorphosis. Don't become a statistic. Call the Home Safety Hotline and keep your family safe. Home Safety Hotline. Where there's smoke, they pinch back. I just patted that one in. Metamorphosis, or mutation, or transformation. A running theme we'll be exploring in this game. And look, we see a clearer, creepy photo of that staticky image from the intro screen. What does this creepy lurker in the foyer have to do with metamorphosis? Is he about to transform into something, or did he transform into this form? The way it's delivered in such a matter-of-fact way in this commercial implies that these creepy, ghoulish, paranormal happenings are part of normal, everyday life hazard, like rat infestations and black mold. What other fairy tale species plague this world? Duende infestations? Fairies that pee in your shampoo? Gnomes that poo in your shampoo? A tatzelworm that destroys your plumbing? Exciting. We double-click our Home Safety Hotline interface application to start our first shift, taking place on a Monday. It's a Monday. That's a great logo startup, and I really like the clock-in screen. It really helps you get into the vibe of this game. I take this moment to familiarize myself with the various hazards and pests we'll need to be knowledgeable about. We have various pests such as bees, houseflies, mice, and suddenly we're interrupted by a call. Answering, we meet our supervisor, Carol.
Welcome to Home Safety Hotline, new employee. My name is Carol, and I'll be acting as your supervisor during your time here at HSH. Before you begin your first day here, Let me tell you a bit about how things work here. You are an HSH responder. As such, it is your job to learn about various household hazards so you can answer the questions of our callers intelligently. When a client calls, answer the call and listen carefully to their concerns. When you've diagnosed their issue, submit the corresponding household hazard, and we'll forward them safety instructions to address their problem. Welcome to the HSH family. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Is it me, or does Carol seem a bit verdant? Green screened, huh? Well, actually, no, I'm in front of a blue screen because of this green shirt. Green skinned, and she's wearing a green crystal around her neck. Nature. Things that are green. This is going to be a kind of a hidden theme that we're going to uncover throughout this game. However, it's going to reveal itself to be a bit more underground than we anticipate. This merging of the druidic themings with this sort of home safety crisis hotline, it makes a lot of sense. Naturally, we're going to be dealing with critters, bugs, wildfires, carbon monoxide, all sorts of hazards. So clearly, we're going to have to be nature naturals, naturally. Let's go ahead and read through some of our home safety hazard entries to more familiarize ourselves with what will be possibly diagnosed in our employ here at Home Safety Hotline. Bedbugs. Bedbugs are small insects known for feeding on the blood of humans and other mammals, and their tendency to inhabit sleeping areas of homes. Homeowners infested with bedbugs often report itchiness and sometimes a delayed onset of rashes. Danger. Bedbugs are not known to transmit any dangerous diseases and are relatively harmless to humans. However, their presence can often attract other pests that use them as a food source. Bedbug solution. Bedbugs have developed a resistance to the majority of common pesticides and are therefore quite difficult to remove. It is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services. The bedbug is a pretty innocuous pest, but I can see it getting mixed up with other bed-themed pests we will come across in this game. We shouldn't let its commonplace reputation fool us into thinking it won't ever come up. That's a bit of foreshadowing there. Bees. Bees are small, matriarchal flying insects known to build large hive structures in high places, often in trees, attics, or roofs. They obey their queen. Homeowners infested with bees sometimes report buzzing, stings, or frequent bee sightings. Bees' danger. Bee stings, in addition to being painful, can lead to injury or even death in cases where members of the home have an allergic reaction to bee stings. Bees can also attract the attention of larger, more dangerous pests. Bee solution. To remove bees from a household, one must first locate their hive. Once found, do not attempt to remove a hive by hand until the bees within are put to sleep or killed. It is strongly advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services. In the bees' danger entry, there's mention of attracting larger, more dangerous pests. Maybe this is referencing the honey from honeybees attracting bears. However, is this an indication of a possible interaction between bees and other common household pests with some of the more fantastical pests we'll be seeing later in this game? Could the sting of a bee cause a duende to rampage? A fairy to go berserk? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Black mold. Black mold is a common household fungus known to grow in moist, warm locations. It appears frequently as small black spots. Homeowners with black mold infestations frequently report a musty smell, allergic reactions, or breathing problems. Black mold danger. Black mold is not immediately dangerous to humans, but enough of it can cause damage to household integrity, making it a long-term danger. It's also known to cause allergic reactions or breathing problems. Black mold solution. Black mold can be removed with regular cleaning supplies and maintenance, and can be prevented with good ventilation in high moisture areas of the home. For more serious black mold infestations, it is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's fungal cleanup service. Nothing of note here. Black mold is a pervasive hazard. We can possibly get it mixed up with other hazards that cause sickness or respiratory issues and allergies. We'll stay vigilant. Might as well point out the 2 confirmed services so far that Home Safety Hotline provides: fungal removal and pest removal services. So far, the 2 confirmed services that Home Safety Hotline provides are pretty innocuous, stuff that we even see in our own world. But what other services do they provide? Carpenter ants. Carpenter ants are small insects known for nesting inside of wood. Homeowners infested with these pests sometimes report a faint rustling sound coming from their walls as the ants build their nests. Carpenter ants danger. Carpenter ants aren't dangerous to humans, but they are known to bite when threatened. They also are known to spread disease and can cause damage to homes they nest within. Carpenter ant solution. Common pesticides will kill carpenter ants, though due to how fast they breed, it's highly recommended to locate their nest first. It's advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal service. Okay. Carpenter ants are another innocuous commonplace pest that we might possibly get mixed up for other pests that cause structural issues. I'm noticing that our services are very all-encompassing. We aren't just dealing with the horrors of disease spreading and nuisance, but even more importantly, the property damage that pests can cause. I'm being sarcastic there, by the way. I noticed there's a generational thing. Sarcasm is like a dying thing. There's nothing wrong with that. We have different, we communicate differently. This suit is not black. Cockroaches are small insects known to be common household pests. Homeowners with a cockroach infestation commonly report seeing droppings that appear similar to coffee grounds. Cockroach danger. Cockroaches are no immediate danger to humans, but are known for spreading diseases. They frequently inhabit kitchens and other areas used to prepare food, increasing the risk of disease. Cockroach solution. Cockroaches are resilient, fast breeders, and are notoriously difficult to remove. The use of cockroach-specific pesticides that are deadly to humans is not recommended. It is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal service. We get our first call. It's a client. Let's see how we do.
John here. My wife insisted I call this number. It sounds like she thinks we might have some kind of infestation. My wife keeps telling me about specks of dirt or something in the kitchen. Just looks like coffee to me. I don't know. You tell me, I guess.
Please hold.
Coffee grounds, huh? Small black pieces of debris. Sounds like black mold. But wait! Black mold is going to form in dark, moist places with poor ventilation, like bathrooms and basements. The kitchen? I don't know. That's where food is stored. Mouse droppings would be described as raisin-like. Hold on, what were we reading before? Ah, cockroaches, bingo! Now, cockroaches is the correct answer. If we chose the wrong answer early in our shift on day 2, we would get a call back from John of him complaining of our incorrect information. What we are doing essentially is waiting on standby for calls. These callers asking for advice regarding home hazards, and it's our job to diagnose the situation and send over the correct info package. Getting the correct answers, of course, increases our accuracy, ensuring our magnanimous employees give us those coveted coupons. But getting the answers wrong give us some very entertaining and in some cases spine-chilling consequence callbacks. Here is John's consequence call.
John here again. I got beef with you. Your people gave me bad info. What you sent us didn't have anything to do with our problem. I'll be sure to tell our friends not to be bothered calling.
Let's continue reading our entries. Gophers. Gophers are small, brown, furry mammals with enlarged front teeth that are known for living in burrows. They can become a pest to homeowners when they choose to burrow on their property, commonly damaging gardens. Gopher danger. Gophers are capable of biting humans and spreading deadly diseases such as rabies, so caution around them is advised. Do not attempt to approach a gopher directly. Gopher solution. To evict gophers from their burrows, a variety of natural deterrents can be placed around your property. Growing plants that repel gophers such as sage or thyme can also serve to persuade gophers to move away from your property. For more persistent infestations, it is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal service. Something of note, maybe it's common practice for our typical Home Safety Hotline type call centers to advise against killing animals as a first response, but I can't help but notice that Home Safety Hotline is specifically only recommending friendly forms of deterrent or persuasion as they call it. Keep this desire to protect critters in mind. Housefly. Houseflies are small flying creatures that are known to commonly reside inside homes and frequently surround those whose death is impending. Homeowners afflicted with houseflies commonly report buzzing sounds and thoughts of decay. Housefly danger. Houseflies are no immediate danger to humans, but are known disease carriers. They frequently inhabit kitchens and other areas used to prepare food, increasing the risk of disease. Housefly solution. Houseflies can be removed with common pesticides. For larger or more frequent infestation, it is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services. At first I thought the factoid about flies being attracted to animals who are dying was an oddity exclusive to Home Safety Hotline's world. I was thinking that flies are smarter and able to mystically sense impending death. But no, in real life, flies are actually attracted to the smell of decaying flesh. Some fly species are just even attracted to the smell of blood. But then there's that last part. Homeowners report thoughts of decay. And also, flies are attracted to necrotizing wounds and blood. But what of those dying of other causes? Are these flies evolved in some way? There's still not much we can really put on this whiteboard just yet, but just you wait, there's some priming going on here. House spider. House spiders are small, 8-legged creatures that commonly nest near or inside homes. They are known for building sticky thread-like webs to trap small flies or other insects, which they use for food. Homeowners commonly report web sightings. House spider danger. House spiders can bite humans when threatened, but their venom is not strong enough to harm a human, and they will often keep to themselves if left to their own devices. Their tendency to eat flies, bees, and other pests make them an excellent pest deterrent, and their presence keeps some larger pests from moving in. House spider solution. House spiders can be removed with common pesticides, though it's advised to not remove house spiders unless strictly necessary. That's interesting. Not only do spiders deter some of the more nuisance bugs like flies, but they may also deter other larger, maybe the more fantastical house pests. And this makes sense. The venom of even the notorious Black Widow is really only a danger to children and otherwise vulnerable fully grown adults. But a duende? A Black Widow can fuck up a duende. This is really cool. I mean, spiders are already pretty cool enough, but I like the idea of just the commonplace pests that we're used to in our world, just sort of kind of at war with like the fantastical pests we'll be seeing later in this game. I'm just really tickled by it because Night Signal did a really good job folding these two worlds together into one. Let's keep playing. Mice. Mice are small, worthless rodents commonly found in the household. Homeowners with a mice infestation commonly report gnaw marks, small round droppings, and the sound of squeaking. Mice danger. Mice are capable of carrying any number of diseases, so they serve as an indirect danger to most humans and should be dealt with immediately. Mice solution. Common removal methods for mice include the use of pesticides, the introduction of a house cat to the household, and various kinds of bait traps. These can prove effective for small populations. Large mice infestation should be dealt with using the Home Safety Hotline pest removal services. So in this case, a mammalian pest being killed is encouraged. And the mouse itself is given a negative quality, worthless rodent. Unlike Home Safety Hotline's temperament with other mammals, this company seems to be eager to get rid of mice. I wonder why. Keep that in mind. We get another call.
Hi, I'm so sorry. My name is Grace, and it's probably nothing, but I thought I'd call just in case. Lately, I can't sleep at night because of this annoying little sound coming from my attic. It sounds kind of like... You know, it's probably nothing. I'm sure it could just be regular old house noises, but I just thought I'd call to ask and make sure.
Please hold.
Sounds like a gopher to me. No, but hold on. A gopher would be making noises from the outside, maybe from beneath the house, but not in the attic. What about mice? Let's play that noise. Bingo! Here is the consequence call if we don't choose mice.
Hey, sorry, I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but I called recently about some noises I was hearing, and the info I was sent seems to be incorrect, as I just found a family of mice in my attic. I'm so sorry. I'm sure you folks get really busy and mistakes happen. Just thought I'd give you a tap and let you know.
If you happen to get this one wrong, this would be a case where the consequence call would reveal the answer. So if you happen to lose the game from getting too many calls wrong, you can make the correction using this extra hint. I'll show what happens when you lose soon, but for now let's keep reading entries. Mole. Moles are small, dark brown, furry mammals with pointed pink muzzles that are known for living in deep burrows. Their burrows tend to look like volcano-shaped mounds, and they are known to eat insects. Mole danger. Moles are capable of biting humans and spreading deadly diseases such as rabies, so caution around them is advised. They also have a close relation to the ones beneath the soil, which can cause further danger if provoked. Solution. Moles are persistent and cannot usually be persuaded to leave on their own. However, moles can be trapped and removed manually using a variety of common humane mammal traps. Warning: never kill a mole. One can also utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services. So that's strange. Despite being capable of spreading diseases and biting humans, Home Safety Hotline advises against killing moles. And what is this ones beneath the soil? Moles seem to be a sacred animal to this elusive nature pantheon. Clandestine druids lingering beneath the soil? Are moles the sort of patron animal of whatever posse Carol is repping? Let's keep this in mind. Now I'm wondering what the consequence for killing moles are. Let's continue with our entries. Raccoons. Raccoons are small, nocturnal mammals with gray and brown fur known for their tendency to rummage through garbage cans or nest in attics. Homeowners infested with raccoons often report frequent garbage spills or clattering sounds at night. Raccoon danger. Raccoons are capable of biting humans and spreading deadly diseases such as rabies, so caution around them is advised. Additionally, their feces can contain deadly parasites which, if accidentally inhaled or ingested, can cause progressive neurological damage to humans or eventual death. Raccoon solution. Raccoons are quite intelligent and are thus quite tricky to remove from a home safely. Preventative measures include securing trash cans and blocking any potential outdoor access to attics. It is highly advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services. I love raccoons, but they are very dirty animals. Nothing of note here. The fecal-borne neurological disease is referring to a roundworm called Glenn-Close syndrome. No. Balisascaris procyonis. With a nice Chianti al dente. Anyways. Termites. Termites are small insects known for consuming decaying plant material, particularly wood. Homeowners with a termite infestation often report peeling paint, small holes in the drywall, or squeaky floorboards. Termite danger. Termites are harmless to humans by themselves, but the damage that they can cause to a house's structural integrity can be deadly long-term and should be removed as soon as possible. Termite solution. Termites can be removed by using common pesticides, but the treatment must be thorough and destroy the entire colony. Otherwise, they will quickly repopulate and resume their activity. It is highly advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's professional termite removal services. Another common house pest. I can see this one getting mixed up with carpenter ants. Both have similar household symptoms and even have circumstantial bounce-back potential from pesticides, albeit for different reasons. Ticks. Ticks are very small arachnids known to feed on humans or animal blood, and are most commonly found in tall grass. They latch onto their host, often unseen, and burrow their heads into the flesh of their victim. Hosts will often report symptoms of illness such as fevers, headaches, and chills. Tick danger. Ticks are incredibly dangerous to humans thanks to their ability to directly spread various diseases to their host, such as Lyme disease, and their potential to provoke other, more dangerous household pests. Solution. Although you can remove ticks once they have invaded your home with common pesticides, it is too late to prevent any diseases they have transmitted. Instead, prevent ticks from entering your household in the first place by treating the surrounding area with pesticides and keeping a tidy, weed-free lawn. Interesting. So perhaps you should keep an eye out for overgrown lawns as a possible vector for ticks. Also, it's here where we have an instance where once the symptoms of a hazard are felt, it's basically too late. Your best bet is for prevention of ticks. Once you're sick from the tick bite, it's too late. Still a good idea to, clean up the lawn. We will see some more sinister instances of this kind of hazard later in this game. We get another call.
Hank here. Last week I called your guys about some crap in my yard. I was told wasn't anything to worry about. Well, guess what? There's more piles of crap in my yard. I'm talking huge piles of brown out there. You better not tell me it's nothing again, because I know I've seen something moving out there. Tell me what it is so I can take care of it once and for all.
Please hold.
Piles of crap. Garbage? Sounds like raccoons to me. Ignore that I selected gopher. Just pretend I selected raccoon. I was rattled by an earthquake that took place at the recording of that footage.
Ooh. Earthquake.
I'll go ahead and choose raccoons. No. He said big piles of brown, either poop or dirt. None of our options have pests large enough to make large mounds of scat. Well, let's check the mole. Bingo! Volcano-shaped mounds. Brown mounds. This is the consequence call for Hank if we don't select mole.
Hank here. That's strike two with you people. First you tell me there's nothing, then you send me the wrong information. I did what your info package said to do, and now there's even more critters in my yard. They're all staring at me now. They want me to climb inside the tunnel. I must go inside. I must pay for my sins.
It seems that Hank took matters into his own hands, maybe even killing a mole, and these critters are perhaps the wrath of the ones beneath the soil. They're communicating with Hank, telepathically it seems. This is interesting. Are even the more mundane critters of Home Safety Hotline's world somehow more evolved or different from the ones in our world? Now, luckily, Righty is keeping our score high with his correct answers, but what's going on in Rongi's game?
Hello, employee. Supervisor Carol here. We've received complaints that some of the answers that you have been providing have been inaccurate. I urge you to think more carefully on the answers you provide before we are forced to terminate. You've been warned.
She's so displeased. I love such a funny vibe. It's just so like, you've been warned.
So when we make enough incorrect answers, we first get a warning. But then here's what happens when we ultimately lose the game.
Hello, employee. Supervisor Carol here. We've been watching you for some time, and I must say that we have been rather disappointed in your performance here. Many of our callers' lives have been altered for the worse thanks to your negligent answers. Your failure to treat your work here with the gravity it deserves has unfortunately forced us to make a very difficult choice in regards to your continued employment at HSH. Effective immediately, your employment here has been terminated. We wish you the best in your future endeavors.
You are unemployed. You are unemployed is probably the funniest variant of game over I've ever seen in a game. It's funny though, at the point of writing this part of the script, I had no idea what the overarching narrative could be. So that actually does play in very well to this overarching financial horror that we're dealing with here. But perish that thought for now. What's interesting right now in front of us is that we are turned into a rat or mouse as punishment for our unemployment. Not sure if I've already mentioned it or I'm going to mention it in the future, but this reminds me a lot of Roald Dahl's The Witches. So far we know that our employer turns us into a mouse as punishment for poor performance, and on top of that our employer, or at least our supervisor, is green with it.
You're green with it!
You know, at least druidic in nature. So we've got a possible mystical employer who is willing to transmogrify us into a rodent. That's the punishment. We know the stick. What of the carrot? What happens when we beat this game? Promotion? Some sort of elevation? Or perhaps the opposite? Let's keep playing. We pick up another call.
Twig Segment here. Just calling to inform you that your refrigerator's been running wild over here for the past 45 to 90 minutes. Been running wild. Better head on over and catch it, big fella.
Last time I got a call like this, I was working for a clown-themed motel. Something tells me this is a castle that can only be cured with a Longmont potion. Holy crap, now I know how you all feel when I sneak in obscure if you know you knows, because this one gave me whiplash. If the inspiration that I'm picking up on is correct here, then big respect to Night Signal. A fellow enjoyer of Longmont Potion Castle is a true patrician in my book.
Thanks for calling, Nicholas. What can I help you with?
Hey, thank you. How you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you can? I can barely hear you up there. I'm at a payphone.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
It's
So,
coming through a little weird, but I can hear you.
Oh, you can? How many fingers am I holding up?
3.
How late? No. So how late?
Oh, shit. We'll be hearing from this caller again soon. Twig Sigmund is a great name, and I love the repeated running wild. Running wild. This prank caller's prank calling card is his strange eye and bulbous nose. In addition, his names are typically, very verbal stimmy. Twig Sigmund. It's very rolls off the tongue. Gub Rubber. It's very, very fun to say. And of course, his hilarious voice changer. But enough running wild with Twig Sigmund. We pick up another call.
Hey, do you guys have a lawn mowing service or something? My good-for-nothing kid refuses to mow, and it's getting real crazy out there. Looking like a rainforest over here. My kid is complaining about being too sick to do anything about it. Meh. Stress of this stupid lawn's giving me a headache just thinking about it. Can you send some guys up to get this done?
Please hold.
He wants lawn service? I don't see weeds and grass as a hazardous entry. The package for gophers mentions growing sage, thyme, a garden. I'll go with that. No, hold on. Let's ignore the grass for a second. His son is sick. Could it be cockroaches, black mold, or mice spreading the disease? Could the grass and disease be linked somehow? Bingo! Ticks, most commonly found in tall grass and capable of spreading diseases, even Lyme disease. And look, hosts report symptoms such as fevers, headaches, and chills. Tim, the caller, even reports having a headache. I think we've got a match. This is the consequence call if we give Tim any answer other than ticks.
Hey, yeah, you backbrain sent me some info when I was asking for some lawn care. Now my whole family's sick to our stomachs and itchy as all get out. Thanks for nothing, jerk.
Oh man, yeah, Lyme disease is no joke. The voice actor for Tim does a really good cough. Put that on your resume, Tim. I do a really good cough. But no, in all seriousness, every time I listen to this, I have to drink a gulp of water to feel it in my own throat. Getting the answer right saves the rest of the family from sickness, but evidently from the lethargic son and perhaps Tim's headache, they were already infected when calling. As much as I love cats, actually I don't love cats, I just love my cats, but still, as much as I tolerate most cats, strays tend to overhunt lizards, birds, and butt heads with other suburban mammals like opossums and squirrels. You know what all those other animals have in common? They eat ticks. How ironic that cats kill the killers of what could kill them and harm their hominid family members. Nature is funny that way. You pick up on these insights when you're gardening. It's an intimidating hobby, but there's a lot of wisdom you can acquire from cultivating a tomato plant and watching it get f***ing ravaged by shithead greenhorn worms. Enough rambling. Our first day has ended. Of course, with the insight of Righty, we live to see another shift. Serpentech Home Care, home may I be of service?
Yes, I'm calling to cancel the tick and lawn services.
I'm sorry, but I already have somebody en route for your tick problem.
It seems somebody has already de-weeded half the yard.
Huh. Half the backyard's been cleaned up. By who?
Maybe some sort of weed-eating bug. I personally don't care. Just please cancel my...
Listen, we'll have our guy take care of the other half of the lawn for you. Your package includes 20 square feet of de-weeding, so you're not looking at a high ticket, if any.
Fine. That's probably a good idea anyways.
Okay, sit tight. I've got my best guy on the way to you. What's up? Maccabeus, you look good. Before starting our shift, let's check our email.
You don't know me, but I used to have your job. You are in danger. Quit today before it's too late. You don't know enough. It's not too late to quit freely. Trust me.
Now that we know that the loose condition of this game leads to us being turned into a mouse, perhaps Mike was turned into a mouse himself. This would explain why he's having trouble typing, because he needs to skitter to each key on the keyboard. If we didn't lose the game on our first day, this would be our earliest hint that we should probably unionize. In addition to the poor severance practices of Home Safety Hotline, their reward for doing well is a coupon for their own line of products.
Daily coupon bug spray. Today's daily coupon is for Home Safety Hotline bug spray. Home Safety Hotline bug spray helps you keep those bugs where they belong, outside. Just one spray keeps insects at bay. Using a state-of-the-art chemical makeup, insects are repelled by the pet-safe scent and will immediately seek the fresh air of the outdoors faster than you can shake a fly swatter at them. To receive your discount, simply type the following code during your online checkout. Buzz off. Keep up the great work, employee. From $10 to $6.
I mean, it's better than nothing. Better than becoming a mouse. Let's start our next shift on a bright, lovely Tuesday. There are some just great, I don't know what to call it, word vomit moments in this game footage that, I don't know, it's on the cusp of being too embarrassing, but it's just too funny to not include. If you're new to this channel, this happens quite a bit.
All right, Home Safety Hotline. Tuesday, innit?
Anyways, we clock in and Carol gives us another call.
Hello, it's Carol again, your supervisor. I'm calling to let you know that you have been granted access to additional household hazard information. Please be aware that this information is confidential and not to be shared with anyone outside of HSH. If you diagnose one of these hazards, we will be providing only information to the clients that is pertinent to addressing their concerns. Nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, so some of these new entries are hidden from the public, so this does not take place in an explicitly fantastical version of our world. It's more akin to something like a hidden fantasy world within a mundane one, where there are fantastical elements hidden from the population to either protect him or maintain the clandestineness of those in the know. Let's read through some more of these new entries.
Bat. Bats are a general term for a variety of species of nocturnal flying mammals. Bats can be identified by their usually large ears, wings, and dark fur. Bats most commonly find their way inside the home during their hibernation period before winter. Homeowners with a bat infestation will commonly report sounds of scratching or flapping at night, and sightings of small dry pellet droppings. Bats' dangers. Bats are more dangerous than most household pests, given their ability to fly, bite, and spread diseases such as rabies. They also commonly have associations with the ones above the soil, increasing the potential danger significantly. Bat solution. Bats are dangerous, stubborn, and difficult to remove safely, and should not be removed without the help of a professional. Use Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services.
Common association with the ones above the soil. So we have two different classifications for the ones. There's the ones beneath the soil whose patron animal is the mole, and the ones above the soil whose patron animal, or at least one animal of whom its patronage is to, is the bat. We don't learn of any other animals like bees, birds, etc. that are in patronage to the ones above the soil. As far as I know, this is really the last we ever hear anything substantial of them. But that's not going to stop me from getting floppy with it. Bats are commonly associated with vampires. So are the ones beneath the soil like druids and the ones above the soil a sort of vampiric clan? Very floppy. I would say I would keep this in mind for now, but in truth, I really don't think we're going to ever hear anything else about the ones above the soil. Maybe passing mentions, but nothing substantive. Right now, for this video, the thing that we really should be keeping in mind are the ones beneath the soil. Okay, bats. Still a familiar animal. Let's see what's next. Bed teeth?
About that prick's face when he saw it.
Bed teeth. Bed teeth are a rare kind of household fungus, known for growing in small cone-like shapes on the underside of bed sheets, blankets, or comforters. Homeowners infested with bed teeth often report mild discomforts when sleeping, such as tickling or itching, and more rarely, slimy acidic residue on their skin. Bed teeth danger. Bed teeth are not directly harmful to most humans given their brief sleeping schedule. However, they tend to gradually go sharper over time if left untreated, which can lead to infections in the open wounds that they cause. Bed teeth solutions. To prevent the growth of bed teeth, bed sheets and blankets should be washed regularly and inspected for rare, more persistent growths. Infested covers should be scrubbed thoroughly or disposed of entirely.
I really like this as the earliest alphabetical introduction to the more strange elements of the game. Bed teeth are unique in that I don't believe they have any fairy tale or fantastical linking. They seem to be a unique, almost SCP-like hazard, really kind of easing you into the unsettling sort of parallel realm of Home Safety Hotline's universe. The closest I can find in our kind of folklore would maybe be the tooth fairy and traditions of hiding your baby teeth under pillows, but aside from that, this is a very bizarre hazard and I love it. And of course, now something less bizarre, but more dangerous.
Carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide, or CO, is an invisible and odorless poisonous gas that is produced whenever a fossil fuel is burned. Carbon monoxide buildup can be caused by poorly installed or maintained stove and water heater appliances, or a result of poor ventilation. Homeowners affected by carbon monoxide poisoning will often report headaches, dizziness, or lethargy. Carbon monoxide danger. Carbon monoxide can cause death in humans and pets with enough exposure. It is a deadly, serious threat and homeowners should take precautions to prevent its buildup. Carbon monoxide solution. Homeowners affected by the poison should vacate the premises immediately and seek medical assistance. To remove the poison from the household, all windows and doors must remain open until a carbon monoxide monitor can confirm safe levels. Carbon monoxide monitors should be installed as a preventative measure and be purchased from our website.
Nothing to glean from here, just a non-animal hazard like black mold or bed teeth. Well, bed teeth is a fungi, so it's like a living organism still. Oh, but then so is black mold. So non-animal. I did say non-animal. Don't correct me. Don't correct me. No, please correct me. I actually like getting corrected. I get high off of the erms. I get high off of it, man.
Cellar growths. Cellar growths are a large species of fungi that are known to grow in dark, damp environments, such as cellars. Homeowners infested with cellar growths commonly report a slimy residue, the sound of dripping or stretching, or strange glows coming from their cellar. Cellar growth danger. As cellar growths most commonly grow on ceilings, their weight can often cause duress to a home's foundation, and as such, their removal should be prioritized. The slimy residue they drip on the floor can also be toxic to small mammals or human children. Cellar growth solution. When in their infancy, cellar growths can easily be scraped off and the affected area should be sanitized to prevent further growths. If a cellar growth starts glowing or pulsating, it is no longer safe to remove in this manner and is highly advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's fungal removal service.
This one's cool. If I were to compare it to something fantastical, it would maybe be ooze or slime monsters commonly found in RPGs like D&D. Although there really isn't anything similar in our real-world folklore. I did come across the Nupepo of Japanese folklore, which is sort of amorphous, but this actually kind of reminds me of another hazard we'll be introduced to in Home Safety Hotline. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Perhaps the emphasis on the fungal aspect is simply downstream of common magical implications of toadstools, shiitakes, etc. in folklore in many cultures. This seems to just be a mythical version of something like black mold, an immobile hazard, but let's keep an eye out for any more mushroom themings. We pick up another call.
Sorry, I'm calling to see if you might know about anything I can do to... Sorry. Anything you can do to prevent pollen from coming in the house? I think there's something seriously wrong with my ventilation or something, because I cannot stop sneezing. In the past, I haven't had problems so long as I've stayed inside, but I think something is getting in.
Please hold.
Ventilation. Carbon monoxide. Got it. What? No. Sneezing, allergies, this could be ticks maybe, but the caller would have mentioned unkempt grass and fever symptoms. The only thing I can think of is black mold. This is the consequence call if we get Mike's black mold problem incorrect. Poor guy. Allergies are no joke, black mold is no joke. Combine the two problems together, it actually cancels out into a really funny joke. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's horrible. It's horrible. But canonically, we got that answer right, so he's fine. He's doing just fine. Now let me introduce you to one of the more exciting entries or classes of entries of this game, hobs.
Common hobs.
Before jumping into hobs, I do kind of want to preface this. Hobs are kind of a tough title to put your finger on when it comes to folklore. You've got hobs, hobgoblins, goblins, brownies. From what I can find online, hobs are known for being mischievous and in some cases prone to hiding belongings. But there is a separate classification for more malevolent hobs. We'll get into them in our next shift. For now, let me introduce you to these strange critters. I'll rapid fire through all the hobs and give my thoughts on them after them.
Common hobs.
Oh shit.
Common hobs are the most common species of hob found in the household. They are a small humanoid creature with gray burlap-like skin and small vertical tufts of hair on their head. They have no false face. They are known for their tendency to consume dust, dirt, and common sticky substances found on floors and dishes, cleaning them in the process. They generally only come out at night. Hob's dangers. Hobs are not dangerous to humans on their own. If provoked, however, they are capable of mischievous acts and metamorphosis. Common hob solution. Hobs cannot be compelled to leave on their own once nested in a home. Instead, one should take measures to prevent provoking metamorphosis by leaving out a bowl of cream or milk at night. Desk hob. Desk hobs are a subspecies of hob that are known to inhabit desks, vanities, and other similar structures. They regularly like to tidy their homes and will frequently sort and order materials in the desk to their liking. They are physically smaller to other hobs, but are generally much smaller and have raspy, loose hair. They do not bear a false face. Desk hob danger. Desk hobs are not dangerous to humans if left unprovoked. Like any other hob, they are also capable of metamorphosing. Desk hob solution. Desk hobs cannot be removed once they nest. To prevent further damage, measures to prevent metamorphosis should be taken as soon as possible. It is advised to leave breadcrumbs on the desk each night before going to bed. Fracture hob. I think these are my favorite. I like their hair. They got cool hair. Fracture hobs are a subspecies of hob that are known to cause cracks and fractures in the walls of the home they inhabit. They are physically similar to other hobs in stature and size, with the exception of generally longer, wilder hair locks. They also bear a false face. Fracture hob danger. Fracture hobs are not dangerous on their own, but the fractures and cracks they cause can lead to foundational issues in the home. Like any other hob, they are also capable of metamorphosing. Fracture hob solution. Fracture hobs cannot be removed once they nest. To prevent further damage, measures to prevent metamorphosis should be taken as soon as possible. It is advised to leave out a slice of any kind of cheese each night before going to bed. Pipe hob. Pipe hobs are a subspecies of hob that are known for making homes inside tube-like structures, such as pipes. They bear no false face and are much smaller than most hobs. They will commonly emerge from their home at night and consume any dirt, grime, and hair in the surrounding area, cleaning it in the process. Pipe hob danger. Pipe hobs are not a direct danger to humans, but their physical presence can sometimes cause leaks or clogs over time. If provoked, they are also capable of mischievous acts and metamorphosis. Pipe hob solution. Pipe hobs cannot be compelled to leave on their own once nested. Instead, one should take measures to prevent provoking metamorphosis by leaving out a clipping of hair near their homes at night.
Hobs are a larger sort of subclassification of pests, capable of something called metamorphosis. In other words, evolution or transformation. We see this concept come up again multiple times in this game. For example, human beings can be forced to turn into mice, metamorphosize into mice. And now in this case, Hobbs metamorphosing into, well, we haven't gotten there yet. That'll be on our Wednesday shift. But while we're here, I do want to note that some Hobbs have false faces and some don't have false faces. All of them have these sort of slits, but like for example, the fracture Hob has something that resembles a face. Part of me wants to posit, again, this is more headcanon-y, that the false face Hobbs are a sort of sub-metamorphosis. Perhaps there's a stage between metamorphosis of regular slit Hobbs into their final form, and that would be the false face Hobbs, fracture Hobbs being one of them. You kind of already see that, right? Hobbs are cleaning things, they're kind of a little bit more mischievous, but these fracture Hobbs break things, they damage the walls. Let me just stop myself there. We'll come to learn more information about the Hob classification. For now, let's go ahead and keep playing. We pick up another call from Hunnigan.
Do you know if there's such a thing as house thieves that clean? Like, maybe to disguise the robbery? At night, I keep hearing all this noise coming from my living room, but when I go look at it, I find the place spotless, but haven't yet found anything missing. I've talked with the cops, but they keep telling me to call this number. So here I am. Is there something you can do?
Please hold.
Oh yes, we got a Hob, Let's see what it can be. It's gotta be a fracture Hob. Living rooms tend to have, a fireplace. What does that have to do with anything? There's a fireplace in the picture. No, that's too specific. It sounds like she's dealing with a regular common Hob. Here's the consequence call if we don't correctly diagnose Hunnigan's common Hob problem.
That info you sent me was useless. These cleaning crooks are still breaking into my house and taking who knows what. The cops won't help, and you're useless. So thanks for nothing.
Okay, the game plays this one close to the chest, not revealing info on the consequences of a neglected or antagonized Hob. We don't know just yet what the implications are of the metamorphosis of a Hob yet. We get another call.
Yo, Buzz Goober here. Been having a heck of a time over here. I got these snappers itching and whooping and crying all over the place. Just all over the place I got these whippersnappers yelping and whining, and I can't get a wink of sleep. She's trying to lay down over here. What you gonna do about all this? I've called about 5,500 times and y'all haven't done a thing about it.
Buzz Goober. It's my favorite of the names, Buzz Goober. Those sound effects that play and his voice pitch shift, it's hilarious. I love it. It's very, I like it. It's really good. Let's continue reading some entries.
A false beat. False beets are creatures with beet-like appearances that are known to trick gardeners into harvesting and eating them by disguising themselves among their vegetables. False beet dangers. I hate how they worded it sometimes. They're harmless unless they are harmful. False beets are harmless unless eaten by a human, at which point they will take root in the human's stomach, feeding off its nutrients for its lifetime. This can cause digestive issues and potential back problems over the course of the human's life. False beet solution. False beets only find themselves in gardens that grow beets. If you do not wish to contend with false beets, it is advised to avoid growing beets. A swallowed false beet cannot be removed without killing its host.
This is a pretty creepy hazard. I would compare this to a sort of horticulture-themed mimic, but instead of a chest that gobbles up greedy adventurers, this is a beet that gets gobbled up by hungry beet lovers. The brutality of this hazard is that once you have been affected by the beet, that's like a house music drop. Once you get affected by the beat, once you get affected by the beat. And let me go ahead, save that, because I want to make a song now. Once you get affected by the beat, there's no going back. You're screwed. The moment that you feel a symptom, it's too late. Prevention is the only key, but the fact that these are, more fantastical pests, no one's gonna prevent a false beat that they don't know exists. The Home Safety Hotline can't really do anything except tell you to stop growing beets so that more household members don't get affected.
Frozen pipes. Frozen pipes are a common household hazard during cold seasons, characterized by the water inside pipes freezing and expanding, causing stoppages, cracks, and leaks. Homeowners with frozen pipes may report strange faucet smells, banging and whistling sounds coming from the pipes, or leakage. Frozen pipe danger. Frozen pipes can lead to bursting and water damage, which can both be costly and dangerous to a home. Frozen pipe solution. Homeowners suspected of having frozen pipes should utilize Home Safety Hotline's plumbing services immediately. Prevention is key when cold season arrives. Homeowners are advised to ensure their home is sufficiently protected from the cold by checking seals, keeping the home above 55 degrees Fahrenheit, and running hot water through the pipes on a daily basis.
Just another mundane, commonplace home safety hazard. Might as well note that Home Safety Hotline provides plumbing services as well. We've got ice, now the fire.
House fires. House fires are rapid combustion reactions that can occur inside a home. They are often caused by accident when cooking or on purpose by more malicious household pests. Homeowners affected by house fires commonly report the smell of burning. House fire danger. House fires can cause severe damage to a human's skin, such as burns, and can even result in death. It can also produce carbon monoxide, which is deadly to humans. As such, its removal from a home should be made an immediate priority. House fire solution. To remove a house fire from a home, one can utilize special equipment such as fire extinguishers to snuff out the flames, or else large enough quantities of water. For large fires, it is advised to exit the home and utilize Home Safety Hotline's fire removal services.
Why would you need just call 911? How would this translate even into a call? Hi, so I'm smelling a lot of smoke and it's really hot in here. I called the police and they gave me this number. Check my shoes and it's not incendiary toe jam or a fire sprite. So could you maybe help me out here? Just fucking burning all over the place. Like might as well though mark that Home Safety Hotline does provide fire removal services. Private sector fire removal services. That's interesting.
Pipe growths. Pipe growths are a type of fungus that are known for making homes inside damp, tube-like structures, such as pipes. That's it. That's just the pipes. Pipe growths often grow slightly larger than the pipes they inhabit, and will therefore clog the pipe indefinitely until their removal. Pipe growths are known to make loud, bubbling digestion noises after they eat a full meal. Pipe growth danger. Pipe growths are known to attempt to eat anything that comes inside their domain. Most commonly, accidents occur when a human child attempts to reach their hand inside their home. Do not attempt to reach your hand inside an active pipe growth home. They are otherwise harmless to humans. Pipe growth solution. To remove a pipe growth from its home, it must be offered a replacement. Any common PVC pipe will suffice. One should garnish the inside of the replacement home with an assortment of meat, juices, and insects. Place the replacement home near one of the pipe's openings and leave it overnight. The following day, the pipe growth should be moved into its new home, where it can then be safely relocated away from the household.
Nothing of note here. This one freaked me out when I first came across it, but it's kind of harmless. The way to treat it is so funny. Just leave a PVC near one of its home pipe's openings, and next morning it just makes its way into its new home. I just find that amusing. Interesting that it's called a fungal growth, but it moves pretty quickly, overnight, and it's capable of eating, perhaps biting hands that reach into its home. I couldn't find any old folklore that refers to mushrooms or fungi that bite people.
Stair slug. Stair slugs are large, dog-sized slugs that are commonly known to occupy stairwells and basements. Homeowners infested with stair slugs commonly report a slimy residue on steps or other household incline. Stair slug danger. Stair slugs can be beneficial to a household as they frequently feed on other pests such as mice and hobs, but the slimy residue they leave behind can lead to dangerous accidents and slippage if not properly cleaned after. Stair slug solution. Should you wish to remove a stair slug from the household, one can simply surround the affected stairway with a thick barrier of salt. Do not attempt to apply salt directly. After the slug has dehydrated itself, you can dispose of its body.
I couldn't find anything that the stair slug could be derived from folklore-wise. Some cool images of old medieval depictions of giant snails caught my eye. It took me down a pretty cool rabbit hole regarding the creation tradition of the indigenous people of Nauru. An ancient spider by the name of Ariop Inap, with the help of 2 snails or slugs, freed itself from a clam, with the upper shell creating the skies above, and the lower shell, the world itself. Now just a cool rabbit hole. Perhaps this stair slug is just a derivative of giant slugs in D&D's bestiary. Let's take another call, this time from a desperate Michelle.
I don't know what's going on inside my house. I heard something crawling in the walls. I think I found teeth marks on my bedposts. I can't sleep at night knowing there's something in my house. Help me, please!
Please hold.
Heck yeah, we got another one of these creepy ones. Teeth marks on the bedpost. It's gotta be bed teeth. But she isn't reporting any itching, and the bite marks would be on her rather than the bedpost. She also mentions rustling in the walls. This is probably just a regular old pest problem. Mice? Maybe they like gnawing on stuff like bedposts? Termites? Maybe. But the caller would mention floorboards or other various household items being damaged. Carpenter ants? Bingo! Noises in the walls. Oh, but wait, there's no mention of bite marks for carpenter ants. Yeah, they'll chew through stuff, but it'll almost leave a dust rather than actual bite marks. I feel like a common house owner would describe it differently. I'm gonna have to go with mice. Mice leave distinct bite marks and are particularly noisy. Now, this is mice. This is a tricky one, and I believe this is the second one that truly stumped me on my first playthrough. The consequence doesn't even help either. Give it a listen.
It's still crawling in the walls! Those instructions you said didn't work at all! I'm going stir crazy here! I still haven't been able to sleep! I hope you all rot!
Her desperation makes it seem that the problem is a lot more sinister. Perhaps the mice that have infested her home were once humans and are trying to communicate with her. I'm jumping the gun here, but let's keep playing.
Yeah, hey, I'm calling about a noise I've been hearing in my house lately. Sounds like scratching or something. It's real quiet. So definitely some kind of pest in my walls. I've sent out all kinds of traps, but I thought one worked for a while. Then I started hearing it again this week. I thankfully haven't seen any visible damage or droppings or whatever.
Please hold.
I don't want to get this one wrong again. It's gotta be mice. No droppings, preventative measures worked for a moment, and then the problem re-emerged. The caller references scratching, but not squeaking. This one has to be carpenter ants. Here is Fred's consequence call if we don't choose carpenter ants.
Hey, yeah, thanks a bunch for the terrible advice you sent me. My kid just fell through the frickin' wall from all the damage they dealt, and we found out on our own what was going on. See you never.
This is another tricky one. I wouldn't blame you for thinking it was termites after hearing that consequence, but it is carpenter ants. We take another call, this one from Dan. This one is one of my favorites.
Do you guys handle security? I need home security installed. Someone's breaking into my house and going through all my stuff at night. I know it's Bob from accounting. He's always been envious of me. I know what you're doing, Bob. Going through my papers, taunting me with your organization skills. I need your best home security equipment. Pronto!
Please hold.
Security? He needs security? And we could probably send a detective over there, but none of these packages have anything for break-ins. Maybe an arson investigator? Let's do that. House fires. What? That just sounds like a convoluted excuse to get this one wrong on purpose. This one is pretty obvious. Clearly we are dealing with a hob here. They like to clean and tidy things, but what kind of hob? There is mention of specifically papers and things being organized, instead of outright being cleaned up. The caller thinks it's his coworker organizing his things. A common hob would just clean the whole room or area. This sounds like a desk hob. And here is Dan's consequence call if we fail to choose the desk hob.
It wasn't Bob from accounting. It wasn't Bob at all. I saw it scurry away. Why didn't you warn me? What is this nonsense info you sent me? Why is it growing bigger? Get away! Stay back!
If you got this one wrong, this would be a great tonal leap forward. Super freaky. However, the fact that this demise starts with him saying, "It wasn't Bob from accounting," it's just gallows levels funny.
It wasn't Bob from accounting!
But yeah, we get a sneak peek into what metamorphosis looks like, or I guess sounds like. Dan, in this case, witnesses the desk hob growing and is evidently attacked and is likely killed by its evolved larger hob form. We won't have to wait too long before knowing what this hazard is, because our day ends, and again, because Righty did such a good job, we get 100% accuracy. So how's the shirt fitting you? Home Safety Hotline. Don't we work for Serpent Tech? Kid, you're part of a whole generation. Before we unionized, they made us buy our own uniforms, if you could believe it. That shit got expensive. The kind of stuff we'll be getting into, the stains, forget about it. And mind you, we had to come into work every day with clean, fresh clothing. So, the Pest Control Workers Union negotiated with Serpent Tech and all the other big companies. We were allowed to wear uniforms from previous companies so long as they weren't in business. That's to avoid confusion, of course. Home Safety Hotline. What caused them to go tits up? If you could believe it, I used to work for these pricks. They didn't really go tits up, more like tits under. So, I was the only one that got laid off. Not bad enough to get unemployed, fired prematurely, but not good enough to become junior supervisor. Forget about it. They got what they were looking for in the end. Greedy pricks. Anyways, enough of my agita. First assignment, real simple, lawn care, a tick problem, or at least tick prevention. Serpent Tech Home Care, this is Hammer. How may I be of care to you?
Hi. So, there's this homeless guy in our backyard. He doesn't look too good. I called the cops, but they won't go near him, and they gave me this number. He's just sitting there, motionless. He looks like, smells like he's dying. Or maybe he's already dead? He might need help.
Okay, stay inside, we'll send somebody over. Hammer, how's your rash?
Have you taken care of your first assignment yet?
Tick prevention, lawn care. Nope, still on our way.
Damn.
I got another call. Somebody in your area. I'll see if I can send somebody else.
No, hold on, we can take it.
We? Yeah, I'm with a new guy, Mac. Oh, that's good. Well, listen, maybe you can go ahead and have Mac take care of the lawn care and you can take care of this other thing. Just swing over a couple of blocks. They've got a real problem. They thought it was a squatter, a homeless person, but I think it might be a... Wait.
Am I on speaker?
Well, yeah, I'm driving.
Well, take me off.
The kid's too green to be hearing
Any of this shit.
Hold on 1 second, Hammer, I got you. Sorry about this, kid. What is it? Oh, get butts. I can already smell it already. There's nobody in the area with a high enough clearance rate. It's gotta be you. Don't send the kid. You'll be putting him in danger. Potentially putting me in danger. All right.
I need a clearance.
I got it.
Don't send
The kid. Get out, kid. This isn't Maple Street. This is that other thing. I'll take care of the lawn stuff. You just investigate. Will you get anything from the trunk? Nope. Just confirm that the squatter is dead, and then confirm that it's not dead. What? That don't make any sense now, but it will soon. And if it does, kind of pry with the homeowners. See if they pissed off anybody recently. Don't mention sorcery, magic, or whatever. Why would I? But if they mention it on their own, that's the source of the problem. Anything, brujeria, santeria, voodoo, hoodoo, anything mystical, that's the source of their problem. Once you figure out who might be sending this squatter, who might be hexing this household, sit tight, I'll be here by then, and we'll figure this out. Don't try to fix anything, just investigate. I apologize if this is unsightly. Actually, I don't know if this will come up. Yeah, it's definitely going to come up. I'm a sweaty boy. I'm a big sweaty boy. I'm a water-type YouTuber. It's Wednesday now. Let's go ahead and check our emails.
From Mike at homesafetyhotline.mail. It's too late for you now. They gave you access to more info, didn't they? I warned you. If you end up like me, join me in this hole. They haven't found me yet. It's safe here.
This confirms that Mike was definitely transformed into a mouse, likely from getting too many calls incorrect, and is hiding somewhere in our workplace.
Notice, network errors. Attention call team. Our network team is migrating our backend services over to a new hosting provider this week, so you may experience some occasional network errors over the next few days. Please be sure you are studying your information entries carefully while you still have access in case the network goes down while you are on the phone with a client. You will still be expected to provide accurate answers to our callers regardless of the network status. Sincerely, Home Safety Hotline Corporate.
This email simply warns that we are going to be having some challenge segments where we won't be able to read entries while tending to certain callers. This won't affect the video too much. That being said, we're on day 3. It's still not too late. There is still a whole week and dozens of calls for you to solve on your own. If you've got the time and resources, I highly recommend giving this game a try. We still got our emails and a video to watch, so mull over it a bit. It's worth every penny.
Daily coupon. Used horseshoe. Our stock of used horseshoes are as reliable as they are rusty. 90% of our supply are verifiably forged from real iron. Supplies run out quickly, so stock up while you can. To receive your discount, simply type the following code in your online checkout. A great deal for sure. Keep up the great work, employee. From $20 to $17. So stupid.
Horseshoe. A common symbol for good luck. A cousin of the clover. I'm reminded of Heroes in Might and Magic. The luck stat is symbolized by a horseshoe in that game. In case you're curious, Necropolis, all the way. Or Swampland. Swamplands are pretty cool too. And before starting our shift, we still have another video to watch. This one, a taped recording of real estate prices. There is some very clever foreshadowing here, and perhaps a launching pad into what I might think is the overarching narrative of this game. Also, trigger warning, affordable home prices. The first home is pretty unassuming, with a price that doesn't really stick out for mid-90s prices. The second home is priced higher, which makes sense. It's larger with more beds and bath. However, the video glitches for a moment, which is analog horror for something odd is on the screen. And if we look closely, there is something odd. The door is just left ajar, almost like the sellers of the home may have left in a hurry or abandoned the home, but perhaps they're hoping to make some of the capital back on the sale, retaining some of that equity by not disclosing why they are selling this in the first place. This is something we'll get back to. Keep this in mind. This home is even bigger and more expensive. Despite the video glitching out, I can't seem to see anything amiss with this home. And it wouldn't be a proper analog horror if we didn't suddenly hear a public service announcement alert.
This is a missing persons alert. Authorities are currently looking for missing child Robbie Parker, male, brown hair, approximately 4 feet tall, last seen wearing a yellow shirt, brown shorts, and white tennis shoes. Suspect is described to be approximately 6 feet tall, barefoot, wearing a large bush or shrub on their person. Last seen at approximately 10:25 a.m. Please report any unusual activity to your local authorities.
Oh geez, that's effed up. We'll come to learn that the kidnapped child is likely dead. The suspect wearing a bush is not a human suspect, but a hazard we will soon be familiarized with. While the PSA was going, we see a few more real estate entries. A very affordable 2-story home, sizable and cheap. Why is that? Well, there seems to be a crap ton of autumn leaves polluting the home. This could be a foreshadowing of another hazard we won't see until way later in the game. That could be what's tanking the home value. But, we see another home, but nothing really sticks out here. It's still very cheap though. And then, oh man, just the thought of a $12,000 nature hovel. Oh, so cool to me. However, chances are the reason it's so cheap is because the insane overgrowth. Evidently, some sort of overgrowing nature-themed hazard has taken over this home. One thing I noticed about all of these homes, however, is they seem to all be well under the median price of homes in the USA in 1996. Now, I'm no economist. These prices could probably just be simply explained away with location, size, age of the house, etc. However, let's get floppy for a second. One of the primary angsts that defines my generation, at least here in the US, is the reality of being priced out of homes. Again, I'm no economist. I don't know the core cause of all of this, but I can imagine common sense just tells me old and new money buying up houses for speculation purposes and lodging purposes. It's turned our housing economy into something truly horrific. And so capturing that, we can actually appraise, honestly, the true horror of Home Safety Hotline. In Home Safety Hotline's world, the prices are actually quite low. It's because Americans in Home Safety Hotline's universe are not being priced out, but forced out by rampant armies, various factions of mythical to us, reality to them, creatures of the forest, of the sky, mythical beasts, and not in the Rhett and Link variety. In a way, we can kind of see something similar happen in our world in that livability becomes a commodity. I can conceptualize in the Home Safety Hotline world as hobgoblins and spriggans and vines and sprites take one house after another. The few houses that remain untouched, basic houses, a roof over your head, becomes the hottest of commodities. But this is a life or death kind of situation. Nobody's going to be selling the home that's keeping them away from the home safety hazards. And so instead of people weighing options, good school, nice pricing, starter home, oh, I don't know, honey. What do you feel about night gnomes? Babe, the house is beautiful, but there's a portal in the wine closet. Honey, you'll have to keep your brassieres in storage. We've got a troll in the backyard. All right, babe, but if we take our son to the dentist, keep him away from that thing in the basement. Foreshadowing, a lot of foreshadowing with that bit. When you really start to look at all these home safety hazards, it's not like, ooh, ooky, spooky, creepy analog horror, which that's great too, but more like the reality of it, the real estate reality of it. Oh, is that why they call it real estate? Because it's real? It's just, it's a very unique blend of horror that I genuinely really like. I wasn't expecting to get floppy with this game. I still got it. Let's clock in. If we don't work, we'll have no hope of buying such cheap home. We get a call from our supervisor, Carol.
Hello, Supervisor Carol here again. We've updated your permissions. You should now have access to more extensive information to work with for your future calls. Please be sure to read these new entries carefully so you can continue providing our clients with accurate diagnoses. Please remember that this information is strictly confidential and not to be shared with anyone unless pertinent to a caller's needs. Thank you.
Let's take a look at our new, oh God almighty, is that Bleasdale Farmhouse? Can you give me a sign? No, in all seriousness, that's the fabled Boggart. If there were ever a mascot for this game, it would be this horrid beast. Take a listen to the audio entry.
A Bogart, or Boggart.
Oh, that's so screwed. Rest in peace to whoever recorded that audio.
Boggarts is the general term for a metamorphosed hob. They are large, hairy humanoids between 6 to 7 feet tall and bear fairly convincing false faces. They are known for causing household accidents such as flooding, fires, or electrical outages. They also frequently observe their targets when they sleep. Danger. Boggarts are extremely dangerous when... Boggarts are extremely dangerous to humans and pets due to their malicious nightly household activities, which can often cause injury or death. They also react very violently when being seen by humans, but thankfully these instances are rare as they excel at staying hidden. Boggart solution. Do not, under any circumstances, refer to an active boggart by any name. Once you become aware of its presence, simply vacate the premises. Provided you do not speak of the boggart at any time in any fashion, it will remain in its original location.
Again, in our world, the classification for hobgoblins, boggarts, and hobs is pretty varied. Some describe boggarts as bestial, some as humanoid, some as goblin-like, and some as specter-like, demonic even. Night Signal decided to do sort of a mixture, and also, honestly, a unique twist in Home Safety Hotline's boggart. Note that hobs start off by tidying up rooms, desks, and pipes, and when they metamorphosize, they do the opposite. They're destroying the home, wreaking havoc. The light mischief that a hob might partake in becomes far more dire. At best, the home is damaged, but in worst case scenarios, the homeowner, or really any dweller in the home, will die if they catch a glimpse of that boggart and refer to it by any name. Speaking of which, I recall in my preliminary research some sort of mention of a superstition against giving a name to a boggart. This might be kind of downstream of a larger sort of tradition of being averse to naming ghosts, demons, and stuff like that so that they don't have an attachment to you or you don't have an attachment to it. But that's a very vague recollection. My research skills sadly just aren't as refined just yet. But I'll put in my sources, of course, the Wikipedia page for the boggart, and also this really cool census I found that kind of went over different regions of, I believe, Yorkshire, or I think just larger England, and how each sort of tradition of the boggart varies. Actually, yeah, going back to what I was talking about regarding not naming the boggart, we do kind of see a similar kind of reversal in the story of Rumpelstiltskin, this mythical, grotesque, malicious creature that loses its power when you figure out his name. But enough of my rambling. We now have the boggart, the king of the hob metamorphosizing class. In the meantime, keep in mind my little working theory about the false face hobs being a sort of middling metamorphic stage between the tinier hobs and the full-blown boggart.
False artifact. False artifacts are seemingly human-designed objects that can manifest suddenly inside of a home. They are known for making gentle buzzing sounds that can usually only be heard by very young human children or small animals. Homeowners with false artifacts often report out-of-place objects or missing children or pets. False artifact danger. False artifacts, while not a direct threat to adult humans, can pose a significant risk to small human children and animals. Should a child or pet be left alone with a false artifact, they are at risk of being encased within. Once encased, no noise made by the prey can be heard. While digestion can take upwards of several years to complete, starvation can be a more pressing concern. Solution. Once a false artifact has been identified, removal is as simply as physically moving the object out of one's home. Home Safety Hotline pest removal services should be called to come and remove the object. Should a pet or loved one already be encased within, one can utilize a memory wisp to speed up the grieving process.
Oh, that's messed up. You can see a screaming foggy face in the TV, and even a tiny handprint. This world is grim. Children seem to be the most vulnerable to these vile creatures. Makes sense though. Folklore typically was employed to scare children into behaving. The false artifact is interesting. I'm reminded again of the D&D Mimic, but only vaguely. This could be an original idea cooked up by Night Signal, more in line with the more SCP-like inspiration, rather than the folklore or D&D bestiary inspiration. Much like the false beat, the false artifact is one of those grim hazards that once the symptoms are in play, it's really too late. I can't see anybody noticing anything amiss until consuming a false beat, or losing a child or pet to a false artifact. Also, there's mention of a memory wisp used to help the family members cope with losing somebody to a false artifact. We will learn more about those memory wisps soon.
False rose bushes. False rose bushes are large plant-like creatures that most commonly take on the appearance of a red rose bush. In place of roots, these creatures have two small humanoid feet that they use to chase down prey. Homeowners with false rose bushes sometimes report missing pets or children. Danger. False rose bushes pose incredible danger to homeowners with children or pets, as their diet consists of small mammals, and they are known to be fast and efficient hunters. Homeowners without children or pets face a reduced risk, as they cannot swallow whole anything larger than themselves. Solution: to remove a false rose bush from a garden that they have inhabited, it is advised to keep children or pets from venturing outside within its hunting range for an extended period. If a false rose bush goes more than 1 month without eating, it will move on to a new territory on its own.
Of course, this is the foreshadowed hazard from the PSA. Not much to glean from here, but I found a possible mythical inspiration for the false rose bush, the man-eating plant trope. However, I realized something. Children are a particularly vulnerable demographic in the home safety hotline world. Very Roald Dahl-esque, you know, the witches and stuff like that. Oh yeah, we even got the transformation into the mice. I was mainly thinking about the whole witch concept, but yeah, we even have that too. That's more on the nose, if anything. I wonder, is there some sort of Hansel and Gretel-like witch cult that preys on children in Home Safety Hotline? Probably not. Probably these are all just motifs that point towards the general fairy tale concept. After all, a lot of these were developed, in theory, to make sure children behave. And after all, Carol seems too sweet to want to hurt children. Make sure you put that on my weekly report.
Lamp Sprite. Lamp sprites are a common subspecies of sprite that make their homes inside lamp fixtures. They are known for causing lamps they inhabit to flicker or burn hotter, sometimes causing a burning smell in the home. Lamp sprite danger. Lamp sprites are not dangerous to humans unless provoked. Do not, under any circumstances, turn off the lamp or attempt to reach your hand inside the lamp when actively inhabited. Lamp sprite solution. Lamp sprites will leave on their own once their lamp of choice goes out on its own. At this point, they will attempt to seek out a new lamp. To prevent a lamp sprite from rehoming itself, ensure all household lamps are turned off until the expiration period. When the lamp sprite fails to find an active lamp, it will leave the home on its own.
We get our first of a new subclassification of pests called the sprites, specifically in this case the lamp sprite. Now, it's not mentioned here, but sprites are typically responsible for, I'm applying a morality to it, responsible for spreading something called fey flu. Now, in this case, the fey flu is not mentioned. Does that mean that the lamp sprite just runs so hot that it kills any germs that could spread? Or maybe it's just not in its nature. It's more of a hot-headed pyromaniac sprite, and spreading disease is just a bit too highfalutin. We'll get an answer to that question and a better understanding of the larger sprite classification as time goes on. Don't you worry.
Note: due to clerical error, the audio sample provided above is incorrect. This issue will be corrected by the end of the month. Memory wisps are invisible and odorless household wisps that are known for removing memories from the home and its homeowners. Homeowners infested with memory wisps will often report missing pictures, photo albums, and the inability to remember the faces of loved ones. Memory wisp danger. Memory wisps are not a danger to the physical health of humans. However, their ability to affect human memory can sometimes lead to household accidents or reckless activity. Solution: memory wisps will move out of the house on their own once they have stolen away the inhabitants' memories. There is no need for further action.
Well, that sucks. The moment you have a memory wisp, it's too late. You're screwed. Basically, all you're calling the home safety hotline for is coping mechanisms. We pick up another call from David.
There's something in the basement. I've seen it. It's huge, almost as big as my dog. It doesn't hiss or growl or anything, but I haven't gotten close enough to it to find out what it is, since it's always just lurking out of sight from the top of the stairs. I need someone to come get this thing out of my basement as soon as possible. I've locked the door since I can still hear the steps creaking under its weight down there.
Please hold.
This is simple. It's lingering on the stairs going down into his basement. And look, there are stairs in this picture for the cellar growth. Yeah, but nothing about the cellar growth is contingent on lingering above stairs. That just happens to be in this picture. And even if this picture is an accurate representation of David's living situation, look, it's hanging from the ceiling. What David is dealing with has got to be a stair slug. It's making noises on the stairs. This is David's consequence call if we didn't choose the stair slug.
Horrible. I followed your instructions, but it's not what you said it would be. I think it's angry at me. I hear it slithering this way. No!
how the hell does one get murked by a slug climbing upstairs? They're supposed to be harmless unless you directly pour salt on them. Otherwise, I don't know, they're kind of adorable. Imagine having a pet stair slug, that'd be pretty epic. Oh, another caller. Peter.
Hey, I've been hearing some really weird noises coming from the bathroom faucet recently. I'm not sure what it could mean. It just makes this nasty sound anytime I run it, along with this, nasty smell.
Please hold.
Well, the pipe growth makes loud bubbling noises and clogs pipes indefinitely. It also seems to eat anything. It could explain the bad smells. Okay, pipe growth. What? Listen, I was gonna choose roof duende, but your answer made more sense. On second thought, let's rule out the more common problem. Frozen pipes. Oh, yeah, look. There's explicit mention of odd smells and strange noises. And after all, if this was a pipe growth, the caller would have mentioned the pipes totally clogged. I think we've got a match. This is Peter's consequence if we don't choose the frozen pipes.
I don't know what this weird info you sent me means, but I tried it and, it didn't fix the faucet. I'm calling a plumber. Thanks a lot for wasting my time.
Nothing to glean from here.
Mirror nymph. Mirror nymphs are a subspecies of nymph that are known for stealing the likeness of homeowners and passerbys. They are generally small, faceless and voiceless humanoids carrying a large mirror that they beckon to others to look into. Homeowners afflicted by mirror nymphs commonly report not being able to recognize their own face. Danger. Mirror nymphs, although a nuisance, are not a direct danger to humans. Solution. Mirror nymphs will wander to different locations provided nobody looks into their mirror. Affected homeowners can restore their likeness by catching the mirror nymph and breaking its mirror with an iron implement. As far as folklore inspiration is concerned, I'm not entirely sure what the mirror nymph could be inspired off of. Again, it sort of strikes me as a purely original, really cool kind of SCP-like idea that Night Signal cooked up.
This reminds me of the mirror deviants in this new MMO I've been playing, Once Human. With those enemies, you don't want to attack the mirror. Shout out to any fellow mayflies. It's a fun game. There are only a couple of hazards called nymphs in this game. This is one of them. But unlike the world of Home Safety Hotline, this whiteboard has ample real estate, so might as well use it and note this subclassification.
T-sprites.
The noise T-sprites make is my favorite. You can hear the straw-sucking noise they make, likely when drinking your treasured oolong.
T-sprites are a subspecies of sprite that are known to feed off of tea and tea leaf residue. Homeowners infested with the T-sprites commonly report leaf-like droppings and sounds of fluttering near kitchens. Danger. T-sprites are not directly dangerous to humans, but they are known to spread various deadly diseases, including the fatal Fey flu, and should be removed as soon as possible. Solution. T-sprites can be removed with various common household pesticides and traps, provided they are baited with tea leaves. To avoid further infestations, be sure to always clean up teacups, kettles, and mugs after use.
I swear. The T-sprite is not dangerous to humans, but it's capable of spreading the Fey flu. I do want to point out that in this entry, the Fey flu is described as fatal, which doesn't match up with the actual Fey flu hazard entry we will come to read later in this game. Now, this could just be a simple error, perhaps early in this game's conceptualization. Night Signal wanted to make the Fey flu fatal, and then changed it to non-fatal, a bit more broader when the game was shipped out, and just never went back and changed the T-sprite entry. Or perhaps by emphasizing a fatality to the Fey flu, people are going to be extra careful around sprites. Regardless, we haven't unlocked the Fey flu entry just yet. We'll keep that in the back of our mind for now. I've spent so much time talking about the Fey flu that we're actually supposed to be talking about the T-sprite. What can I say about the T-sprite? I really like the noise it makes, the suction noise. This is one of two sprites that sucks liquid, that likes to drink liquid. That's got me thinking, what if there was a coffee sprite? That would be nuts. Or a barista duende. Now that would be nuts. Write that down.
Toilet hob, otherwise known as duendes de caca. Toilet hobs are a subspecies of hob that are known for homing inside toilets. They bear false faces and have two separate clumps of wispy hair on each side of their heads. Like most hobs, they tend to clean their homes when they are active at night, keeping the toilets they inhabit nearly spotless. Danger. Toilet hobs are not dangerous on their own, but their physical presence within the toilet they inhabit may result in plumbing problems over time, such as leaks or clogs. Like any other hob, they are also capable of metamorphosing. Toilet hob solution. Toilet hobs cannot be removed once they nest. To prevent further danger, measures to prevent metamorphosis should be taken as soon as possible. It is advised to leave an egg near the toilet each night before going to bed.
So, toilet hobs bear false faces. If we consider for a moment my little pet theory that false face hobs are sort of minor metamorphosed versions of the non-false faced hobs, then we actually see a pretty interesting link here. Toilet hobs and pipe hobs. Naturally, once the sink is clean and the hob has outgrown its starter home, it's going to want to move into some more dirtier real estate, being the toilet, the pooper. And there are just some patterns that sort of develop as we play this game. Just you wait.
Unicorn fungus. Unicorn fungi are a rare horn-shaped fungus that are known to grow on the heads of furry mammals and household pets. They often affect the animal's disposition, causing them to be drawn to the soil. Homeowners often report their pets furiously digging around inside their home. Danger. Unicorn fungi are not directly harmful to human, but they can often lead to other household problems, such as broken floorboards, uprooted plants, or waking up other things beneath the soil. Solution. Unicorn fungi will go away after a few months on its own without treatment, but can be treated with cryotherapy or removed surgically if removal needs expediting. To prevent unicorn fungi from developing, regularly bathe your pet, especially after outdoor activities.
I'm really proud of knowing what this could likely be based off of. The jackalope, or horned rabbit, is a mythical creature. However, rabbits and hares inflicted with a specific papillomavirus grow horned papules around their head, much like the unicorn fungi grows on the head of house pets in Home Safety Hotline. I won't show images of the papilloma-infected rabbits because they're just heartbreaking. It reminds me of mange, rabies, and chronic wasting disease. It's all effed up. So the fact that the unicorn fungi is pretty harmless to the animal is a breath of fresh air. Note that the unicorn fungi changes the eye color of the animal it's infecting. That's a theme I'll keep touching on throughout this video, but for the purposes of this whiteboard, it also compels the dog or the animal to dig into the ground. One of the cautionary side effects of its incessant digging would be disturbing the ones beneath the soil. Could this just mean that its incessant digging could destroy one of the homes of the beloved moles? Or, if the dog dug far enough, it might stumble into something quite interesting. Let's keep playing. That's a good pug. I like that pug, by the way. Now that's class. We pick up another call, this time from Quaid. Some real good voice acting takes place here.
My wife. I can't. Her face. It's gone. It's gone. My wife. I can't see her face. I can't see her face! She's dead and I can't see her face! They're all gone, it's all gone.
Please hold.
Stole her face, huh? Sounds like a mirror nymph. Aces. No, the hint is in the actual call. The caller can't see his wife's face, but she's dead. You might think that the hazard killed his wife or took her face, but the mirror nymph isn't violent. The wife died long ago. Notice how he says, they're all gone. He's not referring to his wife's face being stolen from the body, but all instances where he could otherwise see her face. Photos, memories. We are dealing with a memory wisp. This is the consequence if we don't choose memory wisp.
What are these useless instructions you sent me?
I still can't remember her. I still can't see her face.
Remember, there is no cure to the amnesia that the memory wisp causes, so even though we do get Quaid's call correct after all, his situation remains unchanged. Only difference is when we get it right, we don't get to hear about it any further. Some help we are. We get a call from our dear prankster, now known as Fred Pinball.
Hey, name's Fred Pinball. I'm calling to lodge a complaint against your place of business up there. I have never seen such a big old mess left behind by your pest control team. Just tons of twigs, sticks, and pebbles. Sod, and I ain't putting up with it no more. I got sawdust coming out my drawers here. I'd have grabbed you by the goober and smacked you around till next Sunday. Now, what's you gonna do? What's you gonna do to make this right?
Prank calls, a lost start. Let's keep playing.
Whistling fungi. Whistling fungi are small mushroom-like growths with many small holes in their caps that frequently grow through drywall gaps and cracks. Homeowners infested with whistling fungi often report a dissonant whistling coming from their walls. Danger. Warning. If you ever hear whistling fungi singing in harmony, evacuate your home immediately. Whistling fungi are rarely dangerous to humans, but their growth can cause foundational problems. Solution. If whistling fungi ever sing in harmony, evacuate your home immediately and do not return for any reason. Otherwise, whistling fungi can be removed with common weed killers or by utilizing Home Safety Hotline's fungal removal services. To prevent a whistling fungal infection, ensure there are no open cracks in your home.
When I first came across this entry, I thought the hazard of the whistling fungi's unified singing was the collapse of the house for some reason. But the actual consequences of the unified singing of the whistling fungi is a mystery. The ramifications are unknown.
Wine sprite. Wine sprites are a subspecies of sprite that are known for consuming wine. They are small, large-eyed winged creatures with translucent skin that often appears red while they are feeding. They have a long proboscis that they use to drink. Homeowners infested with wine sprites commonly report broken glasses and their wine having a rotten taste and smell. Danger. Wine sprites are not directly dangerous to humans, but they are known to spread various deadly diseases, including the fatal Fey flu, and should be removed as soon as possible. Solution. Wine sprites can be removed with various common household pesticides and traps, provided they are baited with wine. To avoid further infestations, be sure to always clean wine glasses and containers immediately after use.
Now, it's hard to make out, but if you look closely, you can see bulbous eyes and a long sucking proboscis on the wine sprite. And I really like this take on sprites. It makes sense that the fluttering fairy, when translated into something a bit more grounded and realistic, would look more like a bug with translucent wings, a long sucker or teeth that bite and suck and spread fey flu. It's really great. You see, in our world, fairies don't exist, so we like to think like, oh, it'd be so cool if you had a fairy best friend. But when it comes to mice and cockroaches and stuff like that, we're like, ew, gross. But imagine in a parallel universe where they had fairies and gnomes, but they didn't have mice and gophers. I can imagine they're like, oh, how cool would it be to have like a little big-eared cute furry pet, or one that digs in the ground all over the place. But when it comes to gnomes and fairies, pests. They just screw up my garden, shit all over the place. I just like it. It tickles me. It tickles me that in this universe, it spells out a bit more of a realistic situation with mythical creatures. Anyways, let me move on.
Wood secretions. Wood secretions are a pink, viscous liquid substance that can sometimes form from wood that has been mistreated. It is known to drip from wooden materials, such as furniture or walls, causing a sticky pooling buildup. Danger. Wood secretions can be deadly to humans, causing a rapid translation of flesh if ingested. Keep animals and human children away from secretions at all costs, as its foul odor will be interpreted as a sweet candy-like smell to them, making them particularly susceptible to accidental ingestion. Solution. Once started, wood secretions will continue indefinitely. To remove the hazard from a home, the offending wood should be replaced entirely. To prevent wood from entering the secretion stage, ensure good care is taken towards wood in the home. And refrain from scratching, knocking, or banging on wooden surfaces. Do not ever insult or shout at wood.
I respect wood. I revere wood. I'm considerate of wood.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this entry is more SCP-like, less folklore-inspired, I'd wager. I believe translation of the flesh is to be interpreted as petrification of flesh, or perhaps translation into something akin to wood. We get another call from Harvey.
Hi? I have no idea what's happening. My sheets are growing nasty sharp things on them, and my legs itch like crazy. Do I need to be showering more often or something? I usually shower like once a week for my skin health, so maybe that's it?
Please hold.
This is a no-brainer. Sharp teeth growing on the blanket. Bed teeth. Here, I'll speedrun it. Ah! Wrist spasm. Shit! I picked the wrong one. What a contrived bit. Wrist spasm. I'll go ahead and select the right one. Bed teeth. This is an easy one. I can imagine many players are eager enough to choose the creepier oddities, so the moment anybody sees mention of sharp growths, they'll know it's bed teeth. However, this is the consequence call if we happen to get this one wrong.
Hi, so I've been sleeping on the couch, and now the pointy things are on the blanket I'm using, and my legs are burning now. I have no idea what the point was of that stupid info packet you sent me, but it's definitely coming from me. Guess I have to shower every day now. Thanks for making me figure this out on my own.
That sucks, but luckily these consequences are for demonstration purposes only, and we continue with a perfect score.
Hello? I was told to call this number to ask about my problem. The wall in my bedroom doesn't look right near the bottom. The bottom of the wall has some cracks, or maybe it's peeling. I'm not sure. I have a cat named Whiskers, and sometimes he likes to sharpen his claws at the couch, but he would never do that to the wall. He knows just how naughty that would be.
Please hold.
Oh boy, cracks towards the bottom of the wall. We got ourselves another hob, this time a fracture hob. Listen, I get it. I'm excited about all these kooky, spooky new entries, the hobs especially, but this sounds like a normal pest problem. Peeling paint, holes in the dry wall, these are termites. This is the consequence call if we don't choose termites.
Hello? I followed every instruction your people sent me, but I'm still getting cracks on my wall. My daughter has called pest control, and she told me not to call you anymore for help. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Also, I want to note her cat named Whiskers. Keep this in mind. You'll actually see this cat again later in the game. We get another call and... oh, this one's good. Tricky, too.
Do you think this is some kind of joke? Last week, I called you guys about some weird noises I had coming from my living room, and the info package you sent me said something about leaving out a bowl of cream? What kind of joke is that? It's been a week now that I've been dealing with this racket, no thanks to you, and now we're starting to have power outages. Your employee's stupid joke is now probably going to cost me who knows how much in repair costs. So talk to your manager and tell them they owe me big time. You figure out what's going on in my house, and you figure it out now!
Please hold.
Bowls of cream? Dumbass didn't follow the instructions. Prick thinks he knows better. Tell him the same thing as last time. It's a common hob. Put the cream in a bowl, out for the hob, or it's gonna be a boggart issue. But what if it's already become a boggart issue? Think about it. He thought the instructions sent last time were too silly. He probably took the problem into his own hands, and now he's experiencing power outages. Common symptoms of boggarts. The common hob he was dealing with has now metamorphosized into a boggart. Righty is correct. However, this would be the consequence call if we chose anything but the boggart.
It's in my bedroom right now. It's watching me. I think it wants something from me. It's coming closer. It's coming for me. Oh, God!
Night Signal spoils us with 2 consequence calls demonstrating boggart attacks. Unfortunately, Gary's fate is still negatively affected, even with the correct answer, for he will eventually have to move out of his home. Perhaps he'll have to sell it for cheap. However, we will see examples of home buyers not being disclosed of home hazards by the previous owners. It's a cruel thing. Preserving the equity but putting the next buyer in danger. I want to note that when Dan gets killed by the desk hob turned into a boggart, the noise he makes when he dies or gets caught by the boggart is like, it's all glitchy. It's like, get back, stay back. It's like, it's glitchy. We don't hear that with this specific call, probably because the line is cut right before the caller is caught by the boggart. But nonetheless, it's really cool that boggarts have this sort of glitchy aspect to them. This game is partially also inspired from analog horror, these sort of weird, creepy, ghostly mergings with technology. It's just a fun little stylistic thing I enjoy. Honestly, I'd love to see just the whole series or just a game about boggarts themselves. They seem really creepy. Of course, with Righty at the helm, we finish the day with a gold star and clock out. He's over there. He hasn't moved in the past couple days. I think he's dead. It's okay. I'll handle it. Oh, poor bastard. Yeah, he's a goner. Okay, I'll go ahead and have them call the coroner. Oh, shit. So, good news, he's actually alive. Okay, that's good. Have you made any new enemies lately? What? Disagreements with family members, co-workers, neighbors, anybody who might be into weird stuff? Nobody. I don't like drama. What about eccentric relatives? My brother. He was into some really weird stuff, maybe the occult. He was a magician. We called him Crazy Eyes. Whenever he was reaching the pinnacle of some magic trick, his eyes would go all crazy. But I wouldn't consider him an enemy. He was protective. He loved me. Hold on. Past tense? He passed away not too long ago. Sorry for your loss. No, it's okay. Something tells me if he was still around, he wouldn't stand for this, whatever this is. I don't get it. This place is spotless. I can't see a single weed. Oh, okay, hold on. It seems to cut off right over there. It's like it's in progress or something. Might as well finish what was started. Sorry, kid. Nothing personal. Shit. Hello?
Hey, I'm calling to lodge a complaint.
Listen, buddy, I'm kind of busy. Can you call back later?
Is this Toaster Simmons? I recently bought a Duendometer from you guys. Had a real ass goblin problem infestation, if you got what I mean.
Ass goblins?
Got what I mean? Got what I mean? Yeah, I calibrated it to my Iron Forge smoker, and it's making all kinds of noises. And I just wanted to know if there was a problem with what I was smoking.
Sounds like you've been smoking, pal.
I loaded up my smoker with all kinds of bacon and fat back and cold cuts, and all the porks go rotten to the core. The pork to the core.
Listen, buddy, I don't handle...
So I was thinking what we could do to make this right.
Listen, buddy, I don't handle customer service issues. Call somebody else.
But sure, we need to make this right.
Make what right?
I can't stop smoking the chicken and the pork. The pork debacle. The pork debacle.
Try prank calling this, you son of a bitch! Serpentine Home Care, this is Hammer. How may I be of service to you?
Greetings. I'm
calling because, well, I don't know how to say this without sounding crazy. At first I thought I was misplacing things, but I started to notice something strange with my bathroom mirror. I see somebody who I don't recognize staring back at me. His eyes. I'm very confused. He looks very angry at me. Maybe my tenant is playing a trick on me? I can't explain. Just send somebody over, please.
All my field workers are occupied, unfortunately, but I'll send somebody over as soon as they're available. You just sit tight and stay safe. Let's get right into day 4. We check our email to see a new addition to our Home Safety Hotline family.
Introducing our new office pet. Hello, Home Safety Hotline family. We're excited to introduce to all of you our brand new office pet, Whiskers. Whiskers is loyal, friendly, and is as serious about pest control as we are. Please give Whiskers a warm welcome if you see him wander by your desk. Note, please refrain from picking up or feeding Whiskers, as he's still getting to know everyone in the office, and has scheduled feeding times. Sincerely, Home Safety Hotline Corporate. Look at this little goober.
Whiskers. That's the name of the collar's cat previously, the one about termites. Did Home Safety Hotline commandeer Wanda's fur baby? Well, regardless, our ex-coworker Mike, the one who got fired and turned into a mouse, is probably not going to like this new security guard.
Daily Coupon, Silver Medallion. Congratulations, employee, your high accuracy rate has awarded you today's Daily Coupon, the Silver Medallion. This medallion is 100% pure silver and comes free with an iron chain for convenience. For safety both in and out of the home, never let the medallion leave your sight. Supply is limited to 1, so get it while you can. To receive your discount, simply type the following code during your online checkout. Pedal to the metal. Keep up the great work.
Our daily coupon reward is a silver medallion. Silver is a symbolically rich metal. Before modern fabrications and alloys, the only reflective metal that could serve as a mirror component was silver. Perhaps reflection, the ability to cause light to bounce off one's surface, is where we get the association of silver's mythos of warding off evil, or in other words, darkness. We also have a video to watch. This one's very interesting. I'll go ahead and play it out with some cutting for brevity's sake.
Mice, one of humanity's oldest friends and oldest enemies. From the Black Plague to the shelves of our pet stores, mice have lived alongside humans for centuries. And just like humans, mice may even be evolving alongside us as well. This is a mus musculus, otherwise known as the common house mouse. And this is Mus musculus loquentis, otherwise known as the smart mouse, a newly discovered species known for its uniquely colored iris, and more importantly, its increased intelligence. Mice have brains smaller than peanuts, and yet, modern science has observed they are capable of thinking quite intelligently, and in the case of the smart mouse, perhaps even capable of communication. With the help of modern computer technology, today's scientists have been able to interpret the previously indecipherable squeaks of a smart mouse, and have discovered what seems to be hidden messages within. Let's take a listen. What do you think? Is this a wonder of evolution? Or are we just hearing things that aren't there? Do mice and men have more in common than previously thought?
Now hold on. The Latin word for intelligence is intelligens. Smart is capitosis. Loquentes means talkative. So talkative mouse, not smart mouse. The science show seems to believe that this new phenomenon of talkative mice is an evolution of the house mouse. However, we know better. These mouse, having the intelligence and communicative drive of humans, comes from the fact that they are metamorphosized humans. On the off chance that the player hasn't lost the game at this point and is unaware of the human-to-mouse transformation process, the voice recording saying, "Help me," would be the big giveaway. Also note the unique coloring of the eyes. We've got the unicorn fungi that gives house pets the purple eyes, but also we're going to soon find out there's a mysterious sickness that has symptoms of changing the infected human's eye color. So what gives? I tried my best to look for any possible folklore inspiration that we could glean from, but no dice. Still, it's fun to notice these patterns: transformation, changing eye color, real estate crisis. We start our Thursday shift.
Hello, Supervisor Carol here again. I've been watching the closely, employee. I'm impressed so far by your dedication to accuracy. I have once again updated your permission, so you should have access to more extensive household hazard information. Keep up the great work, employee. Our eyes rest upon thee.
Huh. That's the first time Carol is using words like thee and thy, Old English type stuff that brings to mind the language used when telling fairy tales. Combine this with her green skin, something tells me our supervisor is somehow linked to something a bit more mystical. We've got some new entries, but first let's wet the palate with a call.
I think there might be something wrong with her faucet. Recently I've been having the worst kind of stomach bug, just aches and pains constantly. But after a month, it still hasn't gone away, and I'm thinking there's got to be something wrong with the water, because we only eat fresh, homegrown fruits and vegetables here, and we ain't ever had any problems up till now. I keep hearing things about rusted pipes and water poisoning and all kinds of terrible things that can happen to the water, so can you just send someone out to get this fixed for us?
Please hold.
Ew, gross. Yeah, it sounds like his water system is all messed up. Maybe a pipe growth or pipe hob is contaminating his water supply. Perhaps it's made its way into the mainline pipe coming in from the city municipal. Yeah, I thought this might be a water issue too, but none of our entries have anything to do with water contamination. We have to fill in too many blanks to make things like pipe hobs and pipe growths make sense. Maybe we should consider the stomach aches, or the fact that he's a gardener. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, it's a seedling causing his stomach problem. What? No, if a seedling was giving him issues, he wouldn't be dealing with stomach aches. He would report at the very least erratic behavior, or of whoever is tending the garden, de-weeding specifically. No, this has to be a false beat. It can cause digestive issues and potential back problems. This is Ash's consequence if we don't choose the false beat.
It wasn't the faucet. It wasn't the faucet at all. It was this thing inside of me. What's growing in my garden? Saw the x-ray. It's horrible. It's disgusting. Please, I'm in so much pain. Get it out of me. Tell the doctors to get it out of me.
Don't be fooled. Even if you get it right, Ash's life is forever changed by the false beat. Remember, Ash already ate the false beat when calling us the first time, reporting stomach pains. The only way to never deal with false beats is to simply never eat beets. This won't be the last time that the symptom shown in a call spells out the danger already coming to fruition.
Attic gnomes. Attic gnomes are a subspecies of gnome known to nest in attics and ceilings. Homeowners infested with attic gnomes will often report a knocking or rapping sound coming from their ceiling, or a surplus of dust coming out of their ventilation systems. Attic gnome danger. Attic gnomes' feeding habits can often be a boon to homeowners, as they consume dust, cobwebs, and household pests, such as spiders, in large quantities. However, when frightened, they will violently expel their meals, which can send large quantities of dust particles into the air, causing air quality issues in the household. They are very easily frightened. Solution: to remove an attic gnome from the household, it is recommended to dust and clean your attics and ceilings regularly, as to avoid giving it a source of food. This will also prevent other attic gnomes from nesting in your home.
Another subclassification to keep track of, the gnomes, in this case the attic gnome. Out of all the gnomes, I would consider attic gnomes to be one of the more agreeable ones, not an overt danger to the household co-occupant. They're not aggressive, in fact they're quite skittish, and they're prone to cleaning the attic, much like the hob, but without the risk of metamorphosis. Although, as somebody who's sensitive to dust, I can see these guys being a problem. Let's go ahead and keep pressing forward.
The laundry gnome. Laundry gnomes are a subspecies of gnome with thick fiber-like fur. They can fold their bodies into various shapes and often resemble dirty towels. Homeowners with laundry gnomes often report loud rattling or banging sounds coming from within their washing machine and missing socks. Danger. Laundry gnomes pose no direct threat to humans, though their lifestyle can often lead to broken washing machines or dryers, which can occasionally cause small floods. Water damage can lead to further problems in a home, and as such, laundry gnomes should not be left to their own devices. Solution: laundry gnomes will move on from a home if they are no longer permitted to enter a washing machine. Great care should be taken to inspect each and every piece of laundry before washing.
Okay, I forgot about these ones. Laundry gnomes are just hilarious. All they do is just hide among your clothes and just have a blast in the spinning washing machine. However, they're not as agreeable as the attic gnomes, I would argue, because repairing laundry machines is very expensive. I also like the familiar inspiration of the missing socks associated with laundry gnomes. Again, this is a very vague recollection, but like a folklore, missing articles of clothing being linked to some sort of, a gnome or fae or hop or something like that. But regardless, while laundry gnomes are harmless, I'd still consider them to be a bigger nuisance, or at least a more expensive nuisance, than the attic gnomes.
Night gnome. Night gnomes are small, hairy creatures with pointed heads. They are known for their tendency to enter the sleeping quarters of humans to watch them while they sleep. Homeowners affected by night gnomes frequently report sighting them in the middle of the night, or report heavy breathing sounds during late hours. Danger. Night gnomes are not known to be deadly to humans, but those who suffer from heart conditions should consider wearing sleeping masks to prevent being startled by their presence. Solution: night gnomes will move on to other homes if they become bored or restless by your inhabitants' sleeping activities. There is no guarantee, however, that they will become bored by you if they find your sleep sufficiently entertaining.
Night Gnome sounds like a cool radio show. You're listening to 27.3 Night Gnome, where all streets are petite. Noche, 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 duende de la noche. Noche, noche, duendas de la noche. These night gnomes are definitely a lot more menacing, albeit not harmful, but startling nonetheless. Here's the thing that I just don't get though. I mean, are they really that much of a hazard? Like, what's stopping you from running up to the window, opening the window, grabbing the night gnome, and like spinning it around like that one scene in Attack on Titan? What now, Home Safety Hotline? I got your gnome! As far as inspiration, I'm not entirely sure what the night gnome could be based off of. Its glowing eyes kind of reminds me of the Mothman, but aside from that, I can't really muster anything up.
Night wisps. Night wisps are a subspecies of wisp in the form of bright floating lights. They are known to hover outside the windows at night while whispering promises of wealth and good fortune. Danger. Night wisps are not dangerous to humans unless listened to. Refrain from listening to their whispers and following their directions. Solution: night wisps will move on to another home after a week or so if they are ignored consistently. It is advised to drown out their whispers with music or wear sleeping masks to prevent sleep disruption.
Interesting that, similar to the night gnome, the best way to get rid of a night wisp is to simply ignore it. From the confounding memory wisp to the kidnapping, perhaps even deadly night wisps, I think it's safe to say that wisps are just diabolical in nature. We get another call, this time from a dear elderly woman named Felicia.
The police told me to call this number, so I hope I got the right number here. Anyway, I think somebody is stalking me. I can see their shadow at night at my window, just staring into the house. When I close the window, I can still hear him out there, breathing. I've been sleeping on the couch every night this past week, just so he won't see me. The police said they can't do anything, so please, send somebody or do something about this. I can hardly sleep anymore.
Please hold.
Oh no, sweet old Felicia's got a boggart problem. No, I don't think so. Notice how she's referring to the stalker outside her window. Remember, with boggarts, they hunt humans who refer to them by any name, so her calling the stalker he, if it were a boggart, would have led to a far more disturbing call. We are caught between two options, night wisp and night gnome. Felicia didn't report any whispering, only heavy breathing, so this is definitely a night gnome. This one can be tricky, but it ultimately matches up with night gnome. Here is Felicia's consequence call if we don't select it.
The info you sent. No good. Can't sleep while it's watching me. I can't. It's still out there, little creep.
Remember, night gnomes aren't particularly harmful, but Felicia's age might make her more particularly vulnerable to heart attacks from being startled by the little creep. Oh, little creep. That would be your hint if you happen to get this call wrong. Let's take another call, this time from Belinda.
Hello, yes, I believe there may be some kind of problem with our home ventilation. Lately, we've been hearing awful banging noises coming from the ceiling, and the air quality seems to have been drastically reduced. My daughter hasn't been able to stop coughing.
Please hold.
Maybe this is one of those cases where the caller is mistaken. Maybe this isn't a ventilation problem, like carbon monoxide. Maybe she's got black mold. That would explain the respiratory problem with her daughter. I get that, but she mentioned banging noises around the ceiling. Look at the attic gnome entry. Homeowners infested with attic gnomes report knocking or rapping sounds coming from the ceiling, and a surplus of dust coming from the ventilation. I think we've got a winner. Here is Belinda's consequence call if we don't diagnose the attic gnome.
What kind of business are you running? I took the advice you sent us and nothing has changed. Now I'm about to go into the attic myself to see if I can't find out for myself what's happening. So the least you could do is stay on the line to help.
Honestly, this sounds a lot more brutal than what probably actually happened. I was almost certain this was something more sinister, but it turns out what we heard was Belinda getting covered in an explosion of dust.
Cellar Grotto. Cellar grottos are large, cave-like networks, known to sometimes appear spontaneously in cellars and basements. Homeowners with cellar grottos will often report a bad smell coming from the basement, higher humidity in the home, and a notable increase in large beetles, frogs, and related pests. Danger. Cellar grottos can introduce a number of dangerous pests into the home, and the heightened humidity they introduce can cause warped floorboards, weakened foundation, and other hazards. Solution. Cellar grottos can be removed by finding their creator and presenting them with a gift of gold. Their creator often resides somewhere within the grotto's subterranean lake. For safety, bring spelunking and snorkeling equipment on your excursion, or consider using Home Safety Hotline's grotto removal team.
I really like the cellar grotto. It's a pity we don't get a sub-entry that lists some of the hazards that could come from the cellar grotto. Perhaps the cellar grotto is the means of the ones beneath the soil's propagation and movement between houses. Fascinating. Home Safety Hotline has a very specific, unique service specifically for removing cellar grottos. Now, this likely is just a humorous sort of implementation, that they just have one entire service just for this specific hazard. But I can't help but wonder if Night Signal is trying to figure out some way to implement the RPG aspect into these home safety services. Okay, you've got fire, you've got plumbing, you've got fungal and pest removal, just somebody comes out with a specific kit. But imagine, like, for these essentially instanced dungeons that appear in your basement, imagine calling their services and just a fully decked out RPG adventurer comes along, or like a full party with mages and healers galore. If there ever was a Home Safety Hotline sequel, I would love for it to be the fieldwork aspect of it. Something kind of akin to Lethal Company or Content Warning. That would be kind of epic. That would be so epic to see 3D models of all these hazards. Anyways.
The Fey Feast. Fey feasts are mid to large-sized piles of various edible food substances, frequently including flour, cornmeal, and various species of fungi. They are known to appear near eating areas of the home. Danger. Feasts are not dangerous if consumed, but if left untouched, they can provoke more dangerous activity. Otherwise, its continued presence can attract other household pets, such as cockroaches or carpenter ants. Solution: feasts are a sign of a hospitable presence, and as such, should be consumed immediately one-sided to prevent provoking or offending the gifter. For maximum assured safety, all members of the home should partake in the feast.
The Fey feast is puzzling. The feast itself seems quite pleasant. You've got ingredients for a mushroom arepa. However, there will be further evidence that this may not always be the case. In our world, the concept of leaving food out for household Fey exists, but I've never heard the reverse in folklore, a creature leaving out food. I wonder what kind of creature would leave a Fey feast, and what it's capable of if angered. Another question. Is the Fey feast related to the Fey flu at all, or perhaps related to the larger classification of sprites? If so, which sprite leaves the Fey feast? Is it a food sprite? Our questions will eventually be answered.
The Fey flu. Fey flu is a rare and dangerous disease commonly spread by household Fey. Symptoms of Fey flu include headaches, fever, eye discoloration, seeds taking root in skin pores, and blooming. Danger. Fey flu is rarely fatal, but it can have long-lasting effects on the lifetime health of an infected human. Long-term symptoms commonly include dizziness, fatigue, monocolored vision, delirious, and endless dreams. Solution: there is no cure to Fey flu. However, one can take precautions against it by keeping a clean, Fey-free home.
In this entry, the Fey flu is said to be rarely fatal, despite it being considered fatal in the wine and tea sprite entries. Still, the fact it's incurable and lasts a lifetime is still very concerning. One of the symptoms is monochromatic vision. In other words, black, white, and gray color blindness. That being said, the eye color of this infected subject does look pinkish. This is going back to the theme of eye color changing. The humans turned into mice, Musculus loquentes, having unique eye color, as well as the unicorn fungi infected house pets, and now humans infected with Fey flu. It seems the Fey flu is responsible for symptoms revolving the state of mind. There's a specific mention of endless dreams. Is that just a clever fairy tale way of saying a coma? Or is there like an actual waking, psychedelic, constant experience you're having when you have the Fey flu? Do you become a subject of the sprites of the larger world of Fey? I mean, it really gets you thinking. In the world of home safety hazard, are there different forces at play vying for territory and influence over other species? I mean, even with this whiteboard, we can kind of see some of these factions. We have the sprites, we have the hobs, we have the gnomes, the ones beneath the soil, the ones above the soil. Home Safety Hotline itself can be kind of a sort of faction. And between all of it is just humanity.
Floor roots. Floor roots are tree-like brown roots that are known to grow upwards from the floor to wrap themselves around various objects or humans in their vicinity. Danger. Floor roots grow slow enough that they serve very little danger to awake and aware human adults. However, if not spotted quickly, there are known strangling hazards for human children and pets while they sleep. Removal should be a priority in family households. Solution. Floor roots require something to wrap around before they will cease their growth, so it's advised to acquire dolls or similar human-shaped facsimile to give them a safer alternative. Place the dolls in the affected room and leave the roots alone for the night. By morning, the dolls and root should be gone, and the room safe to inhabit once more. Make any repairs to the floor as needed, or use Home Safety Hotline's home repair services.
I can already anticipate getting this one mixed up with false artifacts, specifically based on its danger. But what is the end result of the floor root? Strangulation or kidnapping? Perhaps both. Strangle the victim, and if the floor root still is undetected, it will slowly drag the deceased beneath. That's brutal. Let's accept another call.
Please help me. The police refuse to do anything. They told me to call you. Please say you can help. My little boy, Jeremy, has gone missing. He's 8 years old and such a sweetheart. The last time I saw him was when I was tucking him into bed last night and checking his messy closet for bees to calm him down. Oh, it's silly, I know, but my poor Jeremy is always so concerned about bees and wasps and stuff. I miss him. I miss him so much.
Please hold.
This was reminding me of that PSA regarding the missing child in the false rose bush. But then I thought the rose bush would kidnap the children outside, not inside. So this is an indoors kidnapping. Right. Check out the floor roots entry. They're little danger to awake and aware human adults, but are dangerous to sleeping children. Huh, good point. But wouldn't have May found her son strangled by the roots? Well, that's what I thought, but look at the solution. Floor roots can be remedied with dolls. After a night, the roots and the doll will disappear. So it's safe to say that could happen to the victim. So Jeremy and the roots disappeared. Yeah, I gotta say that's very clever, but I think you're still wrong. Two things to note. May mentioned one peripheral detail. She keeps mentioning Jeremy's concern for bees in his closet. Perhaps he heard a buzzing noise. This of course made me think of bees. Maybe Jeremy was stung by a bee, died of anaphylactic shock, and May just hasn't found the body yet. But she mentions Jeremy, specifically Jeremy, hearing bees, as if they are something only he can hear. There is only one entry that emits a buzzing sound: false artifacts. It seems you're not totally off, my imprecise coworker. But regardless, the poor boy's fate is sealed. Jeremy is trapped inside a false artifact. I'm gonna be real with you. The consequence call is particularly dark. It's certainly the most spine-chilling of all of them. Big ups to the voice actress. Viewer at home, chances are you're likely listening to this with your hands occupied. So even if I gave a timestamp, you probably wouldn't get to it in time. Many of you watch these videos to make your days easier, better. This call is so sad and well acted, it might screw your day up. So I'll just describe it. If we get May's false artifact call wrong, her consequence call will just be her letting out a mournful, blood-curdling scream, repeating Jeremy's name through howls, distraught at the sight of her toddler entrapped in a false artifact. The sad part is she called us because Jeremy was already missing. So even if we got this call correct, she still would have lost her son. Jeremy would be dead. The only difference being that perhaps getting the call correct would lead to May being prescribed a memory wisp to forget about her son and move on from the loss as shown in the solution of the false artifact entry.
Hi. I'm concerned somewhat about the stability of my new home. I recently finalized the purchase and naturally afterwards found that there are several large cracks in the walls of the basement that were not previously disclosed, as well as several pieces of half-eaten cheese littered across the basement floor? I haven't been able to get in contact with the previous owners about this, and I'm wondering if you can offer any kind of legal advice.
Please hold.
Hey, you finally get to select your favorite entry. What? This is so obvious. It's a fracture hob. The cracks in the foundation, the cheese left in the basement. It's obvious the previous owner did a good job taking care of the hazard to prevent metamorphosis. Oh, what? I chose boggart. I didn't realize the cheese was an indication of a sated hob. If we chose anything other than the fracture hob for Leo, we get this consequence call.
That info you sent was garbage. The cracks are getting larger, and now the basement is flooding. You can tell your supervisor that you were no help whatsoever. I'm taking this into my own hands.
What if the kind of damage a boggart does is downstream of the kind of hob it once was? A fracture hob could use the cracks to cause flooding, the flooding that's mentioned as one of the hazards of the boggart. Perhaps the toilet and pipe hobs would do something similar, but of course attacking through the plumbing. What about the desk hob? Well, wood is a pretty good kindling for fire, and house fires is one of the possible hazards of a boggart. And just like in that previous call, the one with the common hob that turned into a boggart, there's mention of power outages, so perhaps the common hob just sort of defaults to power outages. Just a little funny little pattern I noticed. But here's some more conjecture. Let's revisit Leo's predicament. He bought a house with a pre-existing fracture hob problem, evidently not disclosed to him, the buyer, and he can't get in touch with the seller. Looking back at that old real estate video segment, if you remember, one of the homes that was being sold was overgrown with vines and leaves and thus was sold for a much cheaper price. And if you remember, in one of those homes, there was a door that was left ajar, perhaps from a quickly evacuated household. And thus we are seeing a grim world being built from Leo's testimony. The livable homes of this world are slowly dwindling away and distracting from this real hazard. Some people are more concerned with maximizing the equity, the value they sell their home for. not disclosing a pre-existing fracture hob infestation so that you can sell a house for more value. And as selfish as that is, you can kind of see the motivation. As I said, livable homes are slowly dwindling and dwindling away. That extra bit of equity that you preserve through illicit means could mean the difference between living in a livable home, homelessness, or certain death. But even then, this selfish act, selling a home for a higher equity than it should be sold for to move into a new home, that's just a band-aid. It's only a matter of time since a new hob or new spriggan or new gnome moves into your house. What would be the end state of humanity in this world? Nomadic tribes with oral traditions of these hazards, talking about a long ancient time where we used to live in those death traps we called houses? These hidden implications being peppered throughout these calls is a wonderful mixture of both fairy tale and dystopia, and I love it. I'm here for it. We get a call from Gub Rubber.
Gub Rubber here. I need to place an order of 60 gallons of orange drink here. I got a big old party I'm setting up here at the studio, and we're gonna need that orange drink to... too many mouths to feed, you know what I mean? Gonna need that orange drink to feed my brew. I thought y'all still got that cheesy greasery.
Too many mouths.
Maybe pepper squeeze. Don't tell me you don't got the pepper squeeze.
Let's get back to reading our entries.
The Horde. The Horde is an invisible, odorless collective consciousness that is known to collect and store large quantities of common household refuse. Danger. The Horde's tendency to store vast quantities of trash in the home make them prone to spreading disease to the home's inhabitants. Rotten food, used syringes, and rusty metal are among the more common household hazards that can be introduced by the Horde's presence. Solution. Once introduced into a home, the Horde will continue to gather and hoard their treasure indefinitely. It is advised to sell one's home at the first sign of the Horde's presence to make the relocation process go over more smoothly. To prevent the Horde from gathering in one's home, it is advised to keep one's home as tidy as possible, as to not attract the Horde's attention. The introduction of a hob to the household can often assist in this process.
This entry feels more SCP-like, however perhaps this is inspired by the concept of the fantasy treasure trove, but more modernized with junk debris and needles. I mean, who's the one strategically laying out all the loot throughout caves, dungeons, and castles? Why not a formless being called the Horde? And it seems that the Horde is responsible for turning once livable homes into abandoned, trash-filled structures. This is another instance of a hazard not being able to be treated, only prevented. And how silly is it that one of the premier recommended ways Home Safety Hotline says to prevent trash hordes from forming is by introducing a hob, a common hob, into the home. You're basically having to choose between which track to unlivability you put your home onto. Avoiding a horde now for a boggart later.
Portal. Portals are door-shaped openings to an outdoor location other than the homeowners, discovered most commonly in basements or underground cellars. Homeowners with portals frequently report cold drafts, strange dreams, and a strong desire to enter. Danger. Portals can introduce a wide variety of dangerous elements to a home and should be dealt with as soon as possible. They can additionally cause drafts and introduce heating problems into a home. Solution. Portals should be sealed shut with wooden planks, bricks, or other common building materials. The seal should be airtight as to not allow for anything to come inside the home. It is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's home security services to ensure portals are sealed safely.
This can either be downstream of the fantastical trope of doors leading to other realms, also seen in Chronicles of Narnia or Magic in the Mirror, or perhaps an adaptation of portals from fantasy RPGs. I wish we learned more about this other realm that these portals take you to. Interesting. No portal removal services, it's just the overall general security services. That kind of makes sense. Naturally, because there's a portal, you might stumble into it, and perhaps something within that realm can stumble into our realm. So it makes sense that the security services will be employed to guard against whatever may come from that portal. Again, there really should be a Home Safety Hotline sequel where it's like Lethal Company or Content Warning. You'd have like the grotto map. You'd have the portal map. There's other maps that we can have. Oh, man. Ideas. Anyways.
Seedling. Seedlings are small insectoid creatures about half the size of an aphid. They are known for burrowing in outdoor planters or gardens, feeding off the roots of nearby weeds. Danger. Though their weed-killing lifestyles can make them useful to gardeners, seedlings are extremely territorial and react violently to anything competing for their food source. Never remove a weed from a seedling-infested garden. They are known to compel competitors to commit violent acts on themselves or others. Solution. To remove seedlings from a garden, one should not go near their established feeding grounds. Instead, one should use a hose, sprinklers, or similar ranged device to overwater and drown out the seedlings from afar.
These don't seem too troublesome. They literally take care of your garden by de-weeding it. As long as you don't do the de-weeding, they won't harm you. And if they are of concern, their treatment is simple enough. It seems their psychoactive effect doesn't work if you are of distance from the seedling. Our next entry is Travel Gnome. For the longest time, I couldn't see this gnome. I thought, does it shapeshift into the luggage? Is it invisible? But no, off to the right we see a little gnome peeking through the zipper of the luggage. Note how the main subject of the photo isn't the luggage with the infesting gnome. Creepy to think that this person who took this picture was likely doing it for mundane reasons, perhaps listing the centered luggage for sale, but without realizing it, documented proof of travel gnomes.
Travel Gnome. Travel gnomes are a highly invasive subspecies of gnome that are known to stow away inside the luggage of unsuspecting travelers to introduce themselves to new households. They are found most commonly in highly forested areas of the globe. Danger. Travel gnomes can affect the household in various ways. They will often create expansive gardens inside their new homes, leaving soil, plants, and common outdoor pests in their wake. These gardens, in addition to introducing a variety of dangerous pests, can also create foundational problems in a home if they continue to grow unabated. Solution. Spraying pesticides and weed killer in a home can deter a travel gnome's gardening prospects, at which point it will wait for a new opportunity to travel to a better location. To encourage a travel gnome to relocate, one can invite others to stay at their household and create new opportunities for the travel gnome to stow away in visitors' luggage.
These gnomes sound like such a pain in the ass, but I do like how the entry words the solution, saying that weed killers and pesticides damage its gardening prospects. That's just such a funny wording to me. This tells me that the travel gnome isn't just considerate of the kinds of gardening that we're into, like, trees that bear fruit, plants that bear vegetables. I think the travel gnome is just all about spreading the domain of nature. This includes weeds, fungi, and bugs. So it would make sense that pesticides and weed killers would damage its prospects. I wonder if introducing a seedling would also help in that. Oh yeah, that'd be kind of brutal. Imagine just like a travel gnome just going absolutely nuts, so just bashing its head against your luggage because it's affected by a seedling. That's brutal. I think it'd just be more humane just to use a flamethrower. But anyways, let's keep. There's so much Duende hate in this video. I'm sorry. I am very sorry to the Duende community. We accept another call.
Hey, so my doctor told me I should call this number. I have no idea why. He won't tell me anything. He said you could help, so here goes nothing, I guess. So I've recently been having just the worst headaches, and just barely I woke up and felt my eyes were starting to look kind of pink. I'm really freaked out right now, and I'm not sure what I have. I can't find anything online. Can you help?
Please hold.
Pink eyes, headache. I think he smoked a bowl laced by a mischievous tea sprite. Why would a tea sprite mess with weed? You're right, it's weedlings. Seedlings. You mean seedlings. You're doing this on purpose. But I was stumped at first. All this focusing on Hobbs, waiting for this big boggart call, distracted me from all these other entries. I think our Phil has sadly fallen ill to the Fey flu. This is the consequence call for Phil.
There's holes everywhere on my face. The doctors won't help. They're trying to take me somewhere. Please, you have to help me.
Oh, geez. That's right. Quarantine is a part of containing the spread of Fey flu. It seems Phil is being dragged off to a facility. Even if we guessed the hazard correctly, it seems he was already infected, his fate being sealed. We pick up our next call. Kyle.
You gotta tell me what's going on inside my home, okay? I'm freaking out over here! There's holes all over my freaking house, man! Freaking holes! I'm stepping around big wooden splinters! There's no telling how much damage there is! I've got this big gaping one in my kitchen that I have no idea how freaking deep it goes! To top it all off, my skittish little greyhound goblin is nowhere to be found! She probably took off after seeing this mess. I need help. Bad.
Please hold.
Cellar grotto? Whistling fungi? Fracture hob? Again with the fracture hob? Yeah, again with the fracture hob. Now either name a fucking entry or shut the fuck up about it. Sorry. I'm thinking it's a cellar grotto. Holes in the foundation. Maybe the dog got lost or something. Listen, I'm just as stumped as you are. Let's see. The dog is a big part of this. The unicorn fungi is a hazard that mainly affects pets. But the dog is nowhere to be found, so we can't know if he has the fungal horn. Well, look. One of the symptoms is furious digging. Maybe Goblin, Kyle's pet, destroyed the flooring to dig holes in the ground. This one tricked me, but I think for most people it's a no-brainer. This is the consequence call if we don't identify Goblin the dog's unicorn fungal infection.
Well, I got good news and bad news. Bad news is the info you sent wasn't any help at all, so, thanks for that. Good news is I found Goblin. She freaking came crawling out of that hole with a big bump on her head or something, so I'm taking her to the vet now. But, yeah. Thanks for trying, I guess.
Huh. Well, at least we know even if we get the call wrong, Goblin's okay. Either way, Kyle's home is now littered with holes, with at least a big one large enough to connect to a tunnel, perhaps making him vulnerable to the other home safety hazards, like moles and perhaps cellar grotto. So I wasn't entirely incorrect. We already touched on this before, but let me reiterate and focus in. The unicorn fungi doesn't just compel animals to dig out into the dirt outside, but also dig into the floorboards, I guess past the foundation even, and into the ground, evidently making critters, perhaps critters in homage to the ones beneath the soil, have an easier time moving in. That being said, I'm not entirely sure if the unicorn fungi is a machination of the ones beneath the soil to propagate their animals, but it's a fun thing to think about nonetheless. We get another call, this time from Jackie.
Alright, I'm gonna need someone to explain what in the name of Christmas is happening to my living room. I'm back from vacation and the house is already turning into a disaster not 24 hours later, and my living room is absolutely covered in soil and plants. Looks like a gosh darn nursery in there. What is happening? Is this what happens when you buy a bad rug or something?
Huh. Jeez. Yeah, another tough one. I've heard rumors about hazards like spriggans and autumn leaves. This kind of reminds me of that. But we don't have those options, and you aren't supposed to know about them just yet. Take it easy. I'm just thinking here. Screw it, cellar grotto. How many times are you gonna choose cellar grotto? Until I get it right, damn it. Okay, maybe we're too focused on the greenery. Maybe there is a peripheral detail here. Note that she just got back from traveling, and she didn't come home to the greenery. The entire thing sprung up only within 24 hours of her coming back home, so she must have brought something with her from traveling. Bingo, a travel gnome. If we don't happen to choose travel gnome, we get this consequence call.
Hello again. Yeah, I'm kind of having an emergency now thanks to the info you sent me not being effective in the slightest. This living room plant situation has only gotten worse. Now the floorboards and walls are starting to groan under the weight. There's something hiding in tall grass by the couch, and I don't think it's friendly. Oh God! Oh God! It's moving! Oh, it's moving!
Strange. There's no mention of travel gnomes being hostile, but maybe there is an implicit territorial nature to them. Speaking of which, we have another one of these repeated sort of instances here where a hazard, for example, the travel gnome, isn't an actual danger of bodily harm to humans, but the implication of its propagation, its presence, and its consequences negatively affects human society. You can kind of visualize as each fey, gnomish, hobbish flag is being planted, humanity is having to cede more of its territory to this hazardous fairy tale variety of factions. We get a call from Larry.
There's something in my basement. I don't know what it is, All I know is when I open my basement door, it smells like a damn sewer, and I can hear it making all kinds of horrible noises. It sounds like there might be a lot of water down there, too. I don't know what it might be doing down there, but I have a feeling it's causing a whole lot of damage. Please, send somebody to help with this. I can't deal with something like this.
Please hold.
Would you like to do the honors? Sure. Duende de Lavanderia. Oh, come on. ¿Qué pasa? You've been waiting for this one. It's a cellar grotto. What else could it be? The big giveaway is the sewer smells, sounds of water, and strange noises. This is Larry's consequence call if we don't correctly identify the cellar grotto problem.
What is happening to my basement? I followed your instructions, but it's not just an animal roaring down here. This whole place, it's like some huge cave. How is this possible?
Man, I really wish we could find out what creature is making the noise in the cellar grotto. Well, anyways, we complete another shift and clock out of the Home Safety Hotline call center suite, entering the next shift day.
Yeah, I'm reaching into my bag right now, and I can't seem to find anything in here in regard to this dead woodwindometer. And my client, you're gonna be hearing from my client, motherfucker.
Come on, Clarence. Bastard. Leaving me high and dry here. My colleague, he's not picking up his phone. He was gonna swing by here and prescribe a solution for this problem. Personally, I have no idea what we can do with this squatter. You know what? Come to think of it, there is someone whose feathers I might have ruffled recently. My landlord. I was late a couple days for payment. Well, I wasn't late. His bank was the one that was late, but of course he blamed me. He's been looking for any reason to kick me out, evict me so he can sell this home. Okay, so your household has a possible enemy. But is he into anything eccentric, weird stuff? I think my landlord, was into Satanism. Oh yeah? What's this motherless f***'s name? Who is it?
I'm in a friend, your friend.
Huh?
Your friend is terrible.
Oh, you guys are quick. Here, just come right in. What the hell, man? I don't know who the hell you sent over to that nice man's house, your tenant, but call him off. I don't know what you're talking about. Ow! That stink bomb of a man you have sent over to harass your tenant. I know you're into that stuff. Satanic black magic. Sick shit. The market's hot, man. I've got a buyer lined up. I need him out of there. Sounds like a lot of cash. Enough cash to offset the damage I can do to every bone in your body? How I could just heal myself. Black magic and all. Oh yeah? Well, what about this? This seems pretty valuable. No, stop! My Seelie stone! That thing's worth more than your life. Then call the Shambler Patrol off. If we don't hear any more problems in a couple of weeks, you get your Seelie stone back. Fine. Wow. It's done. 1 second. Speak.
Yes, is this Maccabeus?
Yeah, this is he. What's up?
The poor guy,
What happened?
he's dead. For real this time. He dissolved into a bunch of dust and sand. The smell is gone, but I didn't want him to die.
Sir, don't worry your head about all this, okay? Something tells me that whoever that was, he was already dead. Call us if he comes back, if you have any more Actually, no. Call me personally if this Shambler comes back. And then call Serpentech Home Care. Oh, 1 second. Got another call. You have a nice day. Speak.
Mac, where the hell are you?
I took care of the Shambler. I haven't heard from Clarence, so I thought I could...
He's dead.
He's what? It wasn't ticks. But, Mac, what did you do to solve the squatter problem? And why do I have you here on my GPS at already
At another caller's location.
This guy's a customer? The first thing to note is the mysterious figure we see on the horizon of the wallpaper. Let's go ahead and read our emails.
Don't come to the hole. The hole is breached. I repeat, the hole is breached. It's not safe here. I must find a new spot. It knows I'm here.
It seems Whiskers has found the recently fired Mike. I like how he still has time to write us an email while being pursued by the cat. How brutal. Even after parts of humanity are turned into mice, we still can't find a livable home? We become the hazard in this case.
From corporate, scheduling changes. Employee 036. Regarding your schedule this week, due to a shortage of available staff, we will need you to come into work this Saturday and Sunday. Thanks for being a team player. Rest assured your additional labors will be recognized. Sincerely, Home Safety Hotline Corporate.
It seems like these extra hours will be our opportunity to stand out and perhaps get a promotion instead of these crappy coupons. Speaking of which,
your daily coupon. Today's daily coupon is for the tamed river root. Plucked and tamed straight from the waters within the undersoil, this river root is as reliable as they come. Their gentle, high-frequency cries are guaranteed to keep your garden safe from all manner of pests and predators. Just don't forget to keep them well-watered and well-monitored. To receive your discount, simply type the following code during your online checkout. Rootin' for you. Keep up the great work, employee.
The undersoil. This would be the second time the undersoil is mentioned, the first time being when we first boot up our computer. What even is the undersoil? Undersoil. The space beneath the soil. Is it more soil? Haunted soil? Or a whole new realm altogether? Evidently, this has something to do with the ones beneath the soil. Keep this in mind. Let's go ahead and start our Friday shift, clock in, and get the download from the deep beneath from our supervisor, Carol.
Hello. Supervisor Carol here. Thine accuracy continues to impress those of us above and below the soil. I have updated your permissions once more. Keep up the great work, employee. Our eyes rest soundly upon thee.
Again, she's speaking all fairy tale-like, really laying it on thick with the art thous. But note she says, thine accuracy continues to impress those of us above and below the soil. So the ones below the soil, and I guess even above, as mentioned in the Bats entry, are both in some way associated with the Home Safety Hotline. This could explain the crystal hanging from Carol's neck. However, her green skin may have something to do with her association with the elusive ones. The ones beneath the soil, the ones above the soil. So what is the motivation of Carol, or Home Safety Hotline? If we, the employee, do our job correctly, human citizens of the world are safe from these hazards. And some of these hazards are in association with the ones, be it the ones beneath the soil having the association with moles, maybe gophers, and the ones above the soil having association with bats, and I wonder, even bees. Maybe it's the motivation of the ones above and the ones below the soil, to steward life on Earth, perhaps just the mammalian life on Earth. Perhaps all warm-blooded beings, be it the winged ones, the four-legged ones, and us two-legged ones, are under the purview of the ones. And so the ones, through Home Safety Hotline, protect those species under its steward purview from not only each other, as long as humans don't hurt the moles don't hurt the humans, but also against species outside of the one's purview. I would say things like spriggans, hobs, gnomes, sprites. Perhaps these are their own factions, and humans somehow play a role in the one's sort of nature faction. An image is forming in my mind, but we just don't have a clear enough one just yet. Let's keep playing. Let's familiarize ourselves with a new class of hazard, the sprig class.
Sprig vines. Sprig vines are rapidly growing vines that are known to quickly consume a house and block off exits. They're often a sign that a spriggan has been provoked. Danger. Sprig vines are not dangerous on their own and can be cut through with common gardening tools. However, their tendency to block exits can create struggles when needing to exit the house in a hurry, such in the case of floods, fires, or a spriggan in pursuit. Solution. Sprig vines will continue to grow so long as the spriggan that made them desires it. It is advised to vacate and rehome as soon as possible.
Note that the spriggan is mentioned, but we won't have access to its entry until tomorrow. The sprig vines are likely what was infesting the super cheap home during the real estate video. Judging from the sprig vine entry, we can deduce that where there are sprig vines, there is a spriggan. And judging from how it's heavily advised to vacate the infested area, we can deduce that spriggans are highly dangerous. This all explains the cheap selling price of the spriggan-infested home in that real estate segment. Nonetheless, While sprig vines themselves aren't implicitly hazardous, they can be obstacles that could lead to consequences of other hazards.
Sprig trees. Sprig trees are rapidly growing tree-like organisms that take root in human bodies. They are known to cause structural damage to a home as they continue to grow, generally reaching their full size in a matter of days. They are known to be caused by the touch of a spriggan. Danger. Sprig trees are incredibly deadly to those infected and will result in death once they have reached a certain size. Anyone near a sprig tree while it's growing in an outdoor location is also at risk of injury or death from the structural damage that occurs as it grows. Solution. There is no cure for a sprig tree. The affected individual should be quarantined while any others occupying the household should vacate the premises immediately. Do not touch the infected person or the black substance that leaks from them under any circumstances. Begin looking for a new home and arrange any funeral services as needed for the affected individual.
So, this is another byproduct of the elusive spriggan, and another hazard that's very existence indicates it's too late to do anything about it once it takes root. Pun intended. The sprig vine helps the spriggan catch its prey, and the sprig tree is simply the aftermath of the caught prey being caught up too. We will soon learn about the spriggan, but anybody who's played enough fantasy RPGs knows that spriggans are kind of like these humanoid, nature, bark and tree-like beings, typically stewards of wildlife, usually accompanied by other menacing woodland creatures like bears and wolves. So we can already picture the terrifying pursuit of a spriggan, this large ant-like creature, and the moment it gets its little twigs and branches around your skull, bam, you turn into a sprig tree. But it'll actually turn out it's a bit more, it's different. This take on the spriggan is a little tad bit different. Stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, of course, we'll keep in mind again another little bit of this sort of nature theming. I would consider the sprig being its own classification, separate from the ones beneath the soil. We get our first Friday call from Patrice, a concerned mother.
There were Satan worshippers in my shed. I think it might be my no-good teenager having joined up with one of those dungeon dragon cults they say these days, because he's been gone for days now, and the next thing you know, I find a dang tree growing in my shed. The tree is all covered in torn-up fabric and some kind of black liquid. Classic satanistic ritual crap, I assume. Tell me what I can do to get these godless teens off my property.
Please hold.
Oh no! Her son was taken by a false rose bush. That would explain the torn up fabric surrounding the mysterious plant. Maybe it ate him up or something. Yeah, but hold on. The false rose bush eats things whole, probably not tearing up fabric to get to their prey's flesh. That's a bit of conjecture, but note that the false rose bush specifically targets small children and pets. I think Patrice's son has been taken, but by a sprig tree. The torn fabric on the floor could be from the clothing ripping from the sprig tree protruding from the son's body, and Patrice even reported a black substance. If we chose anything besides sprig tree, we get this consequence call.
Those Satanists are still at large. Your instructions didn't help diddly squat. Now they're covering my house in vines and hiding in the trees. I can see their glowing evil eyes looking at me out there. Thanks for nothing. You know what? I'm going to take care of this myself.
So even if this call had you vexed, this consequence call would confirm that this is spriggan related. The glowing eyes from the trees would signify a spriggan infestation. That's not correct though, because we don't have access to spriggans just yet, so you wouldn't know about the whole red glowing eye things. But it's a little correction I'll make with my script. The vines Patrice refers to are sprig vines, and naturally the tree in the shed is a sprig tree. Sadly, regardless of whether or not we get this call right, Patrice's son is dead. The only thing really left to do is have her move out of her home. Now, we will come to learn that there are means of appeasing spriggans. However, I think it's safe to say that once your house is in a state of having sprig vines and somebody has fallen victim to the sprig tree, your household has likely reached a point of no return. There is no more appeasing the spriggan. This is now its territory and you have to move out. Again, really going into this sort of real estate horror. The livable spaces for humanity slowly dwindling. If it's not the hobs that'll take your home, it's the sprites that'll take your home, or the gnomes that'll take your home, or the spriggan that'll take your home. Shit, who needs real estate horror? We're already living it.
Animation. Animations are any miniature humanoid figures such as dolls, puppets, or marionettes that are capable of moving on their own. Homeowners with animations most commonly report hearing clattering noises at night and missing or stolen household objects. Danger. Animations are usually not directly dangerous to humans and will ignore them entirely as they go about their business, but their presence in a household may indicate the interest of other potentially dangerous parties. Solution. Most animations will depart or collapse on their own after completing their intended function, and no further action is needed. If an animation persists for more than a few days in a single location, it may be a sign of more dangerous activity. In these cases, it's advised to contact Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services.
This is a fascinating entry. While it initially strikes me as very SCP-like or even Lethal Company-esque, I believe the inspiration of this entry is downstream of the broader trope of the haunted doll, but broadened even more so and adapted to better fit the home safety universe. Perhaps animations are just inconsequential phenomena of moving dolls and puppets, but perhaps in some instances they're indicative of nearby presences, such as a possession or magical practitioner using said doll for their own purpose. This is primarily conjecture. I believe this entry is left vague enough to let the mind wander and fill in the blanks on its own.
Closet Labyrinth. Closet labyrinths are large twisting networks of tunnels that are known to occasionally appear inside the closets or wardrobes of wealthy homeowners or left behind in homes once owned by the wealthy. Homeowners with closet labyrinths will often report missing clothes or the sounds of distant cries coming from their closet. Danger. Closet labyrinths are incredibly easy to get lost in by design and can prove especially hazardous to homeowners carrying valuable items such as gold, precious silk, or rare spices on their person. They are otherwise harmless to those who do not enter their domain. Solution. If a closet labyrinth is discovered, it is advised to lock or blockade the entrance to prevent accidental entry and diminish the lure of the labyrinth's hidden riches. If it is absolutely vital a closet labyrinth be removed from a home, it is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's labyrinth removal team.
I really like the closet labyrinth. They too remind me of this concept of instance dungeons. Just randomly in your home, a closet will lead to a labyrinth that supposedly contains treasure and secrets. And it's said treasure and secrets that will entice the homeowner to stumble within it and reach their personal game over. There is quite a bit of overlap between the closet labyrinth and portals, but I think what indicates the difference between the two is portals will appear in doorways and windows, having a magical temptation upon the homeowner, whereas the closet labyrinth is exclusive to closets and wardrobes, the temptation being more of material nature. It's also interesting that labyrinths are their own unique service category, just like the cellar grotto. I guess it kind of makes sense. A cellar grotto probably has different hazards than a labyrinth does, so you kind of want to equip them differently. It's still very interesting that the portals just have general security. We get another call, this time from Robert.
Hey, I called last week about some noises in my house, and after following the instructions you sent me, they still seem to be happening. I already told you guys what was happening, but the short story is that every night I'm hearing clattering noises coming from the kitchen. In the morning, I usually check the kitchen for any signs of droppings or whatever, but the place looks spotless. Can you please tell me what's actually happening so I can get some sleep?
Please hold.
Being that it's in the kitchen, maybe it's infesting the sink, so a pipe hob? I get where you're coming from, but pipe hobs stick to only the pipes. Any cleaning and noises will be exclusive to the affected sink, pipes, and maybe counter. This sounds like the whole kitchen is affected, so I'm thinking common hob. Perhaps the fact that Robert had recently received incorrect information hints that this one is meant to be tricky. If we happen to let the trick vex us and we choose anything except common hob, we get Robert's consequence call.
Hey, yeah, thanks for nothing. I called again recently about some kitchen noises, and your people once again sent me bad info. Maybe vet your people better. I'll be going for help elsewhere. Now we're having power outages, so who knows what this thing in our house has got into now. Goodbye.
Oh, damn, yeah, this would be a disastrous mistake. It looks like our incorrect answer would have made his hob problem a boggart problem. But luckily, these incorrect consequence calls are only for demonstration purposes only. Okay, interesting. This further reinforces my little pet theory. In this case, a common hob develops into a boggart that causes power outages. If you remember in that previous phone call with the guy who had the common hob that already became the boggart, he too was experiencing power outages.
The Dreamweaver. Dreamweavers are large, spider-like creatures known to weave dreams into reality. They also are known to cause nearby humans to only dream about everything being covered in webs. They will only move into a household if no other spiders are present. Danger. Dreamweavers are parasitic in nature and feed off the dreams of humans while they sleep. While this does not cause any direct harm to humans, it can lead to increased anxiety, and the large webs they weave can often trap dust, pets, and children, causing further complications. Solution. To remove a Dreamweaver from a household, homeowners should refrain from sleeping for as long as possible in order to starve the creature and encourage it to find a new home. Dreamweavers will often attempt to induce sleep by ensnaring homeowners and injecting them with sleep-inducing venom. Do not let them do this.
Interesting. It seems regular house spiders prevent Dreamweavers from infesting homes, further enforcing the idea that house spiders are a great deterrent for more sinister pests. Perhaps this is what the house spider's entry was referring to. The implications of the Dreamweaver is kind of confusing. Is the webs it weaves only within the dreams it induces? Perhaps the Dreamweaver weaves webs in both dreams and real life. The entry seems to place importance on not letting it induce sleep through its venom. Perhaps this comatose state is semi-permanent. Not sure. Nonetheless, these creatures are freaky, but it seems they should be easy to identify if we do ever get a call about them.
The False Flowers. False flowers are long, slender creatures that vaguely resemble common house plants. They are known to take root in indoor potted plants, disguising themselves among the flowers. Homeowners can often report hearing faint singing. Danger. False flowers are harmless if left to their own devices. However, if homeowners attempt to disrupt or remove them, they will often lash out by spraying a toxic chemical known to cause blindness or loss of sight. Solution. False flowers are not to be disturbed once they have taken root. Water regularly and try not to notice their presence. Ignore their singing.
I really like the singing of the false flower, but I can see how they get annoying. I'm looking at this picture and I can't tell where the house plant starts and ends and where the false flower starts and ends. This is also another hazard where the solution is simply to cope and seethe. There are 3 hazards that are referred to as false somethings. False artifacts, false beets, and false flowers. Now, imagine a greenhouse with a false beet, a false flower, and like a watering can that's a false artifact. That would be nuts. Now, even though these hazards aren't even implicitly related, I'll go ahead and just create a false classification since we have ample real estate on this whiteboard. We get another call from Pamela.
Yes, hi. I recently purchased from your company one of your home security installation services, and not a week later, I'm still getting break-ins. As I mentioned prior, someone has been breaking into the greenhouse and taunting us with their singing. They could be some insane serial killer, for all we know. All they do is sing at night, but no one in my family feels safe anymore. None of your stupid security alarms even went off.
Please hold.
Singing coming from an enclosure of plants sounds like we got fungi of the whistling variety. Whistling fungi that whistlers. But this is a greenhouse that's being afflicted. Could the fungi even form in glass cracks? Check this out. False flowers. It would make sense for the hazard to hide among other plants, and false flowers are described to make faint singing sounds. Another hint is that the security alarm didn't go off, implying that the hazard didn't sneak in, but simply was already in the greenhouse. If we choose any hazard other than the false flower, we get this hilarious consequence call.
Yes, hi again. I am calling for the last time to tell you that the advice you sent us was useless. So, thanks for nothing. Just the other night, I heard singing again. So, I've sought business elsewhere. I have a private security team investigating the greenhouse as we speak. What on earth?
I guess it's not that funny. The security team is now blind, but the shouting in the background is pretty slapstick. Listen, I grew up on Three Stooges, okay? I find this kind of stuff funny sometimes. We get a call from Flipper.
Hey, Flipper here. I've got 2 dumbbells that I bought from you that need a good spit shine. Know what I mean? These bells have got all kinds of grit, grime, grease. Can't even see my face in them when I'm deadlifting. Know what I mean? I'm looking at these bells right now here. I'm seeing spit, crud, and juice, and
Hey, who are you? How did you get in? Hey, now easy there. Get away. Get away.
Ooh, it looks like Flipper has been transformed into a mus musculus, or more precisely, mus musculus loquentis. Before making note of this, let's also accept the next call. This one from Supervisor Carol.
Hello, Supervisor Carol here. I noticed that you've been experiencing regular, disruptive calls from a false caller with ulterior motives. I've seen to it that this false caller shall no longer be a blight upon me. Keep up the good work, employee.
So this further solidifies Home Safety Hotlines and perhaps by extension the One's ability to punish mortals by turning them into mice. Useless creatures, as they're called in the entry. So if you happen to make it to this point without getting a game over screen and the fate of Mike sort of eluded you, then this specific call would confirm this modus operandi of our employers. This is a great whiteboard, by the way. Let's continue reading our entries.
Kobolds. Kobolds are 5-foot-tall humanoid creatures with dog-like faces that are known to burrow into dark rooms or storage closets and make them their home. Homeowners infested with kobolds will sometimes report broken floorboards. Danger. Kobolds are harmless to humans unless they are discovered, at which point they will often lash out violently to protect their home, causing injury or even death. If discovered, kobolds will attempt to lure humans into their space by poking their dog-like heads out from behind corners and whimpering. Do not ever enter a kobold's domain. Solution. One should not attempt to remove a kobold from their home. It is strongly advised to hire professionals and utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services.
You know what's kind of frustrating about looking into folk beasts? They're all the same. From brownies to kobolds to hobs to boggarts, they're all on a very narrow spectrum of mischievous to helpful. If you look into kobolds, they're almost no different to hobs, brownies, fays, and other kinds of household legends. So I have to commend Night Signal Entertainment for taking it upon themselves to create such a fun and diverse bestiary. Kobolds are another common RPG trope as well, typically depicted as either reptilian or rat-like. In this case, they seem to be uncanny humanoid canines. Very, very creepy. This image is just freaky. I like to think that they're akin to those tall, spooky island gremlins from the Scooby-Doo live-action movie. By the way, screw this scene. I forgot to include it in my Things That Scare Us video. I know I've spent so much time on this entry already, but again, I need to point out, kobolds are harmless to humans, unless they are discovered, at which they will lash out violently. It tickles me every time. Here is the Rain Nymphs entry, but first, check out the noise.
Rain Nymphs.
The audio is so funny to me. Imagine you see this disturbing, the fourth kind-like freakish alien pressing its wet ghostly hand to your window, and then it starts talking to you. But it sounds like your uncle talking on the phone in the next room over.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good, thank you. Listen, I would like to order some baklavas, please.
Rain nymphs are a subspecies of nymph that are most active during rainstorms. They are faint humanoids with a glow in their eyes that often appear near windows and doors. Ooh, that's it right there. You see the eyes and the hand? That's pretty nuts. Asking to be let inside. Homeowners afflicted with rain nymphs often report flooding. Danger. The floods rain nymphs cause can lead to water damage, which can be both costly and dangerous to a home. Solution: rain nymphs are very preventable, in that their pleas to be let inside can simply be ignored. It's advised to stay away from doors and windows during rainstorms to avoid having to endure a rain nymph's various temptations and threats.
Let's go ahead and take a look at both the mirror nymph and the rain nymph. Both have a sort of beckoning trait. Otherwise, really their only linking is just the name, nymph. I would say the mirror nymph is more dangerous, or at least dire or grave consequences, whereas the rain nymph is more just annoying. We get a call from Markiplier's cousin, Andy.
There's some kind of insect in my house, and I think it may have died. I saw this big, nasty thing fly in through the window, and I haven't been able to find it anywhere, but I think maybe it electrocuted itself somewhere because I can smell this awful burning scent throughout the house. Can someone come find this thing and get it out of my house?
Please hold.
Dang, another network error. Have any idea what it could be, Rongi? Burning! Something probably caught on fire. The hazard has to be a house fire. Maybe the so-called insect was a sprite. A lamp sprite. This would explain the burning smell. Lamp sprites cause the lamps they're inhabiting to burn hotter. Perhaps Andy can't find the so-called insect because he hasn't checked the lamp. If we fail to diagnose Andy's lamp sprite problem, we get this consequence call.
That thing bit my hand! I was just turning off one of our lamps and it latched on and bit me! What was that thing? Oh, why do I feel sick? Am I gonna die? It's back! Get away, you nasty thing!
Bingo! This confirms my suspicion. Although the lamp sprite's entry doesn't explicitly mention the Fey flu, evidently from Andy's consequence call we can deduce that when the lamp sprite bites its prey, they eventually contract the Fey flu. In Andy's consequence call, we even hear that sort of buzzing sound effect. If you look at the lamp sprite picture, we don't really get a clear view of what it actually looks like, but based on this sound, we can deduce a sort of common theming between all of the sprites. This bzz, buzzing, fluttering, pest-themed Fey. I can't get enough of it. I really love how creative it is. However, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're still missing one sprite on this list. Let's move on.
Soap sprites. Soap sprites are a subspecies of sprite that are known for consuming bacteria and harmful microbes. They frequently occupy bathrooms, appearing similar to pink bars of soap, in order to feed off the hands that use them. They secrete a suds-like substance that is used to digest their meals. Danger. Soap sprites, despite their bacteria-eating lifestyle, are frequently known to spread deadly diseases, such as the Fey flu, to humans who handle them, making them a serious household hazard. Solution. Soap sprites are easy to remove and dispose of by way of tongs or other grabbing utensils. Identifying soap sprites can be difficult, so it's recommended to not keep any bars of soap in the household to ensure they can be identified and removed as soon as possible.
You can't tell in this image, but if you look closely, there are two slits in the soap sprite. This is very similar to the slit eyes of the hobs. This doesn't indicate that the soap sprite itself is a subspecies of the hob, but I think it just shows a consistency in monster design within this game. Compared to the other sprites in this game, this one is very unique. I believe this is all the sprites that the game has to offer, all unified by their spreading of the notorious Fey flu. Right now, I'd have to say my favorite one would be the Tea Sprite, just because of how unassuming it is. However, they're all very great and menacing. Let's go ahead and move on.
Trash gnome. Trash gnomes are a subspecies of gnome with thick brownish-gray fur, frog-like eyes, and large gaping mouths. They are known to seek out trash receptacles and burrow inside them for both food and shelter. Homeowners with trash gnomes often report the smell of rotten eggs, finding large clumps of fur throughout the house, tipped garbage cans, and loud crunching sounds at night. Danger. Trash gnomes are highly territorial once homed. While their bite is not fatal, it can often lead to inconvenient and painful circumstances, such as a loss of a finger or nose, while attempting to discard trash or remove a trash bag from the receptacle. They are also capable of spreading deadly diseases to humans, such as rabies or tetanus. Solution. To prevent the trash gnome from homing inside your trash, it is recommended to not let trash in the home be idle for more than a day or two, as their noses are highly sensitive to the smell. To remove a trash gnome permanently, it is highly advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services.
From the fleece-like octopus that is the laundry gnome, to the more traditional design of the attic and night gnome, to the elusive and creepy travel gnome, to the rodent-like trash gnome, I think it's safe to say the gnomes are a very diverse set of pests. Going into this video, I honestly was more excited about the hobs, but now that I'm reaching the end of this video, I really like the gnomes. But overall, I'm just loving the diversity of this game. This whiteboard alone does not simply capture it. We take another call, this time from Albert.
It took my daughter. It took my daughter. She's gone. It wrapped its awful tendrils around her and took her down with it. I saw it with my own eyes. Please, send help. The police won't do anything. Send help.
Please hold.
Ah, I see. Another case of a false artifact. This one a microwave, using its tendrils, chicken tendrils to be exact, to lure the child with tendies and capture it. Tenders, you mean? Chicken tenders. Tendrils are long appendages, like tentacles, vines, or roots. This is clearly a case of floor roots. This is Albert's consequence call if we don't choose floor roots.
You are no help. I won't let her stay underground with that thing alone. I'm going after her. Tell my mother I love her.
Sadly, if we were to get the diagnoses correct, it seems that Albert's daughter has already been taken by the floor roots. Something tells me that even if we got it correct, Albert would still be desperate enough to try and rescue his daughter. Good luck, Albert. We take another call from Helen.
It stole me. It stole me. I'm not me anymore. It took me. It took me. I can't see myself anymore. I'm gone. Help me. Get me back, please.
Yes, she can't see herself because she forgot what she looked like. Memory Wisp. You got it all flipped around like last time when you thought the Memory Wisp was the Mirror Nymph, but now the other way around. This one's obvious. It's a Mirror Nymph. Here's Helen's consequence call if we don't diagnose the Mirror Nymph.
You can't help me. The doctors can't help me. I don't recognize who I am anymore. I need to find it. I need to find the thing that stole me!
So even though we got this one incorrect, Helen is still somewhat on the right track. She needs to find the Mirror Nymph. But if we had sent her the right info package, she would know to bring an iron implement with her to smash the mirror and reclaim her face. This reliance on iron trinkets to fend off mythical folk creatures is an old tradition, and we even see a form of it within our horseshoe employee coupon. Horseshoes used to bring luck to a household had to be iron. We take another call, this time from somebody named Ramona.
I think some homeless or druggies might be in my house because I keep finding used needles, cans, metal scrap, and other such nasty things on my living room carpet. I have children in this house, and this is a very serious hazard to their health. And before you say anything, yes, I already called the police, and they told me to call this number instead. So I assume that you will send over the proper authorities to deal with this matter promptly.
Please hold.
Ah, I was waiting for this one. Yep, toilet hob. What? This is the opposite of a hob. This hazard brings in trash and dirt instead of cleaning it up. Exactly. What nastier hob could there be than one that literally lives in the shitter? Hobs always clean their habitats, even the toilet ones. You ever been to a crapper inhabited by a toilet hob? You can eat maple walnut ice cream off the seat, but not this. Needles and scrap metal all over the floor.
There's exceptions.
This is obviously the Horde, a very enigmatic hazard. I've been waiting for us to get a call about this one. The consequence call for Ramona's horror problem is quite unsettling.
The trash. So much trash. It has consumed us. I live the trash. I breathe the trash. It will bury us.
We can glean a symptom that wasn't initially mentioned in the Horde's entry. It seems to assimilate the minds of the household members into being content with the accumulation of the junk and debris. We take a call from Maple.
Yeah, is there some kind of home security camera I can purchase from you guys? For the last few nights, we haven't gotten any sleep thanks to some punks outside with flashlights or something. Someone keeps flashing these bright lights through our windows at night, but I haven't been able to see who's doing it. I want to catch them on camera so I can finally bust these stupid teens for all they're worth.
Please hold.
Flashing lights? Could be the glowing eyes of a night gnome. No, these are night wisps. You're doing that thing again where you get the two similar hazards flipped around. Take it easy. This is a night wisp. Hopefully we can get this sorted out before those whispers begin. And if we don't get the answer right, the whispers do begin. Check out Maple's consequence call.
Please, you have to help my husband. He's listening to the lights and he's following them now. What do I do? The instructions you sent didn't do anything. He's walking into the... Oh no. Stop walking! No! Come back now!
Jeez, that's freaky. So we get to hear in real time the dangers of the night wisp. Something about their whispers or promises coax vulnerable household members into walking closer to them. What they do with the victim is unknown. We pick up another call, this time from Patty.
Hey, so... I think I found some kind of door. I feel like maybe I should step through it. Yeah, I think I need to go inside. The wind feels so nice.
Please hold.
Huh. I'm just realizing maybe where we get the word portal is where the Spanish language gets the word puerta for door. Is that what you think this is? A portal? Yep, it's got all the hallmarks. It's a door leading to an alluring place, tempting the homeowner to pass through. Well, I mean, it tells us it's a portal, but something tells me it's a closeted labyrinth. It's a portal, and the consequence call is pretty straightforward.
The person trying to reach you cannot connect to this earthly plane. Please try again later.
Unsettling. So we can deduce that if we don't diagnose the portal problem, Patty will have stumbled into the other realm, and evidently it's so separated from our existence that our phone lines, radio waves, and whatnot can't communicate into it. I wonder if walkie-talkies would work. We pick up our next call from Jules.
This might, sound strange, but I think there's some kind of, squid or something in my bathroom. I went into the bathroom in the middle of the night last night, and I could see something slithering under near the sink with its, little tentacles or, tendrils or, whatever. But when I turned on the lights, nothing was there. I checked under the towel, under, that little soap thing and everything, but I know it's somewhere. It's too freaking big to have gone down the drain. Still gotta be hiding in here.
That's a toughie. I'm stuck between a pie pop and a soap sprite. Yeah, Jewel talking about tendrils is kind of throwing me off. Well, maybe Jules thinks the tufts of hair are the tendrils. But then he mentions checking under a towel, and then he changes it to a soap thing. So that makes me think of the soap sprite. Jules does not make this one easy for us. Best thing to do is follow your gut, Wrongy. Pipe hop. Then I'll do the opposite. Oh, come on! I'm not always wrong! If we take a second look at the call, Jules mentions that it was too big to fit into the pipe. Even towards the beginning of the testimony, he mentions it being under the sink somewhere, not in the pipe. The description of it being squid-like is very interesting. This could possibly give us insight into how the soap sprite really looks. That's what I'm going with. Final answer, soap sprite. This one seriously is tricky. Jules mentions tendrils, and then is very confusing about a towel thing, then it changes into a soap thing. But ultimately this problem is a soap sprite problem. I hope Jules hasn't been washing his hands with the soap sprite. Let's hear the consequence call.
What the freak? I'm turning pink! What's happened to me? The doctor said someone to take me away. I did what you told me to do! I did!
Clearly, Jules has been infected with the Fey flu. Luckily, if this one did stump you, this consequence call would confirm that this definitely is a soap sprite. But of course, since Righty has been at the helm, all those consequence calls have just been for demonstrative purposes. We finish the day off with 100% accuracy and clock out. Hello, this is Surf and Tech Home Care. This is...
¿Sí?
Oh, hola. ¿Cómo está usted?
Vi una duende, arrastrándose por el suelo.
¿Dónde?
El piso, cerca de la pared.
¿Qué está ella hacer?
Ella está rompiendo ¿cómo se dice? La parte inferior.
The bottom part of the wall. Oh, I know this one. I remember it. Molding. Molduras.
Sí, mis molduras.
American Dad, Family Guy, Cleveland Show. I'm sorry for raising a hand to you. As a sign of goodwill, you can have your SEAL Team 6 stone back. Seelie stone. And don't you worry. My tenant won't be having any more issues with me. I've taken my house off the market. 1 second. Speak. 2 hazards in such a short span of time. And Mac, may I remind you, they're not even in your clearance. Very impressive. Well, I didn't really do much. You helped me with that last one anyways, with the whole Seelie stone thing. Tell you what, I've got one that's real simple, and it's close to you too. How's your Spanish? Spanish? All right, Mr. Rodarte, this is very important. Muy importante. Those cracks, they stay there. Se mantiene. Pero las paredes. You got any cheese? Mis molduras. The what? Molduras? The cheese doesn't have to be moldy. Oh, molduras, like the molding, like crown molding, floor molding. Interesting, I'll have to remember that. That's clever. Yeah, se mantiene, like I said. ¿Por qué? Lo siento. Yo no tengo la autoridad de ser. Yo employee, no jefe. So remember, sin reparación, okay, every night, todos noches, leave some cheese. Queso todo noches. Aquí. Claro. Okay. One more thing. Don't tell anybody I told you this. Okay. La Duende, if it gets big, más grande, más. Aparte sus ojos. 1 second. No hables de eso. And just leave the house. Okay? Evacuate. Evacuatidad. Whatever the word is. Okay? Call us. Okay? No hables eso. Just call us. Be vague. We'll know. We'll conozco. We'll know, okay? Have a nice day. Hey, thanks. We start our new day. Our Saturday desktop seems to still have that creepy figure in the fields, but this time much closer to us. Let's check our emails. We get one final email from Mike.
From Mike 3. Hello, if you are receiving this email, it's because you've been emailed by this address before. The employee this address is registered to is no longer employed here at Home Safety Hotline as of 4/30/1996. This address will be shut down and no longer be able to send or receive messages. If you still need support from Home Safety Hotline, please email us at support@hsh.mail. Thank you.
It seems that this is an automated message. Anybody who's gotten an email from Mike in the past is notified that tomorrow his email will be terminated, since he no longer works with Home Safety Hotline. I can only hope he's escaped the wrath of Whiskers. Let's see what coupon we've earned.
Congratulations, employee. Your high accuracy rate has awarded you today's daily coupon. Today's daily coupon is for Hag Hide. Sourced cruelty-free from the Paris and treated with our flower-scented formula, these are the best quality hag hides you'll find. We'll even throw in an iron wall mount free of charge. Let the whispers keep your bed the safe haven it should be. Sleep easier, sleep safer. To receive your discount, simply type the following code during your online checkout. Haggling for deals. Keep up the great work, employee.
Ugh, a hag hide? Why the hell would anybody want a hag hide? The skin of a witch? Or perhaps this is a hazard called a hag. I'll say this much. There is a hag hazard that is known to deter pests found in or around beds. That's all I'll say for now. So perhaps the facsimile or appearance of a hag will allot you the benefits of the hag hazard without the drawbacks. Regardless, I don't think it's worth nearly $800 to have my room Texas chainsaw coated to deter some small pests. We also have another video labeled Thunder Peak. I'll go ahead and play this out with some commentary, perhaps with some trimming to respect your time.
Great American Hikes, brought to you by the Home Safety Hotline. Thunder Peak. Thunder Peak is one of America's most dangerous yet rewarding hiking locations. In this guide, we'll show you how you can be best prepared for one of nature's most beautiful trails. Supplies. As with any hiking trail, you'll want to ensure you come prepared with supplies to help you meet the demanding physical trials ahead. Make sure to bring hiking boots, water bottle, iron sword.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't like this sort of analog horror trope. The footage glitching out right when an oddity is shown on screen. Like, whoa, an iron sword. That's not typical hiking gear. Okay, I'm over exaggerating. To be fair, this is a staple of the genre, but I'd like to see it get phased out eventually. It reminds me of horror movies having those musical stings when something appears off focus behind the subject. Like, let me notice it on my own. It's more effective that way. To each his own.
Climbing gloves. If you don't have access to all these materials, be sure to consult one of the Thunder Peak Park guides before embarking. The trail. Thunder Peak Trail. Thunder Peak is a straightforward but steep trail consisting mostly of switchbacks leading through a natural cave and finally a short climb up to its pristine peak. Pace yourself as you progress. This both conserves energy and helps you appreciate the scenery around you. Be sure to stop and read the info signs littered across the trail. When you see red and yellow lines, it means you are in a high rockfall area. Travel with caution. Once you've entered the quiet zone, remain completely silent.
The music quiets, and we see this sign. I'm not sure if I'm to interpret this as a cave opening or a snake-like monster flying out of the ground, but nonetheless, this hiking area with its quiet zone is unlike the ones we are used to in our world.
As you approach the cave entrance, remove your hiking boots. Enter the cave. When inside the cave, move carefully and quietly. Do not stop. Follow the lights. Do not stray. If you hear this sound, stay still and unsheath your sword.
Huh. It seems that whatever creature lurks within the cellar grotto also lurks within Thunder Peak's cave. They have the same moan. Perhaps the fact that we are advised to unsheath our sword means that some hazards can be taken head-on with an iron implement.
Once you exit the cave, put on your boots and gloves for the final climb to the peak. You made it! Now enjoy the view. Ever since I was a kid in Texas, I farted on the grass.
There's not much we can really glean from this footage. It's just that in this world that's shared with the bestiary of hazardous creatures, hikes are far more treacherous. It's almost like the combination of the typical hike we know in our world and the fantastical, heroic adventure. Imagine going to REI in this world and browsing the Iron Sword section. It's a funny bit of world building, but nonetheless, quite peripheral. Let's go ahead and start our shift.
Home Safety Hotline. Home Safety Shartline. Saturday. Yay.
With the few final entries about to be unredacted to us, we are nearing the end of our journey. Our supervisor, Carol, gives us a call.
Hark, employee. Lend thine ear once more. Supervisor Carol here again. I've updated thy permissions to grant thee access to all relevant household hazard information. Continue thy labors, employee. Soon thy time in the soil arriveth. Prepare thy body.
Prepare thy body. That's great. Now it seems clear to us that thy final reward of our thine efforts in this hark job is a ye old traversal to the soils beneath. Yarg! Okay, let me say that without being stupid. The fact that our prospective promotion is hinted towards as a traversal beneath the soil again solidifies Home Safety Hotline's tight association with the ones, or at the very least, the ones beneath the soil. Alright, let's look through these new final entries.
Autumn Vines. Autumn vines are vines with orange or red leaves that are known to slowly grow over a house, frequently occurring during the fall. Homeowners with autumn vines often report feeling dizzy, lightheaded, or blissful. Danger. The pheromones autumn vines release in the air, while not toxic, can often cause household accidents thanks to their blissful, dizzying effects. Solution. To remove autumn vines from a household, locate where the initial growth is coming from by inspecting the soil around the home for an extended red parent vine. Pull this vine out by the roots and burn it. Prevent autumn vine growth by making regular offerings of insects or meat substance to the ones beneath the soil.
This concept of the winds carrying the voices of the trees and leaves strikes me as something downstream from already existing folklore. I did some brief digging and found this could be from the trope of talking trees. Evidently, these autumn vines bear sweet tidings to lull the homeowner into a state of bliss. I wonder if this is the cause of the home with all the dead leaves being sold from the real estate segment earlier in this game. It also seems that making offerings to the ones beneath the soil helps in preventing this extended red root that blooms the autumn leaves. Does this mean that the autumn leaves are a sort of extension of the ones beneath's wrath? Or perhaps the autumn leaves are just a generic hazard like famine, drought, and pestilence that is warded off by appeasing the ones. It's tough to say.
Bed hag. Bed hags are large humanoid creatures with an elderly woman-like appearance. They are known to dwell beneath beds, hammocks, and other suspended sleeping apparatuses. Homeowners infested with bed hags will sometimes report croaking or wheezing sounds at night, or the feeling of heavy weight on their chest at night. Danger. Bed hags are not dangerous to most healthy human adults, but small children and humans suffering from breathing problems, such as asthma, may be adversely affected by their presence. Bed hags are known to steal the breath of their sleeping subjects at night, causing a shortness of breath and sometimes sleep paralysis. Solution. Bed hags can in fact be beneficial to a home, as their presence can frighten off other pests, such as various insects or mice. In the cases where a bed hag is undesirable, it is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's pest removal services.
I'm sure there are plenty of motifs seen in both folklore and pop culture that center around creatures that steal breath, but the best match I could find for Home Safety Hotline is the Gula folklore, the Boo Hag, a red old lady that steals breath from the victims who lay in bed, a sort of respiratory cousin to the circulatory vampire, it seems. It's funny how perhaps one of the creepier hazards not revealed to us until far later in the game really isn't all that dangerous and is almost similar to the house spider in that it wards off other worse pests, albeit still being a danger to those with compromised respiratory health. I also find it amusing that the bed hag specifically hides under any sleeping furniture, including a hammock. Imagine a bed hag hiding underneath a hammock suspended above the ground, thinking it's totally hidden. I mean, well, it's funny to think about, but also really creepy.
The Dorcha. Dorcha is the one who delivers. Homeowners experiencing Dorcha commonly report feelings of immense dread and the sensation of being followed or pursued. They may also experience visions of a great lurking shadow. Danger. Dorcha will deliver what it seeks. There's no coming back from deliverance. Dorcha is otherwise harmless to humans. It does not seek. Solution. To be sought by Dorcha is to be found by Dorcha. If you or a loved one are sought by Dorcha, it is advised to grieve and find peace through acceptance.
The Dorcha is certainly the most mysterious of the entries because of how vague and fearfully restrained the info is. But all we need to do is take a look at common folklore of something called fear or far Dorcha from the Irish folklore. When I say fear, I think this is the Irish fear, meaning man. Dorcha means dark, so fear Dorcha means dark man. And this makes perfect sense with Home Safety Hotline's take, it being depicted as a shadow, darkness, a shadow man. Both in Home Safety Hotline and in our world's folklore, the fear Dorcha is this sort of mysterious force of nature of impending doom. Not a fairy or a hobgoblin, but a phenomenon, an inevitability.
Leprechauns.
Okay, this one is nuts. I keep saying this, but this is my favorite hazard audio. I'll explain in a moment. Give it a listen.
That's the funniest one. Leprechauns are a small humanoid covered in long brown hair. No, that's stupid. Don't do that bit. Cut it. Cut this from the editing. Cut this from post, please. Leprechauns are small humanoids covered in long brown hair that are known for consuming common household valuables, such as jewelry, silverware, and other precious metals. Danger. In addition to being a household nuisance, leprechauns' appetite for precious metals can also cause long-term damage to heaters, furnaces, and other common appliances if they are not properly protected. Additionally, leprechauns can occasionally cause direct harm to humans in cases where homeowners have metallic medical implants such as braces, crowns, or joint replacements. Solution. Leprechauns will move on to other feeding grounds on their own once they run out of food, but more proactive means of removal require physical capture. If immediate removal is desired, it is recommended to utilize professional help via Home Safety Hotline's pest control services.
I mean, what a bastard. Imagine, you live in a home with copper wiring, appliances, with all sorts of valuable metals making up its circuitry, and this little shit runs up to you all, and rips your f***ing zirconium crown out of your mouth. What a little shit. This context makes the audio all the more funny to me. Just Okay, let's take another call.
Some kind of animal has gotten into my cellar. I know it's down there because I can hear it flapping around sometimes when the house is quiet. Tell me what to do to get rid of this thing because I think it's getting into all my Pinot Noirs and Chardonnays. I found a whole bunch of broken bottles on the floor. Stupid thing is probably getting loaded.
Flapping in the cellar, eh? Probably a bet. This is an easy one. Very distinctive. The mention of wine is the biggest giveaway. This is a wine sprite. If we diagnose Brittany's wine sprite incorrectly, we get this consequence call.
Hi. All of my Merlot is ruined because your overpaid staff gave me bad info. Now I have a killer headache and I still have a nasty pest problem to deal with. I'm just calling to let you know you did a bad job. And you should be ashamed of yourself. You've got red wine on your hands. You have to live with that.
Ooh, killer headache. Not good. So Brittany would have gotten the Fey flu if we were to have given her the wrong info package. Let's take another call, this time from Ruth.
So, I think something may have died inside my desk. It stinks to high heavens and something is leaking out of it. I have to lock the door to my office since my kids are overly curious about the smell, so I need to know what to do about this as soon as possible.
Oh no! Yeah, this is bad. It's a desk hob! What? No! You're right. It used to be a desk hob, but then it metamorphosized into a boggart. Interesting thought, but no. The big peripheral hint is the fact that Ruth mentions her children being curious about the smell. The best match is wood secretions, a seepage that permeates from mistreated wood and has a sweet smell to children and animals. Good thing Ruth locked the door. Listen, this is another one of those consequence calls that could ruin your day, because, children are involved. If we get the wood secretion diagnosis wrong, Ruth's children would have eventually gotten into the wood goop and succumbed to the paralysis, petrification, or as the info package says, translation of the flesh of this hazard. I'm not playing the audio, but again, big ups to the voice actor. Let's get our mind off of that by reading some more entries.
Reanimation. Reanimations are any deceased remains of living creatures capable of moving on their own. Homeowners with reanimations commonly report foul smells, soil being tracked inside the home, and large holes in the ground appearing near or around the home. Danger. Reanimations are capable of spreading a wide variety of dangerous diseases and parasites deadly to humans, so close proximity or contact should be avoided at all costs. They are also commonly used to inflict direct violence against homeowners and are incredibly adept at hiding and waiting for vulnerable moments. Solution. Reanimation's pursuit is slow but relentless, so relocation is not necessary or advisable. It is advised to contact any friends, neighbors, or strangers the homeowner may have recently slighted and make peace or bargain.
Hell yeah, zombies, I like this. But note that the reanimation is not due to a virus or cordyceps fungal infection. This is the classical take on the zombie from the tradition within Vodou, or we call it voodoo colloquially. Zombies are traditionally understood to be under the enthrallment of a practitioner. A Bokor, Kaplata, these are practitioners of said tradition. This links very well with Home Safety Hotline's take on the reanimation. However, the cause is left more vague. In Home Safety Hotline, zombies, or reanimations, are sent by an enemy of the household. Perhaps somebody who practices a form of mysticism or procured the services of a magical practitioner. Before we get into our next entry, the Spriggan, I want to note something. The well-hidden form within the greenery, this is the Spriggan. It's got those long slit eyes that are common designs of creatures within the Home Safety Hotline bestiary. Now let's proceed.
The Spriggan. Spriggans are small green humanoids with leaf-like coatings on their body. They are seen rarely in households and reside primarily inside trees. They are known to act violently upon homeowners when provoked, however. Homeowners affected by Spriggans commonly report rapid vine growth in and around their homes, and the feeling that the trees are watching them. Danger. Spriggans are incredibly dangerous to humans when provoked, and physical contact with one will result in the growth of a sprig tree within the affected individual. Solution. Spriggans cannot be persuaded to leave the home once provoked. However, one can take precautions to prevent provoking a Spriggan. Refrain from removing trees, flowers, or weeds on your property. Do not ever kill or hunt wildlife within the view of your home. Do not eat any wild fruit or vegetable that may grow on your property. Consider making offerings of water each night, left in a clean dish on your porch.
I really like this sort of design of the Spriggan. Now, don't get me wrong, the tall, Sylvian, ent-like design of the traditional Spriggan is phenomenal. I love it. It's iconic. But I think this specific take of the small, tiny, hob-like humanoid aspect within Home Safety Hotline, I think, is perfect for its theming. Think about it. What would fit better in Home Safety Hotline's universe? This tall, lumbering, bark-like ent that just touches you and kills you and rips you apart? Or a tiny little humanoid tree thing descending from these roots in your ceiling, merely touching you, and what comes from within your body is just this sprig tree. It's brutal, it's infiltrating, it's pest-like. I think that's perfect for Home Safety Hotline's MO. Something about this specific design really makes my skin crawl. It doesn't lumber, it skitters, it crawls, and its mere touch condemns you to a most grave fate. We take another call from Howard.
I think there's someone watching me. Outside, something is moving around in the trees, and I can never get a good look at them, but I know they're out there. I've seen their eyes. I don't know who they are, but the police were no help. They just asked me stupid questions like if I mowed my lawn recently or if I ate fruit in public or something, and told me to call you. Hoping you'll be more helpful.
Please hold.
I wonder if it's a reanimation. The undead, huh? Well, not a bad guess, I suppose. Oh, really? I was just saying that because I really want us to get a reanimation call. This is not what this job is about. Okay, fine. It seems to camouflage in the trees well, so I'm gonna say fake rosebush. I disagree. Yes, the hazard hides among the trees, but Howard was able to make out its eyes. The officers seem to already have an idea of what the hazard is, asking Howard if he's been doing any lawn care or eating fruits. In other words, harming or manipulating nature. Howard seems to have been targeted by a Spriggan. If we misdiagnose the Spriggan, this is Howard's fate.
Got in and it touched me! It touched me and now my head feels like it's gonna explode! I can feel something moving inside my head! It's growing! Get it out! Get it out!
Brutal. Hate to say it, but that's pretty metal. Nothing to glean from here, but we get first-hand audio of the sprig tree taking form within the victim of a Spriggan. Let's take another call from Jay.
My brother told me to call this number, but I don't know why. Things have never been better around here. My brother says he doesn't like the way the leaves move, the way they grow around the house like a warm embrace. Things are good here, brother. Things are good. Would you tell my brother that things are good?
Please hold.
Blissful, distracted, euphoric. She seems to be entranced, tempted by this hazard. This is like that one lady with the portal. Yeah, but she specifically mentions leaves, the way they move. I thought maybe this is something within the ballpark of the Spriggan hazard cluster, but neither vines nor trees cause bliss within the Spriggan classification. This is the rare autumn leaves, not nearly as dangerous, albeit, but still concerning. This is the consequence call if we misdiagnose Jay's autumn leaf problem.
Hello. Things are still good here. My brother has been taken care of, and you no longer need to concern yourself with our household. Good day.
Interesting. Despite the autumn leaves not being noted to be hostile, perhaps their thralls, like Jay, will take dire measures to protect the mother root. Perhaps getting the diagnosis wrong leads to Jay's brother trying to take problems into his own hands, and perhaps Jay took her brother's hostility towards the leaves into her own hands. Let's continue reading through these entries.
The neighbor's doorway. Neighbors' doorways are door frame-like structures that can often appear in basements or cellars. They are known to cause confusion if stepped through, as well as parallelism. Danger. Neighbors' doorways do not cause any direct harm to humans, but if stepped through, the resulting parallelism will often result in unwanted household activity, such as altered behavior or perceived missing memories in the human who comes through to the other side. Solution. Neighbors' doorways are tricky to remove without accidentally putting one's body through them and potentially triggering the parallel activity. It is advised to utilize Home Safety Hotline's doorway removal services. One can prevent neighbors' doorways from occurring by practicing mindfulness and not letting one's mind wander towards wishing for an alternate life path.
This one can be confusing. Based on a call we'll get very soon, I believe this parallelism refers to a transfer to a parallel reality, or perhaps confounds the victim into thinking they are in a parallel reality when they really aren't. It's like a psychological thing. Keep this in mind for now.
Puka. Pukas are shapeless creatures that commonly inhabit homes in the shape and likeness of a household pet. They are known for their tendency to replace common pets such as dogs or cats, and live in their place to watch homeowners eat and sleep. Homeowners with pukas frequently report unusual or frightening pet behavior. Danger. Pukas are relatively harmless to humans, but the discarded bodies of household pets they leave behind can over time create other pest and disease hazards within the home. A foul smell signifies decay, and the discarded body should be found and removed immediately. Solution. Pukas can be encouraged to leave a home by not drawing attention to their activities. Pukas thrive on the attention they receive from frightened homeowners, so refrain from screaming or yelling when surprised by them, and make attempts to ignore their presence whenever possible.
This entry probably unlocked a new fear for some of you, so to help remedy this, imagine he's just saying, "Mom says it's my turn on the Xbox." In all seriousness, the puka is likely referring to the Celtic puka. Are Celtics Italian now? Puka! Puka di Beppo. gravy's good tonight. The Celtic puka is, wait for it, a mischievous goblin, like the rest of these folklore creatures. However, Googling the puka, I did find a distinct affinity for shapeshifting, which links to the Home Safety Hotline take. It seems Night Signal tightened this creature's MO to only being about mimicking house pets, to better link with the theming of the larger sort of real estate horror of this game's narrative. The images of the puka of our world are quite freaky, more so when I realize they remind me of President Robert Pattinson's boss. Nope, I'm moving on. I am moving on.
Hi. Do you know how I got here? I'm not where I should be. Please, I was told that you could help me. My family. They aren't my family. I don't know what's happened. Please tell me how to get back to my family.
Please hold.
She seems to be suffering from some sort of amnesia. It's gotta be a memory wisp. She doesn't even recognize her own family. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But it's not that she doesn't recognize her family, like their face are gone from her memory. It's more like she sees them and she does not see them as her family. In addition to this, she doesn't know where she's at. She's clearly confused. She's suffering from something called parallelism, a phenomenon associated with a specific home safety hazard, where you enter a parallel universe, or believe you are in a parallel universe. Whether there exists parallel dimensions, or this is just a purely psychological phenomenon, is unknown to me. At least I'm agnostic about it. Still, we are dealing with a neighbor's doorway. This is Jill's consequence call if we misdiagnose her neighbor's doorway problem.
Info you sent didn't help, and this family that claims to be mine is trying to have me committed. Where am I? Where's my real family? I need to get back to my real family. No, get off of me! Get off! You can't take me! I need to get back to my family!
So Jill couldn't recognize her family. She was in this sort of new world or realm that just didn't feel right. It wasn't entirely unfamiliar, it was just vaguely unfamiliar. Perhaps this is a hint as to the nature of parallelism. As far as I know, this is a concept unique to, a title. I'm sure this concept's been explored in other medias, but the name parallelism associated with this concept, I think, is uniquely Home Safety Hotline. Waking up or stumbling into a different dimension, a slightly different dimension. One where, my hair is slightly lighter and my voice is slightly deeper. One where the sky is kind of a strange hue of pink. However, and I've already mentioned this before, but I want to reiterate, what if parallelism is a condition of the mind that you wake up in the realm you've always woken up in, but mentally things just don't seem right? Something mystical about the door, the neighbor's doorway, warps your mind to thinking that the realm is actually different when in reality it isn't. This would kind of explain why her family kind of recognize her. At least there's no mention of them not recognizing her. They're like, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strange? There's no note of the family being like, what'd you do with your hair? Or who the hell are you? So for me, I think that the parallelism is like a mystical mind warp, a dumbfounding, if you will. But regardless, might as well note that Home Safety Hotline does provide door removal services. Look at this little pinwheel hat. Now this is proper use. I think I did a good job using up the Whiteboards real estate. Definitely proud of that.
Hi, yeah, there's this awful smell of rotten eggs coming from my dining room, and when I looked to see what it was, I saw this awful, disgusting pile of crap on my dinner table. It's quite big too, which has me worried that whatever produced this might still be in the house. Because who knows how big this thing is. I mean, my dog can't even lay down something that big.
This one's easy. Rotten egg smell, a big pile of refuse, I guess maybe fur, left by a trash gnome. I think rotten eggs is the big giveaway here. Really? I selected Fae Feast. What? Are you serious? The caller referred to piles of crap on her table. Fae feasts are typically made of cornmeal, flour, and sometimes mushrooms. None of these would smell like rotten eggs. There's nowhere in the Fae feast entry that would indicate something like this. And it turns out it's actually a Fae feast. What? No way! Hey, finally! Yeah, this one still puzzles me. The pile of crap and rotten egg smell really threw me for a loop. Nonetheless, this is the consequence call if Claire disrespects the hospitable feast givers.
The pile keeps growing. Tell me how to get rid of it. The instructions you sent didn't work and it smells so foul. I'm hearing angry voices coming from the walls. They keep telling me to eat it. Please, I don't want to eat it. Don't make me eat.
Oh yeah, we can hear mosquito or buzzing noises, so this confirms that this is a hodgepodge band of sprites descending upon our poor Claire. Mystery solved. Now let's go ahead and make ourselves some mushroom arepas. Let's read some more entries.
Troll. Trolls are giant, 12 feet tall nocturnal creatures that normally are not seen in the home. However, during the winter they will deflate their bodies in order to fit inside homes and steal warm materials, such as blankets or articles of clothing. Homeowners infested with a troll will frequently report missing clothing or claim to hear the shrill sounds of air escaping in the middle of the night. Danger. Trolls are very dangerous to humans when they are startled, thanks to their ability to inflate their bodies to their full height of 12 feet in a matter of seconds. Their skin, despite its flexibility, is incredibly durable and will smash through the ceilings of most homes when fully inflated, causing property damage and injury to anybody in the vicinity. Do not ever approach a troll. Solution. An active troll will leave by morning once it's secured its bounty. It is recommended to install repelling fixtures, such as UV lights, to prevent future break-ins.
This is a very unique take on the troll, being a whoopee cushion cousin to the Michelin Man, stealing all your blankets and brassieres alike. I wonder why it doesn't like UV lights. Perhaps something to do about the synthetic recreation of sun rays deters all sorts of creatures of the dark in winter. I'm not sure.
Warlock Remnant. Warlock remnants are a residual presence often left behind by former warlocks, most commonly inhabiting older households, castles, or underground dwellings. Homeowners experiencing warlock remnants often report objects moving on their own, the sound of hostile warning whispers, or sighting bearded figures in reflective surfaces. Danger. Warlock remnants, while a hostile presence, are merely echoes of their former selves, and are generally harmless. Their ability to manipulate small household objects can prove hazardous to less cautious homeowners, however. Solution. Homeowners can purge the remnants from their home with the use of a Seelie stone, but the journey to retrieve one is both long and perilous, and not recommended. If a warlock remnant proves sufficiently hazardous or inconvenient, it is highly recommended for homeowners to simply relocate.
So this is basically the ghost of a warlock. We also hear the first mention of a Seelie stone. The entry refers to the journey to obtain the magical loot is long and perilous. Perhaps the rewarding nature of the Thunder Peak hike refers to some of this loot at the very end. Perhaps the Seelie stone is part of said loot table. Just make sure you don't get it mixed up with Meridia's beacon. Another caller touches the beacon, this time Paul.
Hey, yeah, Paul here. I'm not sure what to do anymore. My kids can't sleep at night. I've been spraying about 50 different kinds of pesticides all over the place, washed and scrubbed all the bed sheets as much as frickin' possible, and every night it's the same story. Bunch of itchy kids with nightmares waking up at 4 a.m. and begging to sleep in Papa's bed. I'm fresh out of ideas.
Please hold.
Nightmares. This is easy. Dreamweavers. We've been dealing with so many of these odd hazards that we forget about the inconspicuous ones. Itchy kids who sleep better in their dad's bed. The kids' beds seem affected, but not the dad's bed. Dreamweavers are pretty distinctive hazards too. This has to be bed bugs. That's it? Bed bugs? A peripheral hint would be the fact that Paul sprayed a bunch of different cans of bug spray. Bed bugs are resistant to pesticides. Turns out that this late in the game we can still get some more of these common house pests. This is the refreshingly tame consequence call of Paul.
Hey, yeah, Paul here again. Thanks a bunch for nothing, pal. I followed the instructions you sent and they did jack. I ain't gotten a wink of sleep. My kids are breaking out in all sorts of rashes. See you never.
My kids are breaking out in all sorts of rashes, and we can't get a single wink of sleep. What's wrong with you? Whoa, whoa.
We get another call from Charles. Say hi, Charles.
Okay, you want to explain to me what the hell is happening?
I called last week to ask why my home heater has been having issues, and nothing's changed after following the instructions you sent me. Be quiet. I know your teeth hurt, but Daddy's on the phone right now. Anyway, we're still freezing our butts off over here, so tell me what the hell is happening right now so I can get this fixed properly.
Please hold.
The kid's teeth hurt. This is a tooth fairy. That's not an option. Then this is the Fey flu. The children got it from the tooth fairy. Maybe you're not too far off with the focus on the teeth. You see, I'm looking through all the hazards, seeing which one would tamper with a heater. Not a troll. If anything, a troll would do the opposite. Aha! A leprechaun. It likely stole some metal from the heater. Oh no, the children's teeth. If the child has braces or any sort of metallic hardware in their jaw, the leprechaun could... Oh God. This is the consequence call if we misdiagnose Charles's leprechaun problem.
Nope, screwed up again. Real good information you gave me here. It didn't fix anything. Would you shut up? Daddy's on the phone. Why is your mouth bleeding? What are you pointing at? What the hell is that?
I hate leprechauns so much. Poor kid. Anyways, let's move on.
I think some pranksters might be giving my wife and I a run for our money. Lately, my wife's clothes have started going missing, and at night I keep hearing this strange whoopee cushion type sound coming from outside. I tried to scare the kids off by keeping the porch lights on at night and putting out a neighborhood watch sign, but I think they're onto my tricks. Do you have any advice you can send me?
Please hold.
Oh hey, we were just talking about this. So it's a leprechaun. What? No! It stole the wife's clothes, like it stole the heater parts. Okay, well hold on. If the hazard was stealing the wife's jewelry, then maybe I could see that. But no, this hazard is stealing clothes specifically and making flatulent noises, like air escaping from a burlap. We are dealing with a troll. This consequence is pretty neat. This is what happens if you try using a Mossberg on a troll.
It's in the house. Your people sent us instructions, but nothing we did worked. It's not pranksters. I don't know what it is. But I have a chance to take it by surprise.
What we just heard was the shotgun blast triggering the troll's self-defense mechanism, and so it's likely that the caller has been crushed and his home destroyed by the fully inflated troll. Let's move on to the next caller.
Hello, I saw your commercial and I thought I would call just in case you might know what's going on. I was recently putting on my kettle for a bit of afternoon Earl Grey when I heard this awful buzzing sound coming from the cupboard. I looked around inside, but I couldn't find anything but a few loose tea leaves. I'm quite concerned about the hornets and the bees and the like because I'm quite allergic to their stings, you know. So I just wanted to know if there's anything I should be worried about right now. My hearing isn't what it used to be, after all.
Please hold.
Yeah, this one's pretty obvious. A tea sprite. You're supposed to be like, oh, she mentioned bees. I'm gonna choose bees. Yeah, but that's a red herring of a hint. This is a tea sprite. It even left some tea leaves as droppings. Well, one of us is gonna have to get it wrong to hear what happens when we get it wrong. Have the third guy do it. Okay, sure. This is what happens when we get Sheila's tea sprite hazard incorrect.
Sheila here again. I called recently to ask about some buzzing in my cupboard, and the instructions I was sent didn't work. I still hear the buzzing, and it's giving me the most awful headache. It's in my tea! It's in my tea!
Poor lady. Not only is she being harassed by a gross little tea sprite, she's also contracted the Fey flu. An older lady, too. That's bad. That's bad.
Hi, we need some medical help. I'm not exactly sure what to say since I talked to our family practitioner already, but he said to call here, so we've been having some trouble sleeping. I thought it was just me, but both my husband and I started feeling shortness of breath around the same time. I'm worried about something spreading through our house since our kids all have asthma and some particularly severe allergies. We tried washing all the bed sheets in the house, but that didn't really help much. Thankfully, the kids haven't had any issues yet, so could you help us out sooner rather than later?
Please hold.
Damn, network error, again. Okay, this has gotta be sleeping related, right? Or asthma related. You think it's black mold? Could be, could be. Washing the sheets doesn't help. Ruling out bed teeth? Bed bugs? Maybe. It's not affecting the kids, so that would rule out bed hags, right? Since they tend to affect adults with preconditions and children. Well, sure, but maybe the bed hag isn't under the kid's bed, it's just under the parents. They are dangerous to the young and infirm, but they don't target them specifically. Yeah, and I really don't think it's allergy related. Bed teeth and bed bugs, they affect the skin also. So we're dealing with a bed hag? Bed hag. This is Christy's consequence call if we misdiagnose her bed hag problem.
Hi, my husband and I followed through on the information that you sent us, but we're still not feeling great. I've been having an extra terrible vivid sleep paralysis, and my husband has started using a machine for sleep apnea now, so that's lovely. I think we'll be getting in touch with the new doctor, so I suppose we're no longer in need of your services. Have a good day.
Pretty tame consequence compared to some of the things we've seen in this game, and especially for a hazard as creepy as the bed hag.
So, I've been hearing this weird sound coming from the walls. Not exactly sure what it is, but I've been having a hard time sleeping at night because of this sound. Can you hear that? It's been non-stop lately. I've replaced all of my smoke detector batteries and everything, but I cannot figure out where the sound is coming from.
Please hold.
Play the whistling fungi sound file. Gotcha. Now the false flower. Okay. Now replay the call.
So, I've been hearing this weird sound coming from the walls. Not exactly sure what it is, but I've been having a hard time sleeping at night because of this sound.
So what are you thinking? Whistling fungi? Whistling fungi. This is the strange consequence call if Carla succumbs to the whistling fungi. Okay, I don't know what the hell that was supposed to mean. Like I said, I thought the hazard of the whistling fungi singing in unison would be the collapsing of the home. But from what Carla seems to portray is just the whistling fungi just kind of, oh, the homeowner.
Hello? Can you help me? There's this terrible smell in my house, and I can't figure out where on earth it's coming from. I think it's upsetting my puppy Meatball, too. He's really been acting up lately. I can hardly blame him. It smells so terribly rotten. Please, can you help?
Please hold.
House pet related? You think it's unicorn fungi? The dog is acting strange. But she didn't mention a horn or any holes in the floor. Yeah, where would that smell be coming from? Here, Puka. What'd you call me? No, Puka. This entry. The hazard takes on the form, or has the form, of the pet it's replacing. So that would explain the smell. It killed Meatball. But why? Well, what was it, barking? Well, I'm not sure. Maybe it just replaces the pet. Maybe the animal dies of other means, and the hazard just sort of comes about to replace it. Maybe hiding the body, not sure. But we are doing Puka as the final answer. This is Rachel's consequence call if we misdiagnose her Puka problem.
Hello? Hello? I need help. The instructions didn't help. I don't know what to do. My poor puppy Meatball, there's two of him. I found his rotting body. I don't know what the other one is doing. He's watching me closely. He's standing up. Meatball, bad boy. Get down. Stop scaring Mommy.
She's probably safe, just freaked out. As the entry says, so long as she ignores it, she'll be fine. However, she'd only know that if we gave her the correct info package. And luckily, righty and wrongy did. And so completes our penultimate Saturday? And so completes our penultimate Saturday shift. Oh, hold on. Damn, that's right. Poor prank caller. Hammer, good morning. How's it going? Damn, kid. You're almost as good as I was when I was a field worker. It's a brand new day, Hammer. Throw whatever you got at me.
We're all backed up.
You want to help me put a dent in these cases?
Sure.
For Clarence.
There's a common hob infesting a local pianist.
No go, Hammer.
Okay, don't say anything else.
You ever play Portal? These ones are not so tricky. How about a false flower? Aloe variant, huh? Toilet hop. That smelled horrible, but it's done. A puka. We start our final day. First, let's check our email.
Employee 036, we are happy to report that we are most pleased with your labors and are currently making all the necessary preparations for your impending dissension, assuming you pass the trial. The soil is fertile. Keep up the great work, and thanks for working through the weekend. Sincerely, Home Safety Hotline Corporate.
Nice. We're about to be Well, hold on. This isn't a promotion. This is a descension. That's right. We're descending beneath the soil to the undersoil. Oh, I think I might get it now. Home Safety Hotline is perhaps a sort of ARC project, a hope for those who are in the know of the various hazards that plague the world above, a means to escape into the undersoil. It makes sense that they find importance that human beings not kill other critters of the undersoil, like moles, because after all, these may be our new allies in this new home beneath. Now, let me just stop myself there, and let's finally finish this game. We take a gander at our final... What the hell? $1,300?
Congratulations, employee. Your high accuracy has awarded you today's daily coupon for the Glamour Stone. Whether you're simply too tired to concentrate or you just want to look your best without the stress, our Glamour Stones are here to put you at ease. With our patented protective seal, our Glamour Stones have a 99.9% reliability rating. To receive your discount, simply type the following code during your online checkout. Wham glam, thank you, ma'am. Keep up the great work, employee. The Glamour Stone. That looks familiar.
It may look familiar because that's the same Glamour Stone that our dear supervisor Carol is wearing. This is also known as a Jupiter Opal Crystal, also known as a I'm not even gonna finish that joke. We also have access to our fully completed Home Safety Hotline entry browser, allowing us to browse this wonderful bestiary to our heart's content. But it's also very important we memorize and ingest this information we've been scouring, for our final day will be a trial, one of which we won't have any access to the Home Safety Network database. With no other new things to explore... Oh look, there's a hole in the middle of the desktop background. Well, shall we descend? So that's that, huh? We did good back there. Yeah, but you and I both know I should have gotten booted after day one. You think you're in the clear? Nope. Ah! Hey, that's pretty funny. Can we do that again a couple times just in front of the blue screen? $100? Ah! No, wait, I'm allergic to shellfish. Ah! Mr. Krabs, I'm not feeling too. Ah! How about that prick's face when he saw the ah? Go ahead, knock yourselves out. The screen to our right shows a part of a mantra of sorts instead of entry info. The trial hath begun. We are many. We are above. We are followers of our queen. What are we? Many followers of a matriarch? bees. The next part of the mantra is showcase thy knowledge. I am not living, yet I clatter. I am small, I am weak. I serve my purpose, then I die. What am I?
Please hold.
Serve your purpose, I die. That's an animation. The next part of the mantra is forge ahead. I am the beggar. I am the encroacher of the dry. I am a friend to the water of the sky. What am I?
Please hold.
Beggar. Begging to be let in. Rain nymph. I'm gonna go with rain nymph. The next part of the mantra is press on, employee. I am the harbinger of death. I am the bringer of pestilence. I am forever the nuisance. What am I?
Please hold.
Rats? Mice? A nuisance, though? I'm gonna take a gamble on housefly. The next part of the mantra is rejoice. I seek the domains of those who have too much. Step within, and they lose their way. What am I?
Please hold.
Closet labyrinth. They typically appear in homes of rich people. Yeah, closet labyrinth. The next part of the mantra is expand thy mind. We are companions of the gardens. We compel those who tread to tread no longer. What are we?
Please hold.
Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. It's a seedling. I'm going with seedlings. The next part of the mantra is, let go thy stilted soul. I am the dancer. I am the bringer of destruction. I consume the weak and the reckless. I am the forsaken oil and the careless light. What am I? What? Oh, that's just a poetic way of describing a house fire. The next part of the mantra is simply, descend. I am the seeker. I am the one who delivers. What am I?
Please hold.
Okay, deliver. Dorcha. Dorcha, it's gotta be a Dorcha. Before accepting this final call from Carol, I want to point out some brief details. We are, of course, descending. We dig through the dirt, the soil, and deep beneath we see roots. But under the roots is open space, a new realm. Beneath it, the final area is a lush forest, a forest realm beneath the surface realm. Our trial is given to us by robed figures, some humanoid like a bearded man and a hag, but some made up of plant matter and moss, and even a mole man. These are either the ones beneath the soil or perhaps vicars, those who speak for the ones and allow us to become new citizens of the undersoil and become initiated. The mantra being spoken to us is showcase thy knowledge, forge ahead, press on employee, rejoice. Expand thy mind, let go thy stilted soil, descend. Using our knowledge of what occupies the world, we dig deep and rejoice, for once we expand our mind, we let go of our strictures and become one with the undersoil. I believe this is the ultimate goal of Home Safety Hotline. It perhaps once started as a company tracking and documenting the various hazards that have been encroaching humanity's Earth, and trying to figure out ways, compile info packages together to help remedy and perhaps even fight some of these hazards. But this war of attrition for humanity's survival was slowly taking a sinister turn. So when more and more of these encroaching hazards began encroaching each home, each neighborhood, each city, perhaps Home Safety Hotline figured out a way to commune with the ones beneath the soil, beneath this death trap above. Perhaps a deal was struck, and now those who are in the inner circle of Home Safety Hotline gain a new home in the undersoil, living underneath our new stewards, the ones beneath the soil. This isn't spelled out for us in the game. This could just be purely conjecture, but damn it, I can't believe it. This was just supposed to be just a glorified Let's Play, and in all intents and purposes it was, but I'm still very proud that we were able to get floppy with Home Safety Hotline. It was really fun kind of uncovering this sort of hidden narrative. Hell, it's probably even one that Night Signal didn't even intend. Since we survived the trivia gauntlet, we get a final call from Supervisor Carol.
Hello.
Ah!
Supervisor Carol here. We've been watching you closely. For all this time, you have been providing excellent and accurate answers to our callers. These acts will not go unrewarded, and I'm pleased to report that you have qualified for a promotion. Please stand by while I prepare thy promotion. Promotion in progress. Please stand by.
With glowing eyes and a glowing glamour stone, we are promoted, and suddenly, Carol is transformed into a druidic witch of sorts. I'll play this scene out.
Please, be not afraid. Come close. Congratulations! All hail our new junior supervisor!
That feel when No Mossy drew a GF. No, but in all seriousness, the sheer comedy of all this is so great. We descend into the undersoil, and instead of some sort of fantastical pomp, we are deigned a junior supervisor. Like, what a ripoff. It's great, very corporate. Also, I really like the credit sequence. It's charming. I can appreciate a sort of sudden musical sequence with store-bought costumes, juxtaposed with Carol's well-made DIY druid getup. The lyrics are hard to decipher. I can only make out the beginning part. Regine remissionem in secula contra Deus. It roughly translates to, the queen pardons forever against God, but I can't make out the rest. But that's that. We are now junior supervisor. Junior supervisor. Not even a boss. We're junior supervisor. Let's see what our desktop looks like now. Our new background is of the undersoil, to signify our new home and escape from the death trap above. We unlock new options as Junior Supervisor, allowing us to play the game again with immunity from unemployment, a tracker for our accuracy, and a button to skip the wait between calls. I use the third option to help in the recording of the game footage. That's some insider baseball. We also have access to a weekly report that allows us to track what calls we got correct and incorrect. That's if we want to be completionists. As far as I know, there is no added ending or bonus to getting everything correct. We also have access to a sort of endless mode called call training. This mode sort of generates calls for us that we must read and diagnose. This is to put our knowledge to the test and see if we can get a high enough score. But I'll say this now, it's pretty tough. And of course, we have the art book. Within it, we learn the name of the developer, Nick. With a background in Ren Fair performance and a love for fantasy bestiaries, Nick desired to make a game that's central mechanic is around the concept of the fantasy bestiary. However, with the emergence of the analog horror genre, Nick discovered a match made in heaven. And I must say, he executed the merging of the analog horror and bestiary concept perfectly in this game. We also get some higher resolution, clear images of various creatures and even some early concept of the Hobbs. This is where we see Nick's proprietary design of the vertical slit eyes in his creature. We also see the design philosophy of depicting fairies and sprites as more bug-like, which I think is a great choice. I don't want to spend too much time, but this artwork is very fun to explore, and I might say even inspiring to those who want to make their niche ideas a reality in game design. Carol is played by Courtney, who did in fact design her own costume, which is very impressive. But after all of that, this concludes our exploration of Home Safety Hotline. Let's wrap up our whiteboards. Perhaps the best way to start off our final summations of this game is to go over the various sort of classifications I've organized some of these hazards into. Let's go ahead and start on this side of the board with the more smaller clusters. One thing I find interesting is nymphs and wisps sort of have this parallelism to one another. Each duo has one entry that has some sort of involvement in stealing faces, and another entry whose modus operandi is beckoning from the outside, specifically the outside of a window. Full disclosure, this might be a coincidence, but let's explore it a little bit. Memory wisps and mirror nymphs are very menacing for their own different reasons. Both have themes of removing faces. With the mirror nymph, it steals your face, if not from your perception, from your literal head, and of course stores it within its mirror. The memory wisp steals the face of a loved one specifically from your memory and your perception. Whether it steals it from all people who have ever perceived this individual or specifically targets one person, I'm not entirely sure. Doesn't really matter though. Both of these entries are still very intimidating. That being said, even though the mirror nymph looks very creepy with the dress and the dainty hands holding up this sort of creepy mirror, it's the only hazard that Home Safety Hotline recommends physical retaliation against. So you can't bitch slap a gnome, you can't nut check a hob, but you can smash, you can dummy a mirror nymph with an iron implement. Unlike the mirror nymph's visual menacing nature, the memory wisp is formless, doesn't emit any sort of audio as far as we know. I have a theory that based on that corrupted audio file that's associated with the memory wisp entry, that it sort of has that In Silence Doctor Who episode effect. Those aliens that when you look at them, you see them, you perceive them, but the moment you turn away or they're no longer in your perception, you completely forget about them. I have a theory that's kind of how it operates. But even if that weren't the case, just based on the abilities of the memory wisps alone, it's one of those hazards that is just barely shy of actual danger, but still maximizes the gravity of its negative consequences. It's not killing anybody, but it's a very scary phenomenon. On the flip side, we've got the rain nymph, the tuntik ordering baklava from the other side of the window, and the night wisps, freaky glows that beckon from outside. In best case scenarios, rain nymphs are annoying, in my opinion, amusing. However, if you were to entertain the beckoning of the rain nymph and let them in, they would be, at worst, a monetary liability, causing water damage to your household. The consequences of the night wisps, however, are far more dire. It seems that unlike the rain nymph, its whispers are tempting to whoever hears it. And if you were to entertain their beckoning, you could die or at the very least get abducted. Well, we don't know for certain. I think I'm just a little bit biased because the night wisps are very X-Files-like to me. Well, now that I think about it, actually, the wisps in general have a very X-Files thing to them. Glowing lights in the night sky that abduct or kill those who follow them. These mysterious, seemingly formless beings that remove your memory. But enough about these four. We still have so much more to go through. We've got the false family. The false flowers, I would say, are the least dangerous between the three because their singing acts as an ample warning to stay away and adapt to this hazard. If you can tolerate the annoying singing, it's pretty easy to live with. You just simply water it, but don't batter it, mess with it, and it won't blind you. The false beat and the false artifact, on the other hand, are very, very sneaky. If you have a garden with beets, then it's basically hard to tell if you've got a false beet in your garden until you take a bite, and it's too late. You're already going to suffer the consequences. Perhaps the false artifact is a bit more easier to point out because you'll just come into your home and be like, what the heck is this random piece of furniture doing here? But nonetheless, these two false hazards are unique in that they really don't have any symptoms until it's too late. You can't surgically remove or regurgitate a false beat from your gullet. You can't somehow remove a poor child or an animal from the false artifact. While there is no shortage of cruel and unusual ways to meet your demise in Home Safety Hotline's world, for some reason, there's something particularly dreadful about the false beat and false artifact's dangerous consequences. That being said, I would say the most dangerous clusters of classifications would have to be a tie between the Boggart Hob family and the Sprig family. Spriggans are irreversible, unpreventable forces of nature, pun intended. And while there are ways you can appease the Spriggan by leaving out bowls of water and refraining from eating fruit or hunting animals, the problem is wherever the Spriggan goes, its vines follow. Hostile or not, how long until it just wanders into your home? How long until it just decides that your home, it's his home, its home? If anything, from the perspective of the Spriggan, your home and its dwellers are an invasive species in nature. In that same vein, it seems that with the hobs, while there are very easy ways of appeasing them, just simply leaving out key ingredients and just simply letting them do either mischief or clean your household, these methods of appeasement seem to really only delay the inevitable. And once the boggart is in your home, there's no going back. That's its territory. When sharing a home with either a Spriggan or a boggart, respectively, the best case scenario is that your house is just going to have a lot of greenery, a lot of vines, and in the case of the boggart, you're going to be suffering maybe some power outages, a house fire here or there, or some flooding. But that's the best case scenario. Every day you wake up, every day you're operating in your household, you're running the risk of bumping heads with these hazards and suffering a most painful demise. At some point, you just cut your losses. They won. They have your home. This is what I keep referring to as the real estate horror aspect of this game. Imagine you work your butt off, you make all the right choices, and you finally afford the down payment and the home and all that stuff. You got your mortgage and you're barely making it, but you're making it work. And this one of these pieces of shit just moves in. It's like, motherfucker, really? Anyways, moving on. The sprites are a very diverse cluster of classification, with 4 unique species and 2 byproducts of said species. Before really getting into it, I kind of noticed a little bit of a theming here with the sprites. You've got soap sprites that are almost kind of water elemental, lamp sprites which might represent fire, tea sprites which might represent, the leafy tea, the nature, and I guess wine sprites would be blood. I mean, it's got the mosquito-like proboscis, but that's just conjecture. What we know for certain is that all 4 of these sprites are capable of spreading something called Fey Flu. And Fey Flu is interesting. There are 3 instances in this game where we see a call to this motif of the changing of an eye color. Of course, we have the Fey Flu, which turns a human's eyes pink. You've got unicorn fungi, which turns an animal, or like a pet, a dog or a cat. Their eyes, I believe, either pink or purple. And then you've got the mice, which are metamorphosized from their human form, having a unique purple hue to their eyes. So what's the linking there? Evidently, the mice who are transformed from their human form, these are humans being punished by Home Safety Hotline, or perhaps largely the ones beneath the soil. What about unicorn fungi? Is that a punishment? Or is that some way that the ones beneath the soil influence house pets to dig and be one with the undersoil? But the problem is the unicorn fungi's digging effect disturbs the ones underneath the soil. And where the heck does the Fey Flu come in? Symptoms of the Fey Flu are endless dreams, delusions, and stuff like that. A certain gut feeling is kicking in. I think I'm overthinking this. I think these 3 instances of changing eye colors is just a unifying theme, a unifying motif. Probably nothing more. And finally, the gnomes. The duendes. Gnomes are more akin to your typical house pests. They are largely a nuisance, maybe a monetary liability. The most dangerous they get is inflicting injury, but not certain death. Despite being the most menacing, night gnomes are probably the most harmless and inconsequential. Trash gnomes are more physically dangerous, capable of biting a finger off, or at the very least, swamping you with medical bills, transmitting tetanus or COVID-19. Look at this laundry gnome. Now that's class. Attic gnomes, laundry gnomes, and travel gnomes are more expensive liabilities. I can see faulty ventilation or broken washing machines and a horticultural takeover absolutely totaling a house. Well, I'm not sure if that would be true. Totaling, when it comes to cars, is when damages are so bad that the cost to repair eclipse the cost to replace the car. But perhaps in the case of homeownership, even if these repairs and damages don't eclipse the cost of replacing the home itself or buying a new home, I think the liability, the stress and disappointment from your house being put in this state, I think would be enough for most people to just cut their losses and move out. Maybe start renting from a landlord or moving in with their folks. That's the tricky thing. That's an option that you and I have in our world, but not in Home Safety Hotline. It's only a matter of time until your folks' home will be taken over by one of these hazards, if not already. It's only a matter of time that the apartment or house you rent from a landlord will be taken by one of these hazards. And chances are your landlord's not going to be very cooperative in helping you fix these problems. When you can't buy, rent, or crash with your folks, what can you do? It seems the only option humanity has in this case, in this war of attrition with these hazards, is to pledge fealty to the ones beneath the soil and become one with the undersoil. And who would be on the vanguard of said fealty? Well, Home Safety Hotline, of course. I'm not going to spend too much time on this whiteboard. If anything, it'll transition me into my final point, but allow me to get a little bit headcanony for a moment. As we know, the ones beneath the soil have an alliance to moles, but I think broadly are stewards of mammals that like to dig. As a mystical faction, naturally they want to increase in power and increase in their ability to protect their constituents. We can see something similar with Home Safety Hotline. Home Safety Hotline is a sort of steward or protector, albeit a for-profit protector, of human beings, delivering information and services to protect human beings from this ever-increasing hazardous world, and of course maintaining the real estate value, or at the very least the livability of homes for humans. So Home Safety Hotline is in the market of terrestrial real estate, whereas the ones beneath are in the market of subterranean real estate. From our perspective as an employee, we have most exposure to what Home Safety Hotline does for humanity, providing all sorts of services like pest, fungal, plumbing, fire removal, and more specialized things like removing neighbors' doorways, closet labyrinths, grotto removal, providing all sorts of various and sundry ways of protecting humanity and, more importantly, maintaining home value by remedying the symptoms of this sort of mystical war of attrition against real estate. Perhaps at some point it became apparent to humanity that it was in a losing battle, that it was soon to lose its home to encroaching Spriggans, Hobbs, Fae, and Gnome alike. And so perhaps on behalf of humanity, Home Safety Hotline communed with the ones beneath the soil to carve out a new home for a select few of humanity. This sort of exclusive Noah's Ark project, where Home Safety Hotline can continue this fight for humanity's survival, however, in the safety of a loamy bunker. But really, this could just be the biggest stretch this side of the decade, and I'm just kind of concocting a narrative from just a very stylish puzzle game. Nonetheless, I love this game, and even after beating it, even after knowing all the answers, it's still actually pretty fun to play. Kind of like how it's fun to reread a good book or rewatch a good movie. Anyways, thank you all so much for your patience and your support. This video did take a minute to come out, so genuinely I do appreciate it. Now that everything is sort of settled down and I'm back to my regular scheduling, my hope is we can get back on track. As always, ma salama, sudesutun, hasta luego, I'll see you soon. Alright, what's next?
I think you're all good, Maccabeus.
It's about time you start considering a new position.
I'll go ahead and text you some coordinates and instructions.
This is going to be the last time you'll hear from me.
Understand that you are playing an important role in the salvation of humanity.
Oh, so many fucking stairs. Okay. So much Serpentech shit. Name, favorite entry, least favorite entry. Huh. Blue screen. He mentioned a blue screen. Okay. Oh, man. Might as well just get rid of this. My name is Maccabeus. My favorite entry is gotta be the desk hob. Somebody who has trouble with organization, I think I could use a desk hob. Least favorite entry would have to be the gnomes. However, I lost a good friend of mine to seedlings, so that would have to be my least favorite entry. Why would I want to give my life to Serpentech? I don't know. You know, I hear all this stuff about living in cyberspace. You know, field work. It's a great job, it's great work, I'm not complaining, but it just doesn't pay the bills, and the bills keep getting more expensive. So being able to just live in cyberspace with more manageable means, I think, is the way to go. But I'm ready to give, you know, my all to...
Welcome, Maccabeus. You've taken your first step in becoming an atemporal associate for Serpent Tech Home Safety. We have designed a proprietary way for you to take calls from all over the world and at all moments in time, providing helpful info packages and dispatching our field workers to take care of home safety hazards. If you take this position, you will sign over your soul to us, temporarily. Your body will be kept safe until your contract has been filled. At that point, your soul will be brought back to its vessel for a moment before perishing. You can make funeral and last ride arrangements from your atemporal call center interface.
Well, if I don't accept, does that mean I die when I go back?
No, your body is currently just asleep. The stability of your vitals upon awakening lessens the longer you are asleep. The survival rate drops to 90% after a day and 0% after a week. So don't worry, you have time to make your decision. If you do accept, during your soul suspension, generous wages will be paid out to 3 loved ones of your choosing.
I'm an orphan. I don't have any family to give my wages to.
Your wages will accrue until you figure out a dependent to be compensated. For now, the question is, will you join the Serpent family?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Note, to be in line with union statutes, you'll need to choose a code name to preserve anonymity. What shall we call you during your atemporal stay in cyberspace?
Hammer.
Very well. Welcome, Hammer.